What's going on, fam? We are live. It is Monday. I've been gone in Austin, Texas for a couple days, but we are live. Awesome. Finally back. And we have superstar, legal expert, Johnny Cochran. What's up, dog?
Good morning, everyone.
Y'all did a good job while I was gone. I was listening to as much as I could, or as much as I was allowed to, whatever the case may be. And and Austin was beautiful, but it was just weird to step away from the Karen Reed murder trial and to listen to that one. You had Lucky Lochran, you had the medical examiner, and this was like really some testimony that I had been looking forward to. I think a lot of people had been looking forward to, but you guys were firsthand witness and you called the play-by-play. So what was your take in the recap of what was that, Thursday and Friday?
Yeah. Overall, I think the prosecution, the state, got more than they bargained for. I think they thought that was going to go a different way. I told Joe, I think a couple of times it seemed like the state was trying to keep their head above water. When they would ask some questions, they clearly were not getting the answers they thought that they were going to get or they expected. And they were like, oh, hell, we got to start backpedaling real quick. I don't know. That was just the impression I got overall.
Yeah, well, I think that was the impression most people got. The medical examiner wasn't so pro Commonwealth as maybe they suggested or had been suggested online. The Commonwealth was pretty much like, is there a chance that he got hit by a weight or a bat or a physical altercation? And, at that time, usually if you were really cutting for the Commonwealth, you'd say, no, I don't think that's consistent. But pretty much like, yeah, that's possible. Yeah. So didn't do a very good job of saying this did not happen from an altercation inside. This did not happen from a dog bite. I thought that the medical examiner just pretty much kept the door open for most possibilities, which was all you could really ask for the defense.
Oh yeah. And I forget what the actual testimony was, but I forget who was up there, but when they were talking about, I guess the phone, so to speak, was traveled X distance in a very short amount of time, just a matter of seconds. They've alluded that that's when he got hit by the vehicle. I said, hell, who's to say that that's not when they put him outside and then tossed his phone across the yard? I don't know.
Yeah.
There's just a lot of doubt there, in my opinion.
The expert celebrate the person who's the expert for the defense that did the phone, the gray-haired fella, he pretty much put that Google search back in Jennifer McCabe 2:27 a.m. house long to die in cold. He pretty much put that one back in there.
Yeah, they didn't. That was one of those moments.
But I mean, it's like, it's something you already knew. You already knew that the whole, well, what happened was, see, when he was on his phone, there was this, this cosmic ray off the moon, and then this comets, then there was a solar shower, and then all of a sudden, I think it didn't have, like, you lost me. I mean, what? Maybe that works good, like if you're in a relationship and you're like, baby, I swear I wasn't with so and so, whatever, and then you're like, let me call my friend, Jill or something, and Jill's like, oh yeah, let me put on my little do-rag. Okay, well, first of all, he didn't call that girl. It's like Bill Clinton, I did not have sexual relations with that woman. You're like, oh yeah, why? Hold on, let me get my spokesperson. Well, so sir, all these details.
Yeah,
I wasn't believing none of that shit, dude.
Now I kind of look back at it just a little bit and you say, yeah, they've tried to keep Jennifer McCabe's name out of it as much as they can. But yeah, like you said, that Celebrate guy, he kind of pushed that back in the pages, so to speak.
The old man did good. And
yes, he did.
Lucky Lochran did good. Benny did good. And I mean, he's obviously not the most intelligent person in the world, but the way that Alan Jackson was trying to beat him up and, just try to get him every time he would try to get him in the corner, Lucky Lochran, he really had a clever and insightful thing to say that just made sense. Like the basketball hoop hey, I was driving a different truck, had a bigger frame on it. The net was a little bit bigger. I seen the basketball hoop. I tried to turn, make an adjustment to go around it, but I guess I just didn't account enough of the adjustment because the bigger truck, and I ended up hitting it. And then I called my supervisor immediately to report the incident. That's what you're supposed to do. And, as you're trying to back him into, you just weren't seeing, obviously you're colorblind, you can't see shit, and you ran into a basketball. So how the hell are you going to see, or not see a body? And then as he was answering, it was like, oh man, that didn't go as good as I thought.
Yeah. Yeah. It's, so whether they tried to or not, I think they've just instilled more of a doubt.
Oh yeah.
Speaking of, maybe even in the public, but and I didn't particularly pay attention to it, but Joe pointed it out. I forget what part or who was on the witness stand, but John O'Keefe's brother, like he was staring holes in Karen Reed, like he has his mind made up. And
I feel sorry for him.
I do. And
it's like, bro, stop being a little bitch. Aren't you listening to this trial? Karen Reed did not do this. Get justice for your brother. You need to press them cops and the DA and Commonwealth and whoever to start pointing their arrows at who actually did do it. Obviously, Karen Reed didn't do it. Stop blaming her, man. You and your mom and all that kind of stuff. Stop blaming her and go figure out who actually did it. Put the pressure on, because the family has to be the one, smashing the cymbals the loudest about, I want justice for my family, and to him just to still keep hanging on to Karen Reed did it. It's like, come on, man. You know better than that. Better than that.
I agree. And, it's apples and oranges, but, I've got kind of a similar incident where I get it to a degree. You get tunnel vision on what you think because things are lining up because you want them to line up that way, if that makes sense.
It would be nice if they lined up and you can go home.
Yeah. But then, with me, I had to take a few steps back, and I was like, okay, let's look at this, try to look at it unbiased. And that, believe it or not, it kind of opened up other ideas. And it's actually helped me, and to your point, get justice for your brother. So it's kind of opened up some other doors, so to speak, and kind of persuade my thought process to something else. But anyway, I do feel bad for him, because even if she's found not guilty, which I think she will be,
of course,
in his mind, he's still going to hold on to that. And and who's to say they can't all work together? I mean, I'm sure there's things Karen knows that nobody else knows.
Well, you're not going to hear it in the trial, but if you hear the CBS or Dateline or whatever kind of Netflix special where it really dives into the details, they're going to bring out some of these details that just weren't allowed in court. Or in a civil hearing, you're going to hear a lot of these backstories of this is what happened, but I wasn't allowed to bring it up, and different interviews and stuff. You're going to see a lot more of that later. Just in this criminal trial, there's only so much you can see. But here's another thing that you're probably not going to see. The Celebrite expert, I don't know this, not the Whiffen and the other chick, but the guy that the defense called, the Celebrite and digital analyst. He was saying something about the Apple program. It's about 98% accuracy of, did you take a step? Did you go up and down a flight of steps? And he was doing his test. So Turtle Boy last night says, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to drive over the same hills with the same exact iPhone and same exact operating system for the iOS. And I'm going to recreate a couple things. And then afterward, he goes to dinner. He goes to dinner at CJ McCarthy's, which is, kind of one of the bars that all this started off. And here's a little altercation there.
All right. How'd you pay your tax bill?
All right, so we're down here at CF McCarthy's. Who are you?
Listen.
Which one are you? Which one's that?
What? I think he's the older Albert. Chris
The mustache?
Albert Jr., I think, right?
Oh, Albert Jr.? Oh, gotcha. The mustache. You guys seem really intimidated. And do what? I don't want to scare him. I don't want to intimidate him. I don't want to scare you guys.
So basically, he comes out of he goes into CF McCarthy's, which is right next door to Chris Albert's pizza place, D&E Pizza and Subs, and outside is Colin Albert, Brian Albert Jr., and there's the cast of characters like you would see at Satriali's and on The Sopranos. They're sitting out there like some gangsters. Not one customer going in or out except for this 50-year-old pizza boy that's jumping in his 1993 Prius to go deliver pizzas. But other than that, there's no one out there. And then all of a sudden, this little situation turns into a physical altercation where two of the McAlberts actually get assault and battery charges.
Oh, wow.
I don't want to scare you guys. I know you guys are really scared of me. I don't want to scare anybody. And we ate dinner, okay? We ate dinner, and then all of a sudden, we got assaulted by these goons on video. These guys who claim to be so scared. We're just trying to eat. We're just trying to eat a meal of food to scare you guys.
And
I don't want to scare you guys. I know you guys are really scared of me. I don't want to scare anybody. We're doing this for our own protection. Just minding them out. So we were just trying to mind our own business. Take a picture of who? Oh, I took a picture. Yeah. Taking a picture is instigating?
No, Colin was leaving and then he decided
taking a picture. So what? So what? What did I do? He came up to us. We were walking in.
No, we didn't.
Justice for Peter Berger. You'll beat my face. You could. Right. You seem really intimidated.
So you have this guy right here is the county select or the city selectman, is like this little board of people who make decisions, and he's pretty much like a politician, if you will, in the area, and he's saying that he's going to beat your face in and all this, and this little cast of little goons out there. Eventually one of the guys goes over there and he's touching on Turtle Boy's his girl and trying to incite something, and then Jill Daniels comes over there and smacks the phone right out of his hand, and then of course the police show up. But let me see if I got something here on that.
What's up? We'll find out. So we are filming for our own protection here.
Oh boy.
Oh, look who it is. Look who's here. Here she is.
You know what? I'm so sick of your shit.
Oh, she stole my phone.
I'm sick of your shit. Okay? Enough is enough. You're a prick.
Can I have my phone?
How's the kid? They must be so proud of their dad.
That's assault, John.
That's assault.
I'm gonna need my phone back.
Fuck up, Big Bird. You're a fucking bird. You look 20 years older than me. You look fatter than me.
I'm gonna need my phone back.
Boom. You're fat.
I need my phone back, Jill.
You shut up. Where's your top lip?
I'm gonna need my phone back, Jill.
And oh, I'm sorry. Didn't you go loopy? Didn't you go crazy?
Jill, can I please have my
Shut the fuck up.
Jill, can I have my phone back, please? Can I have my phone back, please, Jill?
Go ahead. Give me the phone.
I need my phone back, Jill. Don't you? I need my phone back. No, it's mostly
He
your
finally
skin,
does
but okay.
He probably does get the phone back.
I mean,
I stick up my feelings. How many siblings do you have? Has anyone stuck up for you?
a bunch.
No, they don't like you.
They don't?
like you.
Okay, if you say so.
Why are you here?
Anyway,
She stole my
then the
camera
police
out.
show
She
up.
drove up here, jumped out, and stole my camera. And we got it on video. We got it all on video.
I grabbed your phone. I don't care.
So, officer, we ate dinner here, but minding our own business, came outside afterwards, right? And these guys are all sitting right here waiting for us. And a guy by the name, them. So there's a guy named Jim Farris. He works there. He came, so I start filming for my own protection because they're harassing. I got it all on video, and we're minding our own business. Jim Ferris comes over, hits my hand, hits the camera out of my hand, knocks it into the street. He assaults me. We got it all on video. And yeah, you can stop filming because I'm filming now too, and show him the video. Well, how are we going to show him the video then?
So anyway, that's what's going on with that. It's just a big like, he knows that he goes over there to the business right across the street from Chris Albert. He knows that there's going to be some shit going on, but it was a record-breaking crowd on an impromptu video that Turtle Boy did last night. 15,000 people was watching this shit, you know. But he was breaking it down play by play, and then he was out in the audience at the end, and everyone's trying to get autographs from him and stuff like that. But you know, but when he
added fuel to the fire.
Yeah, but when he first showed up to see CF McCarthy's, they were like, "You don't like Canton, and you know, all you want to do is talk shit about Canton. Get your dumb ass out of here." Blah, blah. You know, the group of people that were surrounding, you know, the pizza shop that's next door. So, yeah, I think that this, the coverage that you're getting from this is just beginning, man. It's just so much.
Yeah. So I was trying to see, I didn't read it, but I thought you posted something also on X about one of the other Alberts, the son or something.
Colin Albert?
Yeah.
So Colin Albert was sitting there. It all started with Colin Albert, where when Turtle Boy got there.
Oh, so that was he.
Colin Albert's like, "Man, I can't even go get something to eat without you harassing me." And then he pulled out his phone, and Turtle Boy pulled out his phone. They both took a picture of each other and something. Then Turtle Boy went into the restaurant. When he got out of the restaurant, then, you know, all of a sudden there's a bunch of people out there. Everyone's stirred up and probably, "Oh yeah, if he does this, then I'll do that." You know, probably, you know how guys get together, that, you know, whatever. And then it turned into a whole thing. But yeah, that's how it started.
Jeez.
And just to let you know, folks, you're not missing a damn thing. And we will be going into the courtroom as soon as something happens. So just to let you know, you're not missing a damn thing. But yeah, there's a lot of interesting things that I've learned over the last couple of days. I've probably watched about 4 or 5 different shows and post shows and after shows and things about this. But
I found
the location data that was deleted on Karen Reed's phone in April, that was something that Lally used the defense's witness. The defense did not get any of this information out, but Lally is the one on cross-examination that gets out this nugget that just kind of mowed over really quick, that the location data on Karen Reed's phone, the police had it since day one, right? The location data deleted on Karen Reed's phone, April 2022. That was obviously by the police department, deleted her location data. That was crazy.
Yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah, I had forgotten about that. Somebody asked about the deleted messages. Seemed like somebody had asked that guy about the Celebrate guy about deleting them.
And apparently Colin Albert, like, the reason why he's not in college right now is all Turtle Boy's fault, because Turtle Boy had, you know, he's harassing him or whatever. So therefore he just had to drop out of college, not because he's he dropped out of college. It's because Turtle Boy was harassing him and made it uncomfortable for him to be in college. So, and then here's another thing I don't know if you knew is John O'Keefe. Not only did he report the vandalism, he also reported the drug activity right there on Meadows Avenue where he lived, and Colin Albert was the son who lived a couple doors down, and all the drug activity. They had in the city meeting, the person actually testified to that one. It's buried in here, but
shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus
But I'll show you that
Karen
when we get back from break.
Good morning, counsel.
All right.
Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I need to ask you those 3 questions. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday?
John,
No, Your Honor.
John, we're back at the Karen Reed murder trial, man.
I think we're on the downhill slide now.
Yeah, it's the last week, man. Good morning, Big Ron. Good morning, Big Ron. Good morning, fellas. Mr. James. Howdy. Howdy.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
We are still waiting on Joe Lanou.
Defense calls Dr.
So welcome, everyone.
From the voir dire. Those are exhibits from the voir dire.
This way. Just watch your step for me.
Yeah.
Remain standing and chase the clerk.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and the jury in the case now and here the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
He must not be a very important witness if they got the chick doing it. No offense to all the chicks listening. Just saying.
Good morning,
What are you
Doctor.
saying?
Good morning.
I'm going to ask you to, when you testify, sir, please speak into the microphone if you can, loud and clear.
Very well.
All right,
Okay.
thank you.
And there's a reason behind it.
It should be. All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Little.
Good morning. Could you state your first name and spell your last name for the record, please?
My first name is Frank, and the last name is Sheridan, Sheridan.
And if you can make sure to keep your voice up just because.
Yeah, he looks like he might fucking
Yeah,
die
I
right here
noticed
on
that.
the damn stand.
Dr. Sheridan, what is your profession?
I'm a physician, and my specialty is forensic pathology and neuropathology, but most of my career has been primarily forensic pathology.
What do you currently do for a living?
Nothing. I'm retired.
There you have it.
What role or position of employment did you hold before you retired?
Okay, I was the chief medical examiner for San Bernardino County, California, and I was in that position from 1991 until 2017. That's when I retired from that position, but I stayed on a part-time basis for another few years to help out because the office was understaffed. But a few years ago, 2021 or 22, I've lost track of the time, I finally stopped altogether.
Dr. Sheridan, if you could just pull the microphone a little bit closer. I don't know.
I've
And
put
doctor,
myself closer
take
to
a
it, I
deep
guess.
breath. Relax.
Okay, is that better?
Relax.
Yes,
I like
if
you
you
got my-
Ms. Little, if we need to, just let us know and we'll turn off the air conditioning.
Your Honor. Describe your educational background for the jury.
Okay, well, I was born and raised in Dublin, Ireland, and I had all my initial education there, including primary school, secondary school, and then pre-medical school at the university I was at was the University College Dublin, Ireland, which is part of the National University of Ireland system. So I did my pre-med and medical school training there. And I graduated from medical school in 1971. Then after that, I did a one-year rotating internship, as it's called, of medicine, surgery, and some psychiatry as well. That was a requirement for all doctors for licensure. So that's basically my initial education. After, should I go on with my CV or base or not?
Yes. What did you do after medical school to complete your training?
Well, in the years after medical school, I wasn't in training anymore. I was working in Africa, actually, as a medical officer. And that wasn't training, that was a job.
You
And
notice
I
how
flew
all
there for
these
3
experts
years
are
in
coming from
Central Africa.
California and
And I
Alan
was a
Jackson's
general
backyard.
medical officer with various duties that included some teaching, but also seeing patients. So I did that for basically 3 years. I then returned to Ireland, and I spent the next 2 years. We're now talking about, by the way, the years I'm about to mention are 1976 to 78. So I was back in my home country, Ireland, and I spent those 2 years doing research and lecturing in pharmacology. Pharmacology is the study of drugs and how they act in the body. And I did that back at the same university where I had originally trained for medical school.
I wonder what kind of drug studying he was doing.
I came to the United States, initially to the University
I've studied a couple
of
drugs that goes into the body. I
and
don't know
I
if it's the
spent
same as he's talking about.
almost 3 years doing research there and lecturing in the field of genetics.
Tylenol.
It was during the time I was there that I decided to do forensic pathology. So starting in 1980, let me think for a second, 1982, I then had to start what's called a residency program in pathology. And the first part of that, the first year of that was in Loma Linda University Medical Center in Southern California. I then had to interrupt my residency training, and I had to go and work in family practice for a year. This was because I was going through the immigration system of the United States, and they required that people in my position work for a year in family practice in a manpower shortage area, as they designated it, an area where there weren't enough doctors. So I did that in a place called Yucca Valley, Y-U-C-C-A Valley, California.
I'll be right back.
But then after that year, I returned to the residency program and continued it on at Loma Linda University Medical Center. And this training was in what's called anatomic pathology, which in a way you can think of it as general pathology. It involved autopsies, it involved surgical pathology, looking at slides from surgery. It involved a few other things as well. And so I was doing that there at Loma Linda. Then from 86 to 88, I went to Los Angeles County, USC, which stands for University of Southern California. So LA County, USC, as it's generally known, for 2 years of training in neuropathology. Neuropathology being disease and injury of the brain, spinal cord, so forth. So that was from 86 to 88. And then in 1988, I went to the coroner's office, as it was then called. It's now a sheriff coroner's office, but at that time it was a coroner's office. And in San Bernardino, I did my 1 year required training in forensic pathology there. When I finished that year, I stayed on at the same office. And then in 1991, I was appointed chief medical examiner for the county. And as I mentioned earlier, I was in that position up until 2017. And I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, which I mentioned before is general pathology in a sense. Also neuropathology, as I mentioned about the brain and spinal cord primarily. And then finally, forensic pathology.
In other words, Dr. Sheridan, you're triple board certified, is that correct?
I am, yes. Mm-hmm.
And that's in anatomic pathology, neuropathology, and forensic pathology.
That's correct, yes.
Can you describe any relevant teaching positions that you've held?
Yes.
Just keep your voice up. I'm sorry, it's hard to hear back here.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, I still do some teaching, actually. First of all, I'm on the staff of Loma Linda University Medical Center, the place where I did my initial training. And I give lectures on a regular basis there to the pathology residents, like I used to be myself. And in addition to that, for a long time, for about 20 years actually, up until COVID, I was also giving annual, well, no, actually twice a year, courses on forensics at the University of California, Riverside Extension, as it's called. And I did that for, as I said, essentially 20 years, I think. But that stopped with COVID. So I haven't been doing that since the beginning of COVID epidemic. I've also given annual lectures, or not lectures, but courses, 3-day courses to the California Criminalistic Institute, which is part of the forensic system in California. And then in addition to that, I was associated with another university for a while, but that sort of gradually elapsed. And that's basically it. I give occasional lectures at, well, actually at least once a year at various other places, just individual lectures. I'm a visiting lecturer, in other words, and at community colleges and even high schools, actually. And then I forgot to mention one more thing. For 2 years, I was a visiting professor at a university in China, in what's called Hangzhou, I don't know if I pronounced it correctly even to this day, but Hangzhou, Hanzhou, whatever, HOU. It's a big city in China anyway, somewhere. And I was there for 2 years, on two different years, I mean, giving a course.
White flag. Throw the white flag out there.
And Dr.
You're overqualified. Let's do this.
For professional societies.
Of societies, yes. I've been a member, although I've let it lapse recently intentionally, but I've been a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners for many years. I'm also a member of the American Academy for the Advancement of Science, and also the American Forensic Institute, or the AAFS, American Academy of Forensic Science. I'm also a member of that.
And have you authored any peer-reviewed articles or publications in the areas of forensic pathology or neuropathology?
Yes, but not recently. When I was working, it was too busy to publish. But yes, I did author a few papers earlier on in my career. One of which it wasn't really neuropathology, but it was urology more than, well, it was actually neuropharmacology. And then I did author another paper on, that was related to my forensic pathology work, on organ donation, organ and tissue donation for transplantation. Those are the two main ones, but there were a couple of other lesser papers.
Can you describe your duties as the Chief Medical Examiner of San Bernardino County?
Yes, as Chief Medical Examiner, I had some administrative responsibilities. Fortunately, not too many, because there were other people to do it. But most of my responsibility there was supervising the medical part of the coroner's office. In other words, the autopsy section. And I was supervising other pathologists, but I was also working full-time doing autopsies myself. So I spent most of my time actually performing autopsies. But I did have, as I said, administrative roles and the role of supervising colleagues. And of course, as a medical examiner, as a forensic pathologist, I frequently had to testify in court, rather like I'm doing now. So that was another part of my duty.
And during the course of your professional experience, approximately how many autopsies do you believe you've conducted?
It's between 12 and 13,000. I think it's closer to 13,000.
And have you qualified as an expert in the areas of forensic pathology, neuropathology, and anatomic?
In courts, yes. Yes, well over 400 times.
How many was that?
Over 400.
And did you review materials related to this case in furtherance of coming to an opinion and conclusion about Mr. O'Keefe's injuries?
Yes, I did. I reviewed quite a lot of materials.
What did you review?
Okay, I reviewed the autopsy report on this case. Along with that, there was the neuropathology report, which was separate. There was a toxicology report. There were autopsy photographs. These were all of primary importance to me, all these things. Then I also reviewed the complaint in this case, outlining, in other words, the basic details of the case. I reviewed photographs taken at the scene of death of Mr. O'Keefe, photographs of the vehicle that was allegedly involved in his death, photographs of of the decedent himself before the autopsy, while he was at the hospital, at Good Samaritan Hospital. Then there was also some videos of the scene of death. I also saw the death certificate, a document by CERT, S-C-R-T, police reports from Canton Police Department. Am I missing anything out? I don't think so. Yeah.
Your Honor, permission to publish what's been previously marked as Exhibit 19.
Sure.
Dr. Sheridan, is this one of the photographs that you reviewed in reaching your opinions and conclusions in this case?
Yes, it is.
Could you describe the injuries that you see in this photograph?
These injuries that you're looking at here on the arm are abrasions, which are friction injuries, basically. We classify them under the general category of blunt force injury, but these particular ones are abrasions. Abrasions being where the outer layer of the skin, the epidermis as it's called, has been scraped off. These are friction injuries, essentially.
And based on your review of the information discussed earlier, can you tell, as well as your review of these photographs, can you tell whether these injuries were sustained before or after death?
These injuries were sustained before death. We call them ante-mortem, A-N-T-E, mortem meaning before death. And that's based primarily on their color. And you have to take other things into consideration, but that's the basics of it. If these had been post-mortem, they would have a more yellowish orange color, usually yellow.
In your professional opinion, based on a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, are those injuries consistent with being struck by a vehicle while holding a drinking glass?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Your Honor, can we approach, because clearly this guy is another overqualified person, and when the Dr. Russell was on the stand and saying that it was a dog bite, remember this, John?
Yeah.
That it was a dog bite, but Lally's like, no, you cannot ask her any other questions about, is the injuries on this body consistent with a car accident? You cannot ask this doctor, who's clearly qualified to answer it. You cannot ask him. Only a forensic pathologist can make this determination. Now you got the fucking guy that is overqualified, triple certified forensic pathologist. You're asking him.
I'm going to take this opportunity to ask you again to keep your voice up.
And
please,
Lally is still objecting.
My voice is not as strong as it used to be.
You are unmuted. We'll stop the AC for a while, then. We'll stop the air conditioning for a while, then. We want to make sure we hear you.
Okay.
Dr. Sheridan, are these injuries consistent with a motor vehicle accident, in your opinion?
Sustained.
I would say in general, no. I mean,
So that objection was sustained. I think Ms. Little's going to put it to you in a different way.
I'm sorry.
If you could assume, for purposes of this question, that this individual was involved in a motor vehicle collision as a pedestrian, based on your review of his photographs, are those injuries consistent with having been struck by a vehicle?
Objection.
Sustained. Why don't you come back for a minute?
Jesus, I mean, you got the girl out there. All you have to do is ask him in a certain way that, bitch ass Lally is just going to say, okay, I'll allow a person to say what we already know. No, it's not consistent of a vehicle running into him. That's why we brought this guy over here. And look at O'Keefe's brother.
Like they're trying to hold on to any kind of thread they got.
It's like, please, sir, don't say the one sentence that blows up the whole case. Stop.
On individuals who are involved in pedestrian vehicle motor collisions.
Involved in what pedestrian vehicle?
Yes.
Yeah, well over 100.
What other experience do you have in terms of conducting autopsies with?
She didn't lay the foundation, apparently.
Motor vehicle collisions.
Well, I mean, if you take motor vehicle accidents in general, they'd be probably nearly a quarter of my total number of autopsies. So in other words, that'd be close to 3,000. Yeah, that's about right.
3,000.
Based on your professional experience, what is your opinion regarding whether those injuries are consistent with a pedestrian being struck by a motor vehicle?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
I'm going to allow it, Lally. Now sit your ass down.
Can you answer that?
I can answer it, yes.
Yeah, I could answer it the last
Okay.
10 times it was asked.
Okay, but
And
the
was
question
good.
was to be precise. Can you just rephrase it? I mean, I said yes, I can answer.
Oh my
but I
God,
can't
don't
remember
ask it
exactly how you
again,
phrased it.
Jesus.
Yes, based on your extensive training and experience, what is your opinion regarding whether those injuries are consistent with an individual being struck by a vehicle?
If you mean struck in that part of the body, on the arm, like
Yes.
directly, I would say no, it doesn't look like that at all.
And can you explain that?
Well, if you're hit by a vehicle, whichever part of your body is hit, if it's a significant impact at all, you're going to get bruising, and we don't have any bruising here. We just have what I would call linear abrasions without any bruising. So that does not look to me at all remotely like an impact from a motor vehicle.
Not even remotely, Aaron Gilbreth.
Individual's arm were struck by the rear of a motor vehicle.
Well, as I just said a second ago, primarily a lot of bruising, and that's what we don't see here. You might see, well, depending on the circumstances, you might see other things like a fracture or fractures, but you would at least expect bruising.
In your professional opinion, based on your many years of experience, have
Good
you
morning,
conducted any
Dante. Good
autopsies
morning, my
involving
friend from across the
individuals
pond.
who were involved in any sort of animal attack?
Animal attacks in general, yes, quite a few actually. Well, when I say quite a few, it's not an enormously common event, but I've done probably at least a dozen or so involving deaths where an animal was involved one way or another.
Have you conducted any autopsies in which any individual was attacked by a dog?
Yes, I have a few.
Can you describe that for the jury?
Well, I'd have to just refresh my memory out of the blue here. But first of all, I had a number of cases, 3 or 4, I think, over the years involving children. It was primarily children who were killed by feral dogs, and the dogs attacked the kid, and killed them. So I had that a few times. But then I've also had cases where an animal or a dog particularly was involved, but wasn't the actual cause of death, so to speak, but they were involved in something that was happening and left some traces of their activity in the form of bite marks or scratch marks.
In your professional opinion, are those injuries consistent with an animal attack?
Are they consistent with what?
An animal attack.
I would say they are, yes. I'm not 100% sure about this, but my initial reaction when I saw this photograph was that it was probably an animal mark, and most likely I would say a dog. Scrape marks with the paws, and possibly also a bite mark or from the teeth as well. Possibly. I'm not 100% sure. I didn't get a chance to analyze it right there on the spot, so to speak. But my basic impression is that these were consistent with marks caused by, say, a dog using his paws or claws, if you want to put it that way, and possibly the teeth as well.
And if there's a pointer up there, would it be possible to direct the jury to the injuries that you're referring to on the screen?
Dr. Russell definitely has more experience than this guy when it comes to dog bites. Yeah, what's going on, James? James has actually met this guy. He doesn't need his whole life story. He's already met this dude before.
Okay.
Once or twice. You met him maybe once or twice. San Bernardino cane, my friend.
Just testified are consistent with scratch marks.
Actually, in a sense, they're all consistent with scratch marks in the sort of the more generic sense of their, whether it's the paws or the teeth, they're going across the skin rather than going straight into it. So they're all of these marks are generally consistent with, if you want to call them, scratch marks. So I don't know if this will work on the screen, but you basically got what looks like this one pair there with possibly a third one, one in the middle. There are two very clear parallel marks there with another one fainter in the center. Then you have, going closer to the elbow, you've got another 2 or 3, whichever way you look at that. At the elbow itself, you have, that part of the elbow there is what I would think is the most likely candidate here for a bite mark, because it has something of the configuration of the outline of teeth. And then the ones on the forearm are a little bit less obvious, but they're still consistent in general with, I would say, claw marks or maybe from the teeth.
I agree, Dante. Can you imagine his Halloween display? I bet you it's out of this world, dude.
And he was struck with the rear taillight of a 7,000-pound Lexus only on the arm, such that it spun him around and propelled him 30 feet. Do you have an opinion as to whether or not these arm injuries are consistent with that scenario?
Objection.
All right, I'll see you at sidebar.
See it sidebar. This is the guy who's qualified to make that determination, but this guy really doesn't really know shit about the case, which is what you want. You don't want him to have had a subscription to the Boston Globe in the last century. This person has to be clearly untrained, uncoached, looking at it for the first time pretty damn much. That's what you're wanting here. And that's what you're getting. This guy's like, I don't know. I'm looking at it for the first time. It looks like definitely the same thing when anyone in the world looks at it for the first time. It looks like dog scratches and dog bites.
Yeah.
It's like,
absolutely.
I didn't need to be triple certified to see that. I mean, any of the jurors, anyone looking online can see that looks like dog scratch, dog bite. But this person's actually qualified to tell it, and he's not saying it loud enough so anyone in the courtroom can hear it. We can hear it at home because it's on the microphone, but no one in the court can hear anything he's saying. So that's why the air conditioner's off. And this is the first witness that the defense has called that needs to have the air conditioner turned off because they cannot project their voice loud enough. So there you go.
Yeah, it'll
Oh, and while we're at break, let's look at this real quick.
Home. Can you imagine? She was inside with her husband and 2 of her 4 children. She watched this group of both residents and strangers converge on her home. Can you imagine the terror she must have felt for the safety of her children based on the state of the world today? Again, this is a witness in a case. Additionally, I know it's been circulated that John O'Keefe had conversations with Canton police detectives related to drug activity in that neighborhood. Well, I'm here to confirm that. He absolutely did. He reached out to the detective unit directly. However, none, and let me repeat that, none of his well-documented correspondence with us included anyone alleged by Aidan Kearney to be involved in this case. The point I'm trying to underscore with these statements, with the examples that I put forth as well, is the same one I was trying to. She was inside.
So the Canton Select Board meeting is confirming that John O'Keefe had made numerous allegations, plus a neighbor who had kids inside that felt threatened, that Colin Albert is out there dealing drugs and threatening people in the neighborhood. And this is the current chief of police in this Canton Select Board meeting confirming that all of those reports were in fact true and honest, and that he was saying that Colin was a drug dealer, and it was causing a bunch of problems in the neighborhood. So when you said it's well documented, there's the person from the police department confirming that, yes, I'm here to tell you and set the record straight. There is a reason why Colin Albert would want to confront John O'Keefe. There's a motive right there because he had been reporting him to the police for his drug activity in the neighborhood.
Refresh my memory. Colin was at the house that night or no?
Yeah, he's the one that's driving the Ford Edge, the light Ford Edge.
Oh.
He's the young kid, like, bang, bang. And, he's going to F you up. And he's the young kid that has the motive, John O'Keefe's neighbor. He's Chris Albert's son. And, family members with the Alberts. He was the high school punk with the attitude problem. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about now.
So he's one of the guys. Brian Higgins is the other one, and then Brian Albert himself having boxing and martial art experience, and then his dog that's very aggressive. You know, those are the three characters that are assumed to be the people who were involved in beating up John O'Keefe. The Colin Albert, the kid, Brian Albert, Uncle Brian, and then Brian Higgins, those three, we need a DNA swab on both of those guys and send it to that lab. Match that up with the stains and the samples that they have in the DNA testing and see what we get. Camo.
Did I read the Albert family may have been tied to the mob back in the day?
I don't know about that. I think if you have a badge, I think it's easy to make that authoritative connection. All right. Well, we just came back from break just to go back to the fans. So, I mean, come on, man. Come on, man.
And the reason I asked that, I saw your repost.
Yeah. Which one? Which one of the 8,000 of them?
The Albert, 8,000 too. The Albert crime family.
Oh, I said the Albert crime family because they're sitting on the stoop of like The Sopranos. You ever see The Sopranos?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Where like Tony Soprano, they're sitting out on the stoop at Satry Alleys, and they have that little table outside, and they're running their business. It's kind of like what looked like Chris Albert's D&E Pizza Shop, where you have all these little hood rats sitting on the stoop of the building. That's why I said it looked like the picture from The Sopranos. But no, I don't think they're in a crime family. But speaking of criminal activity, let's see what the governor of Massachusetts has to say.
Maura, what kind of investigation do you plan on doing with the state police after the Karen Reed trial? Maura.
Happy Pride, guys. Thanks so much.
This is the governor.
What kind of investigation do you plan on doing with the state police after the Karen Reed trial, Maura? You want to shake everyone else's hand, but not mine?
That'd be yeah.
I mean, I don't know if I like that. It's like, dude, if you're going to have the camera, say, hey, Governor Laura, hey, let me ask you a couple questions. You wait till she gets in the car and they're like, oh, you don't want to shake my, like, bitch, you should have asked those questions like a minute ago when she was out of the car, when you were keeping your mouth shut, you know? So I don't know. That stuff doesn't get too much weight with me.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like the police that don't want to tell people what's going on till the handcuffs are on. Other than that, they don't want to say nothing to them. It's like, come on, dog. Yeah, open up your lips and start talking a little earlier. You just have a camera in your hand, and you're just asking a question. But it's the governor, so you're waiting for her to get in the car. So you can like, well, they didn't want to talk to me and stuff. They just took off and didn't want to answer these questions that I never even asked until they were getting in the car. It's like, give me a break.
Yeah, I think right now that everybody's trying to steer away from him to see what the outcome is. But I mean, he does have a point. I mean, it's a valid question. I mean, even at this point, that's what I was saying. I think last week, I'd be surprised if you don't see some kind of a internal investigation going on.
Oh, there's already internal investigation going on. I mean, shit, you got the FBI. The FBI, it's going to come up in this. What you're like, how did you get this information? Who hired you? I mean, the door is cracked open. The door is going to be completely open. You know, at some point, they're going to say that they were hired by the FBI. They're going to try not to, but it's going to come up. If Lally asks enough stupid questions, it will come up. And once again, we are still looking at the fan in the Karen Reed murder trial. Believe me, fam. Believe me. I will not let you down. This is what you're missing. So don't worry. I got you. But going over, how was the weekend there, Mr. Johnny John?
It was very hot here in North Carolina. So Saturday, it got up to, supposed to get up to 95, but the outside thermometer under an awning said it was 97. And we were at the pool most of the day, but even the water temperature got up to 87. Yesterday, I think it was up to about 96. And today it's supposed to be that hot all week. So
we're talking about the weather here.
Yeah. So, well, we spent Saturday at the pool, spent most of the day yesterday at the pool, done a little grilling.
Well, you can't spend your whole week cleaning the damn pool and not jump in it on the weekends.
No, I wasn't cleaning. No, I wasn't cleaning. I was actually enjoying it.
No, but I meant is every time I talk to you, you're out there cleaning the pool, like the pool
that
boy.
Is a job. So if anybody ever thinks about getting a pool, you better talk to people who.
Yeah. So if you're at the pool cleaning the pool 2-3 days a week, and the weekends, you better be jumping in the damn pool. Is what I was saying.
Yeah, I was in it. Yeah, no, I was in it. So yeah, we just chilled out. I mean, it was too hot to do anything. I mean, even the grass outside is dry.
Yeah,
I mean, it's bad.
Too hot to fish, too hot for golf. What's the next one? Yeah, too cold at home. Here's
downpour last night, but
the downpour. And that's the weather with
law enforcement injuries.
Johnny
Dr. Renschler, though, I have some concerns.
Or lacerations.
Injuries that you were informed by the medical examiner that Mr. O'Keefe has sustained.
They are consistent with a pedestrian collision.
They're not the classic pedestrian injuries that we observe, no.
The lacerations of the arm from the tail light, the dent with the scratches for his hand could be.
In Massachusetts, biomechanical engineers are not qualified to testify as to medical causation of an injury. Only an MD can do that. So
blunt force injuries, I believe it was abrasions, striking the Lexus. When you look at the damage, he would have interacted with that left side of the vehicle. And when he got struck by the vehicle on the left side, it would have caused his vehicle to rotate kind of counterclockwise. And then when that rotation, he could turn into his back, and his back could have struck the ground. I noted at the scene that there was asphalt curbing, which could have somewhere he could have struck his head in there or somewhere along.
I'm going to reserve ruling.
Any of the pavement would have caused damage on both sides of the body. Blunt force injuries.
Dr. Renschler, though, I have some concerns.
Or lacerations.
Injuries that you were informed by the medical examiner that Mr. O'Keefe has sustained.
They are consistent with a pedestrian collision.
They're not the classic pedestrian.
Yeah, I mean, just the internet just goes on and on and on and on and on.
Back and forth. So yeah. So how was your weekend?
My weekend was just waiting for the Karen Reed murder trial to start on Monday. Today, I was just like, man, I just can't wait. No, I did put together a little video. Since I knew I was going to be busy today, tomorrow, and Wednesday with Karen Reed murder trial, trying to do a little work. And if everyone knows that we're going to Untactical Texan. We're going to be having an event for our company at Untactical Texan's place of work. And so we're going to be doing that. I've been making videos with it. And if you care to see one, since we have a second, I'll show it to you right now. Here's what it looks like. Video I made yesterday.
You're listening to Kingdom Radio.
What's going on, friends and fam? We're over here at No Label Brewing in Katy, Texas.
I love my occupation. If you don't like your life, then you should go and change.
July 18th. That's Thursday, July 18th. We're going to have a Christmas in July celebration, and it's going to be awesome right here at No Label Brewery in Katy, Texas.
Every single day. Every single day. Every single day.
We're definitely going to be there July 18th.
Every single day. Every single day.
And then if you watch the video that long, it breaks out a little Jay-Z. Breaks out a little Jay-Z here. So yeah, I make videos like that, bro.
So I'll see counsel.
So they take a break to go take another side by. So you come back, you go on a fucking 10-minute, 15-minute break. So the senior citizen doctor can go to the bathroom and you can turn the air conditioner on for a second just to come back from a 15-minute break to go to a sidebar. You know, it's obvious the guy's his testimony so damning to the Commonwealth, saying that he did not hit the car with his arm. There's no bruising on it, and he did not travel 30 feet to his final resting place. It didn't happen.
Are muted.
And the last thing they want to do is have this old man talk about that right now. What's up, Dante?
Jimmy, I'll look at this.
So, there's been other YouTube creators jumping on this Karen Reed trial, and I did not watch the video, but there was one that was done 10 months ago. It said the judge in the Karen Reed trial was asked to recuse herself. What was that about?
Who recused herself?
Judge Bev. Apparently 10 months ago. I'm gonna try to find the video.
Oh yeah, they were saying that she should have recused herself, but she didn't because she has connections with the family.
You are unmuted.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, everyone said, oh no, it all started with him. Turtle Boy had the whole thing. I watched the whole damn thing last night. But yeah, Colin Albert was definitely taking the pictures, and he's the one that started it. But then he sat there and he wasn't getting engaged as much. He was staying aside. He wasn't getting confrontational because, he already killed a police officer. So, I mean, maybe at this point in life, you should probably, pump the brakes, as you would say. Pump the brakes a little bit. You already killed a police officer. Just relax a little bit for the rest of your life. But yeah, Colin Albert's the one who started it.
All right, go right ahead, Miss Little, in a loud voice.
Thank you. And Dr. Sheridan, I'll ask you to also just keep your voice up for this question.
I'll try.
No, this question specifically, keep your voice up.
With his arm outstretched like this and was struck by the rear of an SUV only in his arm at 24 miles per hour. Are the injuries in Exhibit 19 consistent with that scenario?
No, I do not think so.
Can you describe that?
Well, as I think I've already mentioned before, one thing that's not there that should be there, given that idea, that scenario, is there should be bruising, at least bruising, if not perhaps even more than that, but bruising for sure. Secondly, the appearance of these injuries, their pattern, if you want to just call it that, the way they're distributed doesn't seem to fit the idea of the rear of a vehicle being the impacting object.
A smooth surface. Smooth surface, light.
You could do. There'd be other factors involved as to it depends on a lot of things, but it's possible, yeah.
I'd like to direct your attention to the injury that Mr. O'Keefe sustained to his head. Do you recall that injury?
To the head?
To the head.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Could you describe that injury for the jury?
Well, there were a few minor injuries on the face, but the major injury, and indeed the main cause of death, was an impact to the back of the head, slightly to the right of the midline of the back of the head, and where there was a laceration. A laceration is another type of blunt force trauma, but this is a laceration is where the skin is actually opened up or it's split, so you get bleeding from a laceration. So there was a laceration, as I said, in the back of the scalp, in what's called the occipital area. And beneath that, when
the fastest run from
the bruising, hemorrhage, in other words, in the scalp at that same point, there was a fracture that started at that point in the skull, but traveled all the way forward to the frontal areas of the skull. So you have the impact. The impact site is clear because, as I said, you got the laceration.
My name
That's
is
where the
Sandra
impact was. So you have the impact with the scalp hemorrhage there, and the skull fractures. Then the brain itself. It had injuries, significant injuries. First of all, there was bleeding on the surface of the brain, and that's very common in situations like this. But in addition to that, there were extensive bruises. Contusions is the real word, actually, but they are essentially bruises of the brain substance itself, and that they were in several different parts of the brain, including the frontal areas, which are near the forehead, and also the temporal, which are towards the side, more or less. And then there was also hemorrhage deep inside the brain in the ventricles, which are open areas in the center of the brain. All of these things were described in the neuropathology report, and you can see them in the photographs that were part of the neuropathology report as well as the autopsy. Because of, as a result of, I should say, the injury to the brain began to swell, and that's what it usually does after major trauma. And as a result of the swelling, you had what's called herniation, where the brain, if you want to think of it this way, the brain is trying to expand, but it can't because the skull is around it. So it begins to put pressure of pushing, especially downwards towards the top of the spinal cord. And eventually, as happened in this case, is quite clear from the photographs, the brain herniated downwards, the brainstem particularly herniated downwards, and this would have been the final straw, so to speak. That's what would lead to respiratory failure and death. So this was a fatal injury for certain.
And what impact would that type of injury have had on the individual after sustaining it?
Yeah, once this injury occurred, once this impact occurred, Mr. O'Keefe would have been unconscious. He would still be capable of breathing for a while until that brain swelling took over and pushed the brainstem down. But he would immediately from the point of impact, he would have been unconscious for sure.
He have been able to stand up, move, or walk?
No, he would have been unconscious completely.
Where's the pool of blood that would have been there?
Whether that injury is consistent with having been struck on the ground on dirt or grass?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite get the question.
I'll rephrase it. That was a poorly worded question. Is that injury consistent with striking dirt or grass?
Like, for example, falling onto grass?
Yes.
No, I don't think so. If there's a fall involved here, and there could be, it would be onto a hard surface. But the grass, and as I understand from all the material I reviewed, there was also some snow, and so that might even cushion the impact even a little bit more. But even without the snow, grass is basically too soft for somebody falling and hitting their head on it to get the injuries I've just described.
In addition to focusing on the injuries that were present, what significance do you place on the absence of injuries in conducting an autopsy?
What significance do I put on what?
In addition to focusing on the injuries that are present, what significance do you place on the absence of injuries when conducting an autopsy?
Well, as you put it there, it's a rather general question, but I mean, when you're doing an autopsy, you obviously want to see what is there and what's not, and everything can be relevant, including absent things. Now, in this particular case, there are a number of features of things that are absent that are important. I've already alluded to one, and that is on the arm. If that was an impact from a vehicle, I would expect bruising. But do you want me to continue?
Yes.
Yeah. But if Mr. O'Keefe was struck with, it depends obviously what part of the body is theoretically involved. But if a vehicle hits you, whether it's the back of the vehicle or the front, you're going to have, as long as it's not going extremely slowly, if it's going at any speed at all, any significant speed, it's going to cause at least bruising. And that in this particular case, one of the things that struck me was that there was a distinct absence of bruising on the torso. It was the chest, abdomen, hips, whatever. And also, in most cases that I've ever been involved in where a pedestrian was hit by a vehicle, there are injuries on the legs, including fractures, which are very common on the legs. So the absence of all of these things in this case, I think, is important.
Have you conducted autopsies involving individuals who were involved in fights or altercations?
Yes, many, many times.
Approximately how many?
Gosh, I have no idea, and it's been a lot. I mean, I've done I said earlier that between over 12, maybe 13,000 total autopsies. Of those, I'm only giving you estimates here, but over 1,000 would have been homicides. Of those, probably maybe a fifth, or about 200, would have involved blunt force trauma instead of, for example, a firearm or something like that. And in those cases, and of course, so all of those and other cases involving sharp force, homicides involving sharp force may have evidence of a struggle as well. So it's in the hundreds, yeah.
In your expert medical opinion, are Mr. O'Keefe's injuries consistent with a fight or a physical altercation?
In a general sense, they can be. They could be, yes. He had, I alluded to it just briefly before, but the head injury, the major head injury I've described, but he also had a laceration over his right eyelid. He had some scrape marks on his face. He also had some bruises on the back of his right hand, which that kind of injury on the hands can be what we call a defensive injury. In other words, an injury that occurs when you're protecting yourself and you're hit hit either with another fist or with a hard object, and you're protecting yourself. So I would say that some of these findings I've just mentioned are consistent with the possibility of a physical altercation.
Physical altercation.
Thank you. If I could have one moment.
Sure.
Consult with Alan Jackson to make sure I've asked all those questions.
Okay, Mr. Allen?
Thank you.
Everybody, welcome James, who is now live in the studio. What's up, James?
Howdy, guys.
Yeah. What time zone are you on, bro?
Pacific. I'm in Nevada.
Okay. Yeah, I seen it. As you comment, it says like 3:33 p.m. Like every single comment, 3:33 p.m. I was like,
Morning, Doctor.
Morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Injuries that you were just testifying about with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, they were on his right knee, his right arm, as well as the back right side of his head. Is that correct?
Yes, I forgot to mention the knee, but yes, there were injuries in those places, yes.
And understandable, but this isn't an autopsy you performed yourself, correct?
I did not perform myself, no.
You never saw the body. You're looking at photographs and reports, correct?
Yeah, I'm going by the photographs and the autopsy report, yes.
And contained within the materials that you reviewed, did you ever look at Mr. O'Keefe's medical records from the Good Samaritan?
Look at whose medical records, Mr. O'Keefe's?
Yes.
I looked at the medical records from Good Samaritan Hospital, where he was pronounced dead, yes.
Okay, so you did look at those as well?
I did look at those, yeah. I thought I mentioned it earlier. Maybe I forgot.
Now,
no, you didn't. Lally forgot.
Lally's a
with
fucking
regard to,
idiot.
What you reviewed of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, you saw no injuries to his left arm, correct?
To his left arm? No, I don't think so. No.
No injuries to his left leg, correct?
No. Mm-hmm.
Injuries to his torso that you saw?
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
And no injuries to the back left side of his head, is that correct as well?
That's correct, yes. Mm-hmm.
Now, you indicated that you observed or reviewed the autopsy reports as well as autopsy photographs and the death certificate, correct?
I did, yes. Mm-hmm.
Now, do you agree with Dr. Scortibello's determination as to the cause of death being multiple blunt force type injuries in conjunction with hypothermia?
I do agree with her, yes. Mm-hmm.
And you reviewed also the neuropathology report by Dr. Stonebridge?
I did, yes. Mm-hmm.
And do you agree or concur with the findings of Dr. Stonebridge contained within that report?
Yes, that there were photographs taken during the neuropathology examination which were independent confirmation to me of the things described in the report. Yes.
Now, with regard to autopsies that you performed in the past, well, let me ask you this first. As far as the injuries that you observed in the photographs to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, they were not the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's death, correct?
No, they were not.
With regard to autopsies that you performed in the past, in regard to there being some sort of animal involved, as you were testifying before, is it normal to see just injuries related to an animal attack on just one portion of one piece of body?
Sure.
Yes, in a general way. I mean, as I mentioned, I think when I was answering the question about the cases I've done involving animals, I tried to divide them into two groups because there's an important difference. Some of those cases were cases where the animals were responsible for the death itself. As I said, a bunch of feral dogs in one case, particularly that I remember. Another was a case where it wasn't a whole bunch of them, but there were two dogs, large dogs, and they killed the victims' children. So those individuals had multiple injuries, including deep bite marks that were fatal, particularly in the neck area. But they also had, I'm stretching my memory a bit because it's a while since I did these cases, but I do have a general recollection that in in those cases, I should say, in addition to the fatal injuries, there were also some non-fatal sort of things like paw marks. And I can't remember the distribution though on the body.
Can you remember as far as whether or not these injuries that you observed in not taking the child fatalities with the dog's maul, I'm presuming that those involved injuries to significant and extensive parts of the body, is that correct?
Yeah, those are the ones where the animals caused the death, yes.
So in the other instances that you were talking about, do you recall even whether or not those injuries that you observed were ante-mortem or post-mortem?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the last part.
The other ones that you were talking about as far as the other animal attacks that you've seen,
Yeah.
do you recall whether or not the injuries that you observed in those instances were ante-mortem or post-mortem?
Oh, ante-mortem. Well, actually, in one of the cases that comes to mind, the marks appeared to be post-mortem, and that was this person was actually a homicide victim, and they were lying outdoors, and their own dog. This was according to police, though, who came on the scene. When they arrived, there was a dog that turned out to be the victim's own dog, was pawing at the body, but the person was dead. But in another case that I can think of, the scratch marks from dog paws were ante-mortem. And they were confined to one place only. I'm trying to remember what part of the body. This case, I had to testify later on. In this case that I'm thinking of now, the paw marks were limited to just one location. I can't remember exactly where they were, though. Whether it was the leg or the arm, I can't remember.
And that was post-mortem injuries that you're talking about there, correct?
No, in the second case here, they were ante-mortem. So in other words, there's been post-mortem and ante-mortem. Yes.
The injuries that you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's arm were to the posterior part of his arm, correct?
Yes, basically the posterior.
No injuries that you observed on the anterior portion or the other side of the right arm, correct?
That's correct.
Now they're trying to say maybe the dog did it after, right?
What you're talking about as far as animal attack on any other part.
He's laying on the ground dying,
That's so correct,
and a dog was walking down the street in the snow and started ripping him through his shirt.
Definitively what type
Nope, sorry. The pattern of the wounds are very
That's correct,
consistent with
yeah.
defending oneself from a dog.
You can't say,
So, good luck.
It was an animal or was a dog, what breed of dog that was, is that correct?
No, but if I had to try, and if I said,
Not asking you to try, sir, I'm just asking.
Okay.
Please don't try. Lally's such an idiot. Go ahead, Lally. This is good.
no, I can't tell you what breed. No.
You can't say whether or not those injuries were inflicted inside a house or outside of a house. Is that correct?
Yeah, I have no idea.
You can't say when they occurred, correct?
Only that they were
Dante.
when he was still alive. Yeah, but other than that, no. And they are fresh looking. I mean, in this generally, so they look like they happened very shortly before death.
And when you say a short time, you're talking about hours?
Minutes to hours, I would say.
Minutes to hours, but you can't.
I mean, I'm talking just based on the injuries themselves alone, leaving anything else out. You can't time injuries as exactly as you might think from CSI or one of these television programs, but they are generally fresh for sure.
They weren't from the week
Just
before.
looking at those on their own, I would have to say minutes to hours, yes.
Yeah, they were definitely within 24 hours of death.
At some point, were you given or did you review any files from a lab at the University of California, Davis?
I'm not sure. In relation to what?
So are you aware that the State Police Lab in Massachusetts swabbed areas of the sleeve on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe and sent samples from that in the areas of where the injuries occurred on his right arm, and then sent that to a lab at UC Davis? Are you aware of that?
I'm not sure that I remember that. No.
Are you aware Michael Proctor sent the?
Unaware then that when that was tested, there was no canine DNA found from any of those swabbings in the area where the injuries that you're describing as scratch marks or bite marks occurred?
I wasn't aware of that. I must have missed it.
Are you aware of any sort of bite history or a specific animal at 34 Fairview being involved in attacks on other dogs?
I'm sorry, I don't think I understood that question.
Were you aware that there was a dog that resided at 34 Fairview Road?
Am I aware that there was a dog there?
Yes.
I was informed there was, yes.
Were you also informed that that dog, months later, after January of 2022, was involved in an incident in which it attacked another dog? Humans intervened
And sent 2 lesbians to the hospital.
No, I didn't know that.
Were you aware that there were photographs of an actual bite mark from that actual dog months after January 29th? Were you shown any of that?
No, I don't believe I was.
Now, sir, did you write a report in relation to what you observed or anything in regard to your opinion or your testimony that you're testifying to here today?
I didn't write a report as such, but I signed a declaration early on in my involvement in this case.
And that was a declaration or an affidavit that you signed under the pains and penalties of perjury back on January 31st, 2023. Is that correct?
Sorry, what did you say about that?
When you're talking about a declaration, you're referring to an affidavit that you filed with the court under the pains and penalties of perjury in January of 2023.
I didn't think it was January, but however, I thought there was only one, so whatever you have.
Now, at any point in time were you made aware that there were microscopic pieces of the defendant's tail light as small as 1/16 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch that were found in Mr. O'Keefe's clothing?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
That were found in Mr. O'Keefe's what?
Mr. O'Keefe's shirts.
I don't remember that specifically.
And that those pieces were then found to be consistent with the defendant's tail light.
Like I said, I don't remember that particular part.
The microscopic tail light we planted on his shirt is what I'm talking about, sir. Do you know about this?
Housing that was consistent with Mr. O'Keefe.
You know.
I asked about that myself, but I think the answer I got was no.
Now, were you ever told about a piece of human hair that was found on the right rear quarter panel near the area where there was a dent on the back right of the defendant's vehicle?
No, I don't remember that.
He's just bringing up all the bullshit, stuff that he has to remind the jury.
DNA testing, and it was consistent.
Yep.
That of Mr. O'Keefe to a degree of 99.895%.
You talk about a hair sample now. Yeah. No, I didn't have that.
He didn't check with Michael Proctor before he testified. Sorry, Lally. Everyone else will consider Jennifer McCabe and Michael Proctor's testimony first.
Characteristics of a blunt object can then be transferred to the victim in the form of pattern abrasions that match the characteristics of that blunt object?
Yes.
Now, of the photographs, you reviewed photographs of the scene, photographs of the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
You're aware that there were a number of different pieces of the defendant's taillight that were photographed as well. Did you ever see those?
I did, yes.
Do you recall seeing any piece of a clear plastic taillight piece that was recovered on January 29th, along with Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker that had dimpling on the outside of that clear piece of plastic?
I can't. I remember seeing the pictures of the glass fragments, but I don't remember any more specifics than that.
Do you know what a compression abrasion is?
What?
Compression abrasion.
Yeah, although it's not a term we use all the time, but however, yes.
And a compression abrasion can occur when there's direct pressure from a blunt object together with slight rubbing movements that produce skin and epidermal crushing. Is that correct?
Yeah, you have to have some lateral movement as well, though, to get an abrasion.
Sir,
Indian burn.
Lally has this whole thing figured out, sir. You just need to listen to what he's saying.
Yeah, really. He knows more than you do.
Now, when you were talking about prior autopsies that you've done involving pedestrian collisions, is it fair to say that most of those pedestrian collisions that you were doing autopsies on involved pedestrians being struck by the front of the vehicle?
Yeah, mostly the front.
So mostly it's a pedestrian sort of crossing the street or standing in the street who's then struck by the front of the vehicle, correct?
Yeah, I think they were all. I have actually done a couple of cases where children were hit by the back of a reversing vehicle. This was in the days before they had the rear videos on cars that they have now. But so those cases were impacts against the back of the vehicle. But most pedestrian cases, yeah, are, as you say, they're the front of the vehicle hitting the person.
Well, I mean, vehicles go forward 99.9% of the time, so.
Are you aware that there were rear backup cameras?
But a lot of accidents happen in reverse.
Well, yeah, because that's the time that you're not paying attention. You don't actually have as good field of view as when you're going in front. So most of the accidents are going to happen when you're going in reverse. But cars go forward most of the time.
What you're talking about as far as a rear vehicle pedestrian collision, is that typically sort of the where on the vehicle? Let me ask you this first. When you are doing an autopsy in relation to a pedestrian collision, much of the information that you're gaining about that is what you receive from the investigating agency, whether it's the police or something like that, correct?
It varies a lot from one case to another. Sometimes you get or virtually no information about the accident, because some of these cases I've done, some of them were witnessed, some weren't. Let's put it that way. Yeah. So when they weren't witnessed, and when the person was just found later or sometime afterwards, you wouldn't have necessarily any. The vehicle would typically not be there. These would be hit and run type situations. And so in those cases, you wouldn't have all that kind of information. So it varies. It varies.
And understanding that it varies, but primarily what I'm saying is whatever information as far as the body comes in and you're going to conduct an autopsy, there would be some information from law enforcement or witness statements or something as to what type of death this is, as far as gunshot wound, stabbing, pedestrian collision, something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. But like I said, in those unwitnessed cases of pedestrians, I might be given the information that it's probably a pedestrian fatality from a car.
And when it comes to pedestrian collisions, and most of which...
Well, at least he's drinking Fiji water. I'll give him that.
I was about to say that.
...in the roadway, is that correct?
Yeah.
And are you familiar with what role sort of the center of mass of that person versus the center of mass of where they're struck plays in reference to their injuries?
Yeah, it could be that can have a big effect on how the body reacts to the impact.
So most of the time when you're talking about sort of lower extremity injuries or pelvic fractures or things like that, that's in a frontal collision with the pedestrian, correct?
Most of them were, yeah. I mean, the ones that involved being backed over, and they were children. I can't remember the exact distribution of their injuries, except the vehicle went right over them. I do remember that. But anyway, the answer to your question, maybe I'm wandering in my mind. So can you ask me again?
I think you've answered it. So my next question, sir, is when it comes to the rear end collisions, primarily being children, you would agree with me that they have a lower center of mass than a 6'1", 200 something.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yes.
And so as far as them being run over, they're going to get struck. They're probably going to fall to the ground, and then the vehicle is going to go over. Correct?
That's right. Yeah.
And so how many autopsies have you conducted in regard to pedestrian collisions where they've been sideswiped by the back of the vehicle?
I can't remember.
Yeah, this one, it didn't happen like that either.
not off the top of my head, no.
And so if someone is struck by the right rear portion of a vehicle and then projected away from the vehicle based on speed, based on force, based on whatever, would you then expect to see those same type of pelvic fractures or lower extremity injuries that you talked about with a frontal collision?
Well, it depends on the exact position of the victim at the moment of impact. And of course, it could be a lot of different things. They could be, the victim could be facing the vehicle, they could be sideways on, they could have their back. But you're going to see bruising somewhere in that area, in one of those areas, either on the back, the side, whatever, or the front. I would expect to see bruising, significant bruising.
Unless the collision was instantly fatal, there would be bruising.
Sort of dependent or variable depending on how the victim pedestrian interacted with the vehicle. Isn't that correct?
Yes, but I'd expect bruising for sure. I mean, whether you get fractures and so forth will depend on, or for that matter, internal injuries, depends on a variety of factors. But you're going to get bruising for sure.
Now, you did see bruising on Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, correct?
Yes.
So there was some bruising.
Small bruising. It looked like 2, possibly 3, almost confluent or close together bruises.
Were you aware?
Somewhat consistent with being bitten.
Mr. O'Keefe was last seen sort of on video exiting from a bar at about 12:11 a.m. holding a cocktail glass in his right hand?
I vaguely remember that, yes.
Were you also aware that there were pieces of a cocktail glass with Mr. O'Keefe's DNA on it that were found right in the general vicinity of where his body was found?
That I don't remember.
So he stole the glass from the bar.
She took the glass and slashed his arm after she ran into him. Fuck you, John. I'm going to slash your arm a couple of times and make it look like a dog, and I'm out of here.
Different patterns to the injuries that you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm. So my question for you, doctor, is it your testimony that those, what you're terming as animal bites or scratches, were they caused at one time or multiple times, or how many times are we talking about?
You mean on different occasions?
As far as in, there are multiple abrasions, as you've termed them, and you're attributing them to an animal attack, correct?
I think that's the most likely explanation for these, yes.
And so my question is, sir, is that from the dog or the animal or whatever it is scratching Mr. O'Keefe once, more than once, based on what you observed in
Well, it's more than once. When I had the laser pointer here, I think I pointed to roughly, 1, 2, 3, 4 different areas. So it looks like, and you have, maybe there's an additional, the ones on the lower forearm, I should say, are harder to figure out. But it looks like 4, maybe 5 separate.
4 or 5 separate sort of swipes, whether they be with mouth or claws or whatever.
Yeah, that's correct.
And so is it your testimony that it's not possible that Mr. O'Keefe received that from some part of the motor vehicle, or a glass shattering, or shattering from a taillight, or any sort of metal pieces underneath contained within that taillight housing?
Oh, why would you ask him this question?
They don't look remotely like that to me.
Yeah, why would you ask him that?
Is he trying to establish reasonable doubt?
Stupid
I thought this
question,
was the
Alex.
prosecutor.
He is. He's a
You
dumbass.
asked about some questions with regard to the surface of the ground as far as dirt or grass. Are you familiar with what the weather was like at the time that Mr. O'Keefe, you testified earlier, you were familiar that he was found in the snow, correct?
Yes.
Do you know what the temperature was like as far as, my question is this, sir.
Haas long.
Understanding cushioning of grass and dirt under normal conditions, but if the ground is physically frozen.
Yeah, if it's frozen, it's a lot harder. Why are you asking him this? He's going to say no.
Your understanding of the injuries to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
I'll allow it.
No, I mean, even if there was a small coating of ice, I wouldn't change my opinion based on that. No.
Uh-oh.
I'm not
Why'd
talking
you
about
ask
ice
him that,
floes.
you
I'm talking about
dumbass?
the ground itself being physically frozen based on the temperatures outside.
Sustained.
Now, as far as the hard surface that you're talking about, would that include asphalt pavement?
Yes, it could. Mm-hmm.
And as far as those injuries, the speed, if Mr. O'Keefe was struck by a vehicle and was projected away from that vehicle and then struck his head on the ground, would that be sufficient force, in your opinion, to cause the skull fracture on the back of his head?
If all that happened, yes, and onto asphalt or something like asphalt, yes, if that's indeed what happened. But like for other reasons, I don't think that is what happened.
Now, you testified or you asked some questions about your opinion and as to or consistency with the physical altercation. Is that right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And the sort of swelling in Mr. O'Keefe's eyes, as far as the ecchymosis concerned there, that was related to the brain injury. Is that your understanding?
Well, the skull injury rather than the brain.
Skull injury, which leads to the bleeding of the brain, which then leads to the swelling of the eye. Right?
Well, yeah, but no, I mean, let's be clear about this. I mentioned the fractures earlier on. It came from the back and went all the way towards the front of the skull, including what are called the orbital plates, which are the bones, the parts of the frontal bone that are right over the eye sockets. And the bone there is very delicate. It's the thinnest part of the skull. Anyway, the photographs and the autopsy report clearly show that the fracture involved that on each side, both orbital plates, in other words. And it's that fracture, it's not the brain itself, but it's that fracture which leads to the bleeding that causes the black eyes, if you want to call them that way.
And as far as what your review of the medical records, your review of the autopsy report, photographs, things like that, you observed nothing as far as fractures to Mr. O'Keefe's eye sockets, correct?
Well, the orbital plates, in a sense, are part of the eye sockets, but they're the roof.
Were there any fractures to the orbital bones?
There were no fractures that appeared to be coming from the front, no.
As far as the sclera, was there any broken blood vessels or anything that you observed in either the notes or the reports or the photographs or anything else that you saw?
Broken blood vessels were?
The sclera.
Huh?
Sclera of the eyes? You know what that is?
Oh, the eye, yeah. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you said, yeah. No, there just, as far as I know, the eyes were clear, yeah. The eyes themselves were clear, yeah.
It's an awful lucky strike. Hit in the back of the head and only hit your right arm and the back of the head while falling.
Minor lacerations you were talking about. There was no bruising around any of those lacerations, correct?
The eyelid laceration, don't forget, is in the same area where we have the other injury, and it's a little bit hard to figure out whether how much hemorrhage, how much of that black eye could even be from related to the laceration, because you've got two possible explanations for the black eyes. One is the skull fracture I've already mentioned, but that doesn't rule out his getting an impact as well on the front, but there's no way you can separate them.
But as far as around those minor lacerations that you're talking about, you didn't observe or see any record of any bruising or any broken bones in those areas whatsoever?
No, the main one that I was relating to when I spoke about the altercation question was the laceration on the eyelid. That's not related to the head injury that we've been discussing. So it's a separate injury, and it's from some kind of blow to the front.
The minor lacerations that you observe, would they be consistent with being struck by broken pieces of glass or broken pieces of broken sharp pieces of plastic?
If it was indeed a laceration, as it was described, then no, because lacerations by definition, although this is a term that's often misused, by the way, even by some doctors, but a laceration by definition is an open wound caused by blunt force, not sharp.
Uh-oh. Come on, Lally. Just sit your ass down, dude. You're doing terrible.
What I'm asking is it possible?
I actually Googled laceration, and he's right.
Face were caused by a blunt
Yeah, he wrote the book.
Object that then shattered and caused the lacerations to his face.
I find that hard to imagine. I find that very hard to even conceive of.
So it's not conceivable? Is that what you're saying?
To me, no.
Sorry, Lally. No one's believing this bullshit.
And from your review of whatever reports and medical records and everything else, what, if anything, did you see? Or did you see anything that had to do with an animal being present on scene or an animal being near Mr. O'Keefe's body or Mr. O'Keefe being inside the house?
I don't know. I mean, but I heard there was an animal somewhere around the place, a dog. I think you mentioned the dog earlier.
So somewhere around the place, but no evidence that you've seen that animal interacted with Mr. O'Keefe in any way.
No, I wasn't there, obviously, and all I can say is what I've already said, but I don't know any more than that.
I know you weren't there. What I'm saying is from the material that you reviewed.
But there was DNA that we sent, and there was no dog, but we didn't send the shirt. But there was no DNA on the Scotty swab.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Yeah, you should have stopped and just said nothing further a long time ago.
Your Honor, if I may approach. Sure. Thank you.
So Lally did a great job of letting everyone know that the frozen tundra, the fact that the ground was frozen, asking this guy, you never ask a question unless you know the answer.
Yeah, Lally fucked up.
Yes, I saw the photograph before. Yeah.
Could you describe that photograph to the jury?
It shows the decedent's knees taken from the right side, but you can see both knees. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the girl forgot about the knee.
Mark this and then publish it.
Mark it. Put it into evidence. Okay, is there any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. That would be exhibit 657.
I can only imagine if I was sitting on trial for murder and Lally was just manufacturing evidence to get me locked up.
About injury to Mr. O'Keefe's knee. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Is this the injury that you were testifying about earlier?
Yes, this has been mentioned before. It's an abrasion.
And that's the extent of the injury to Mr. O'Keefe's knee,
Yeah,
correct?
that's it. Yeah, in that area. Yeah.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. All right, Dr. Sheridan, you are all set, sir.
Kind of looked like a dog.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Here goes Alan Jackson. Come on, Alan. Come on, bro. Welcome to the show. Everybody, welcome Alan Jackson. Dr. Wolf. We're calling Dr. Wolf. Dr. Wolf. Here we go. Now we have the FBI's finest testimony. He does not work with the FBI, but he's a doctor, and this dude's a bad AM effort. And he is going to testify that there's no way this accident reconstruction expert that was hired by the FBI will say there's no way that John O'Keefe was struck by that car. And this is probably going to be one of the most damning testimonies of the whole entire trial, to say that the Commonwealth has manufactured evidence and Karen Reed is completely innocent.
Step right up and just watch your step for me. Stay in the face.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, could you state your full name and spell your last name for us, please?
Daniel Michael Wolf, last name spelled W-O-L-F-E.
Dr. Wolf, what do you do for a living?
I am the director of accident reconstruction at a company known as ARCA, A-R-C-C-A.
And what is ARCA exactly?
So ARCA is a forensic engineering consulting firm. We have a variety of disciplines that include human factors, biomechanics, crashworthiness, accident reconstruction, just to name a few.
Based on your title, it sounds like you're the director of the entire accident reconstruction format for ARCA, correct?
That is correct.
What sort of contracts does ARCA routinely engage in?
So we do a lot of work in civil litigation. So we work with insurance carriers, law firms, but we also consult with and do projects with the federal government as well as the National Hockey League on player safety. So we're involved in a number of research projects as well.
Is there other clientele that seeks out ARCA for accident reconstruction or biomechanics or human factors issues?
In terms of beyond the parties that I just listed?
You mentioned the U.S. Department of Defense.
Yes, the military, yes, the Army.
Tell me a little bit about the work that you've done for the Department of Defense.
Well, that was before my time, but I'm aware of projects that dealt with working on vehicles that were over in the Middle East, where they basically designed energy absorbing seats because there was injuries when the vehicles were going over IEDs.
Is ARCA known both nationally and internationally? Or is it recognized as a leader in accident reconstruction issues?
Yes.
As the director of accident reconstruction at ARCA, do you specialize in both accident reconstruction and the human factors that are associated with such reconstruction where necessary?
Yes.
Can you give me a synopsis of the professional discipline of what is accident reconstruction?
I think a simple definition in my mind would be the application of physics, engineering science, and mathematics to collision events. I always like to think of it as if you open up a puzzle box and you dump the pieces out and you've got a bunch of pieces and you're trying to piece together the evidence to see how everything fits to get a clear picture.
And what is the application of human factors to that process?
So to give you an example of human factors in the field of accident reconstruction, so I do a lot of nighttime visibility and conspicuity work. So to give you an example of that, let's say a driver's driving down the road at night, there's a pedestrian that's crossing the road. So we want to have an understanding based upon that pedestrian's clothing, the headlights of the vehicle, any potential artificial lighting in the area. When does a driver recognize that individual on the roadway? And then we can also look at literature to have an understanding of how do drivers respond based upon the hazard they're presented with. So there's different response times depending on the hazard. So it's going to be different for a pedestrian crossing the roadway or a driver responding to a vehicle suddenly stopping in front of them.
Dr. Wolf, as an accident reconstructionist, do you investigate and reconstruct both passenger vehicle issues, commercial vehicle issues, motor vehicle pedestrian issues, all of the above?
Yes, I see all types of accidents.
And how long have you been doing this work with ARCA?
A little over 7 years now.
What education, training, and background qualifies you to perform the duties that you've just described for the jury?
Back in 2012, I received a Bachelor of Science in Engineering from James Madison University, along with a minor in mathematics. Some of my courses while at JMU included courses in physics, statics, dynamics, kinematics, material science, along with your other engineering sciences. Subsequent to my undergraduate degree, I then went on to the University of Delaware to pursue my PhD in electrical and computer engineering with a concentration in electromagnetics and photonics.
What additional training or experience do you have as it relates to accident reconstruction in addition to the formal education and the PhD?
Certainly. So in addition to my undergraduate degree and my PhD, I've continued to take courses through Northwestern University in crash reconstruction. Some of those courses have included human factors, lighting. I've taken courses on electronic vehicle data, photogrammetry, three-dimensional laser scanning. So I've continued to take courses subsequent to graduating.
Do you also hold any accreditations in terms of accident reconstruction?
Yes, I'm accredited by an organization known as ACTAR, which is the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstruction.
Are you trained in photogrammetry?
Yes, sir.
Is that to determine vehicle crash incidents or the circumstances surrounding them based on map scenes, evidence from photographs, things of that nature?
Absolutely. So photogrammetry is the science of extracting information, if you will, out of photographs. So things dimensionally about an object, spatially, without ever actually physically seeing the object or inspecting it.
So you don't have to be at the scene to effectively and scientifically reconstruct it to your satisfaction?
No, not at all. And quite frankly, to be honest with you, in my world in civil litigation, oftentimes by the time a case comes across my desk, it's, the accident happened 5 years ago. Some I've even had 10 or 15 years ago. So getting access to the vehicle at that point, it's going to be a long shot.
Doctor, are you a member of any professional societies?
Yes.
Describe those, please.
So I'm a member of the Society of Automotive Engineers, SAE. I'm also a member of the National Association for Professional Accident Reconstructionists, the Optical Society of America, and also the Illuminating Engineering Society.
How many cases would you say in your experience in your career have you reconstructed or attempted to reconstruct, either you or your team members?
I don't actively track that. If I had to estimate at this point in my career, it would probably be well over 1,000.
And how many of those 1,000, I know you don't have a number specific, but how many of those 1,000 would you say involved pedestrians as well?
Several hundred. As I mentioned earlier, a great, excuse me, a great deal of my work is in the field of lighting and visibility. So there's a direct correlation between time of day and pedestrian incidents. We see a rise in the evening and night hours just due to drivers having a difficult ability to try to perceive and recognize individuals. So I certainly see a lot of pedestrian collisions in my casework.
You've done testing or research as it relates to the kinematics and the interaction between pedestrians and vehicles.
Absolutely. So we do a number of tests at ARCA to look at the interaction between pedestrians and vehicles. One of the ones I know I did most recently where we were evaluating a vehicle essentially rolling over a pedestrian. So we wanted to understand the vehicle dynamics as well as the interaction between the pedestrian and the road surface. So we conducted testing at ARCA to evaluate that.
Does ARCA have any other disciplines other than just accident reconstruction?
Absolutely. So as I mentioned earlier, we have crash worthiness. So again, that's where you're going to be looking at the safety of a vehicle. How does it perform in a crash? We have human factors, failure analysis, premise liability, and biomechanics.
As an accident reconstructionist, doctor, do you or have you studied or tested the forces that are at play between objects interacting, a human being interacting with a vehicle, for instance?
Yeah, absolutely.
Part of what you do.
Yes, sir.
Describe that.
So we use hybrid instrumented dummies at ARCA for our testing. So if we want to have an understanding that an occupant in a vehicle, the forces that they might experience, or for any matter, again, if it's an instance where you have something that ends up falling on someone's head and you want to have an understanding of the forces involved in that, we perform testing with hybrid dummies.
Have you ever authored any peer-reviewed papers in the field of physics?
Yes, sir.
Describe those for me.
So I have a number of papers in the field of lighting and optics. I have a recent publication that deals with Toyota and Lexus vehicle control history records as well.
Is that called Toyota Vehicle Control History, Sudden Braking History Recording Characteristics?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was that specific to dealing with vehicles and their interaction with other vehicles and or pedestrians?
It involved looking at the various triggers that system is capable of recording. And specifically, it was looking at what triggers a sudden braking event. So we were able to determine that those triggers, the sudden braking event is triggered when a driver, or I should say the vehicle, reaches...
May we approach?
Sure.
Well, there you go. There you go, Mr. John. Let's take.
What's this guy's name again?
Dr. Wolf. This is
okay.
Dr. Wolf.
Okay.
And speaking of which, let's take a look and see what it looked like this morning when everyone was coming in. You hear me? What happened? I thought I had it. Excuse me. Sorry. Come on, girl.
Yes, you can move on.
You've been qualified in other courts to testify as an expert in the area of accident reconstruction. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You were not hired by the defense in this case, correct?
That is correct.
At the time you did your expert review, Dr. Wolf, and your consultation, you and I had never met.
That's correct.
You did not know who I was.
I did not.
You had never met Ms. Little.
No.
Mr. Unetti.
No.
Matter of fact, you'd never heard of this case.
That's correct.
You were hired by another agency not connected in any way to the defense. Is that right?
Correct.
And not connected in any way to the Commonwealth. Is that right?
Correct.
So your analysis and your conclusions and your opinions are completely independent of the defense and the Commonwealth in this case. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained. Mr. Jackson, you can ask it differently.
Just make sure he says I was hired by the FBI.
You finalized a report, you and your team, correct?
Correct.
That report is contained. That report is contained in a multi-page document that was submitted following your analysis and your opinions and conclusions, right?
Correct.
We didn't. The defense didn't have anything to do with that, correct?
Correct.
You had never met us. Didn't know who we were when you did this.
Correct.
You'd never met Mr. Lally. Didn't know who he was when you did this.
You already
Correct.
asked
Your
that.
analysis, opinions, testing, and conclusions were requested by a completely separate agency.
That is correct.
All right.
There you go,
Goes
Kingdom.
without saying, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. You haven't been paid by the defense,
You have not paid us anything, no.
and you don't work for us.
That's correct.
As a matter of fact, I've never asked you specific questions about your testing before today.
That is correct.
The jury has to be going, why? What's going on? What don't I know? And I think the jury has a right to know at this point.
Was provided both to the defense as well as the Commonwealth. Is that right?
Well,
That's my understanding, yes.
And you were
I can
equally
see where the
available
state don't want
to both
that
sides.
out either.
In terms of them reaching out?
Correct.
Yes.
And I called you ultimately after receiving your report, asked if you'd join us and testify, correct?
That is correct.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Were you and your team asked to
Alan
undertake a review for purposes of accident reconstruction of the case that's now pending before the court?
Yes, sir.
Was your team asked to do this by the agency that ultimately retained you, not us?
That's correct.
Who at ARCA was assigned to the team who would ultimately undertake this job of accident reconstruction?
It was myself, Dr. Andrew Rentschler, and Scott Klein.
What was Dr. Rentschler's role in this case as it's distinguished from your role in the case?
Certainly. So Dr. Rentschler is a biomechanical engineer, and ultimately he assessed whether or not there was a mechanism for the injuries of Mr. John O'Keefe.
And what was your focus? If he's talking about the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, what was your focus in your reconstruction and your analysis?
I would simply say it was looking more at the damage to the vehicle.
Okay, so in terms of your team and the responsibilities of each of the team members, you were more focused on the damage to the SUV. Dr. Rentschler was more focused on the injuries suffered by Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
I think that's a fair characterization, although with the caveat that we worked together as a team. So we weren't isolated kind of in those areas, not speaking to each other. We certainly worked together on the analysis.
Understood. Were you provided or did you review certain materials in furtherance of your consultation in this matter?
Yes.
What were you provided?
We were provided photographs of the incident location. We were provided photographs of the Lexus. There were a couple of incident reports that we received. I could look at my report for the full list, but those are the ones.
You can go ahead and do that, Doctor.
Do you have the report with you?
Yes, sir.
I have a copy of it. Is this faster?
Sure. If you.
May I?
Sure.
So the defense only has 3 witnesses. They've already called one. This is the second one, and then they have just one more, and then that's it. Then the defense rests, and that's it.
Well, I mean, rightfully so. He's holding these last 3 as bombshells.
How many categories of materials were you provided?
Provided, it would be approximately 10.
Could you list those off for the jurors, please?
It would be the Norfolk SPDU homicide death report, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Department of State Police crime scene report, OCME dispatch removal report, photographs of the incident location, videos of the incident location, photographs of the 2021 Lexus LX 570, photographs of recovered evidence, crash data retrieval report from the 2021 Lexus 570, report of autopsy, and autopsy photographs.
Based on these data that you were provided, were you able to satisfactorily, to your mind, satisfactorily engage in the consultation that you were hired to do?
Yes.
And come up with some opinions and conclusions based on scientific certainty?
Yes.
Let's hear it.
Did you review scene photographs of the alleged incident?
Yes, sir.
What information were you able to glean or gather from your review of the photographs, from the scene specifically?
So from those photographs, I was able to identify there was fragments of transparent, red, clear plastic. There also appeared to be pieces of chrome and black plastic. I also observed what appeared to be glass fragments along with a black drinking straw.
Did you also review some videos?
Yes.
That was out at the scene, maybe a leaf blower?
Correct. It appeared to be daytime, yes.
Okay. What did you note about the photography at the scene of the items that were being photographed?
Well, I think one thing that comes to mind is it was a little bit difficult to follow the evidence, so to speak. So typically, when I go out and do an inspection, especially of a fresh incident, let's say I've got a debris field or I've got tire marks, what I like to do is kind of step into the scene, if you will, where you take global perspective shots and then you step into a specific piece of evidence so that you can, at a later point in time, identify where that evidence is. I noted that in a lot of these photographs, I didn't see a whole lot of that stepping in. It was essentially just zoomed right into where that evidence is, but not really having a great understanding of where was it relative to all of the other evidence.
Or when it got there?
Correct.
Based on your review of all the materials that you described for the court, did you get an understanding of what the Commonwealth's theory of the case is, specifically that Mr. O'Keefe was struck by the Lexus SUV?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you come to understand that the allegations before the court were that Mr. O'Keefe was struck by the vehicle?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Did you perform an accident reconstruction specifically focused on determining whether or not damage to the Lexus was consistent with hitting Mr. O'Keefe?
Yeah.
Also focused on whether or not the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe were the result of being hit by a vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. During your analysis, did you note the damage to the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Describe that, please.
So the primary damage was to the right taillight. It appeared to be fractured with the majority of the lens cover, so that clear and red plastic covering missing from it. In addition to that, if you're looking at the back of the vehicle, to the left of that, in the area above there's also another tail lamp assembly on the lift gate. So above that assembly, there was a small dent along with some paint chips on the bumper, more so on the wraparound section as it kind of curves around to the right side of the vehicle. There appeared to be some superficial scratches as well in that area.
Was there any other damage or deformation that you were able to glean from your review, the photogrammetry, damage to the Lexus, the bumpers, the panels, the quarter panel, the sheet metal, anything like that?
No, the rest was remarkably intact.
Is it common in vehicle pedestrian collisions that there is some sort of bumper displacement and or sheet metal deformation that's concomitant to that?
Absolutely. Assuming a pedestrian is positioned in a normal upright position, you certainly would expect to see damage to the bumper. In a lot of cases, what happens is, the bumper is just clipped on. So again, the force of that impact will oftentimes cause the bumper to kind of become unmounted or unclipped. You certainly could see deformation to body paneling, such as the lift gate or the quarter panel as well.
Is that especially true at higher speeds, meaning above 15 miles per hour or so?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Was there any apparent damage to the Lexus that appeared consistent with any kind of pedestrian interaction that you saw?
No, it was really confined to just the taillight, a very isolated portion of the vehicle.
During your review and your investigation, did you note?
It's not having access to 1 million industrial-grade products that's so amazing. It's the feeling of...
Come on, NBC.
Yes.
What was that?
I believe it was noted there was 2 apparent glass fragments located on the top bumper cover.
What's the significance of the presence of those items or the lack of materiality of those items in your view?
Well, again, I think it's going back to the scene evidence. Again, we knew that there was glass fragments, what appeared to be from a drinking glass, at the scene of the alleged incident.
Is there any glass consistent with the glass that was supposedly found on the bumper, in the taillight housing, the taillight mechanism, anything from the car, from the Lexus, that would account for that glass?
Okay, I think I understand. So the taillight itself is not comprised of any glass. It is all plastic. So that damage, or I should say that glass on the top bumper cover could not have come from the right taillight.
Now, based on your review of the information that was provided to you, did you undertake any testing of that vehicle? I'm sorry, any testing concerning the damage to the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
All right, can you describe what that testing was?
So we performed, again, this is with Dr. Rentschler and I working together on this again. We performed projectile testing to the tail lamp with a drinking glass as well as a hybrid head form.
Let's take those one at a time. How would you describe the drinking glass test?
Certainly. So again, from our review of the evidence, we knew that we had an isolated portion of damage to Lexus confined to the taillight. So we know that we're dealing with potentially a small object that could have created that. Looking at, again, the evidence in terms of the scene photographs, we know that we have a damaged drinking glass at the scene in the vicinity of the fragments of the taillight. So the theory that Dr. Rentschler and I put forward is potentially an individual threw this drinking glass at the back of the Lexus, causing the taillight to fracture.
I'm going to interrupt you right there. You and Dr. Rentschler formed that theory and wanted to test that theory, correct?
Yes,
You were not told that theory by the defense because you've never met us.
correct.
You were not told that theory by the Commonwealth. You've never met them, correct?
Correct.
Your theory was the product of simply having some facts extant in the data. You got a broken drinking glass, a broken taillight. Let's put them together and figure out if the drinking glass could be responsible for the taillight and vice versa.
Absolutely, yes.
And that was your determination of, well, we were given instructions to reconstruct this. Let's look at every single angle, correct?
Absolutely. And I will note, as part of the engagement with the entity that retained us, we were asked not to do any outside research or investigation of the case. It was to be based solely on the evidence that we were provided.
Okay. As a matter of fact, and importantly, while you were doing your testing, had you ever even heard of the Karen Reed case?
No.
So getting back to that testing, and I interrupted your flow, you were looking at whether or not the glass could have produced the damage to the rear taillight that you saw, correct?
Correct.
And what did you do in furtherance of making a determination about whether or not that was possible?
Certainly. So myself and one of our lab technicians at ARCA, we designed and developed a pressurized air cannon. So it was capable of firing a projectile such as a drinking glass at the taillight. So it essentially you can think of it kind of as a giant cannon, but it had a barrel, and then there was a valve that would open rapidly, and directly behind that was a pressurized vessel. And depending on the pressure, the PSI of that vessel, would determine essentially the speed at which that glass would be projected into the taillight.
So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Pretty cool job. Tell me what the results of your testing was with this pneumatic cannon that would fire the drinking glass.
Certainly. So we performed 2 different tests in terms of speeds. The target speeds were 30 and 40 miles per hour.
Why was that?
Well, so with consultation with Dr. Rentschler, he indicated that that is a reasonable speed at which an adult male or an individual, for that matter, could throw a drinking glass at the taillight.
Had anybody up to that point, told you any specific, let me see if I can rephrase that. Had anybody indicated that there was any evidence whatsoever that John O'Keefe had thrown a drinking glass at the taillight?
No.
Was this another example of you and Dr. Rentschler and your team just exploring sort of every possibility and working a little bit in the blind?
Objection.
Sustained.
What was the reason that you decided, or you and your team decided, that you wanted to approximate how a grown man could throw a glass at a taillight?
Well, I think we wanted to have an understanding is when a projectile such as a drinking glass interacted with the taillight, would we get damage on the test taillight that was consistent with that of the subject taillight?
Understood. So based on your theory, were you able to approximate the damage on the taillight?
Yes.
Describe that for us.
So as I mentioned, we ran 2 tests. The target speeds were at 30 and 40 miles per hour. And there was a little bit of variability in terms of what our target was and what we actually achieved. So the achieved speeds were at 31 miles per hour and 37 miles per hour. So there's just depending on how the glass leaves the barrel and some of the rotation can affect some of the speed or ultimately the end result speed to that. So what I will say, though, is that with the 37 mile per hour projectile into the taillight, we noted and observed that there was damage that was consistent with that of the subject tail lamp, and that the test tail lamp had the majority of the outer lens fractured and missing, broken into pieces, as well as some underlying damage to some of the internal components as well.
Are you saying, well, let me ask a different question. You were able to replicate the damage to the taillight using a pneumatic cannon firing a glass at 37 miles an hour directly at the taillight, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that would also shatter the glass too, correct?
Correct.
Did you do any testing about whether or not that damage to the taillight could be produced by a person simply holding a glass and being hit by the car driving in reverse?
We didn't do any testing of that, and primarily because, again, if we're looking at the arm and its total length, right? We only have a narrow damage pattern, which on the taillight, if you think about where where it meets the lift gate into where it starts to wrap around to the side of the vehicle, that's only about 6.5 inches in width.
All right. When you fired the glass into the taillight was static. In other words, it was not going to move. It was immovable at that point, correct?
Correct.
All right. So the glass is hurling through the air at 37 miles an hour and hits a static object that's resisting, and that smash is what produced ultimately the taillight damage that you were able to replicate. Is that right?
Yes.
If a person were holding in his hand the glass and the taillight were to hit that hand, the hand would not remain static, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
If the taillight were to
come on, Jackson,
to make contact with a person holding a glass, would that replicate what you did in terms of you're firing a glass into the taillight? In other words, are they apples and apples?
No, I don't think it would be the same.
Okay. Why is that?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, again, the damage to the back of the Lexus, again, is confined to just that roughly, again, when we're talking about the taillight itself, that 6.5 inch section in width.
Right.
So it's inconsistent with the total length of the arm, and certainly from discussion with Dr. Rentschler, inconsistent with the injuries to the arm.
So given everything in your investigation was revealed concerning this testing, are you saying that the taillight was damaged by John O'Keefe holding a drinking glass that was hit by an SUV?
Objection.
Sustained.
In all the information that you provided, you were not provided anything that suggested that John O'Keefe threw a glass at the taillight. Right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Their approach.
Yeah, it's just,
Oh.
yeah, just Jesus, let him ask the question. Is there any way that damage came from John O'Keefe being struck by the car and holding the drinking glass?
Yeah, really. I mean,
hello. We're trying to get there so we can move on. I know it sucks and it's very damning, and it really shows that what the Commonwealth is alleging didn't happen. This guy could not be more of an expert in accident reconstruction, but you have to let the man answer something.
well, that's what I was going to say. Discreetly
You are
throw in the
unmuted.
towel. Your case is
Thank you.
gone.
What information, if any, were you provided that suggested that John O'Keefe threw a glass at the taillight?
No information.
What information, if any, were you provided that suggested that John O'Keefe may have had a pneumatic cannon with him that night?
I'm not aware of any information regarding that.
All right.
Alan Jackson must have got his hand slapped because he's trying to figure out what the right words to say here.
You also did some testing concerning a drop test. Is that right?
Correct.
Tell us about that drop test testing.
Certainly. So again, through discussion with Dr. Rentschler, it was my understanding that Mr. O'Keefe had a skull fracture on the back of his head. So we wanted to do an evaluation of the interaction between the back of a head. In this case, we used again, talking about that instrumented dummy again, we used the instrumented hybrid head form to perform a drop test to evaluate the forces of an interaction between a tail light from the Lexus and the human head.
What height did you choose to perform this drop test?
7.5 feet.
Why'd you choose that height?
Well, if you calculate it through physics and the acceleration due to gravity, that would equate to an impact speed of 15 miles per hour at that height.
And what was the significance of 15 miles per hour?
Well, that was essentially kind of a starting point for us, if you will. So I will tell you that in reverse, 15 miles an hour is fast. I don't know if you've ever looked at your speedometer when you're pulling into your driveway, reversing into a parking stall. Most people probably don't go more than 5 miles an hour or so. So 15 miles an hour in reverse is fast, especially when we're talking about, it's my understanding it was nighttime. There was winter conditions, potentially wet or icy roads. So again, that speed is going to be what I would say on the high end for going in reverse. So also in addition to with respect to kind of just the nature of that speed, it's my understanding through discussion with Dr. Rentschler that at 15 miles an hour, you start to see significant injuries to the human body when it makes contact with a vehicle. And I think one last point is that we needed to pick a speed where, again, this is kind of just us brainstorming, where we would have damage to the taillight, right? It would fracture it, but it wouldn't completely obliterate it. So we knew if we chose a speed, for instance, of 40 miles an hour, we know we're going to completely essentially explode the taillight. But if we do, 1 mile an hour, we may not do anything to it, right? So we kind of had to pick a middle ground to again, cause damage to the taillight.
What was your conclusion with following that testing? What was your conclusion with regard to whether or not it was consistent or inconsistent with the damage to the truck, the taillight was consistent or inconsistent with making contact with John O'Keefe's head at or above 15 miles an hour? So strictly speaking to a damage perspective, the 15 mile an hour interaction between the hybrid head form and the test tail lamp produced significantly more damage than that of the subject vehicle. So that indicates that, again, the damage on the subject tail light was less than that of the test tail light. So if I were to ask you whether or not there would be more or less damage to the tail light if you increase the speed to 24 miles an hour, what is your conclusion? Well, you're talking about significantly more kinetic energy. So if you just think about it from, again, a kinetic energy standpoint, kinetic energy is equal to 1/2 times the mass and the velocity squared. So if you're squaring that velocity and you're going from 15 up to 24 miles per hour, you're going to get a significant amount of more energy associated with that. Probably, I could pull up my calculator, but you're probably looking at 2.5 more times energy than the 15 mile an hour test. Which means 2.5 more times the damage to the taillight? Certainly. Which you did not see in your review of the materials, correct? Correct. So what is your opinion or conclusion as to whether or not the damage to the taillight was caused by striking John O'Keefe's head? From a damage standpoint, it was inconsistent. I want to shift gears back to...
I would like to point out he just said inconsistent.
Mr. O'Keefe's arm, his right arm. During the course of your investigation, did you look at photographs and investigate the injuries to his right arm?
Yes, sir.
What's the width of the taillight, specifically from where it meets the lift gate to the left side? I'm sorry, to the side of the vehicle, the right side of the vehicle.
To the right. So yeah, as I mentioned earlier, that is about 6.5 inches. It starts to wrap around to the right side. So really it's even though the taillight continues, it's not projecting out on the back end more. It's again wrapping around. So in terms of the width that is facing the rear, if you will, it's about 6.5 inches.
And you noted that there was a dent and some paint chips that you identified above the lift gate, correct?
Correct.
How far away from the right side of the vehicle were those scratches and that dent?
Approximately 20 inches.
What was the significance of that distance?
Well, again, to go back to your question about, I think if somebody was holding a drinking glass, right, and their arm was extended to cause that damage, or if it's theorized that those dents and chips were from that. Again, the thing that sticks out to me is that you have essentially the Lexus taillight.
So ask another question.
Your Honor.
What is the
Help.
significance of whether or not there was damage?
Oh, this giving me a headache.
The dent and the tail light. In other words, that 20-inch area. Was it dented? Was it harmed in any way?
So in terms of, again, if we're talking about, again, looking at the back of the vehicle and we go to kind of where that right tail lamp just meets the lift gate, as I mentioned, there's another lamp assembly on the lift gate itself. There's also a chrome trim piece above that, and then certainly the body paneling to the lift gate itself. And I think what stood out to me is that between that dent and the fractured taillight, there was no observable damage to that area, which I would have expected had an arm been positioned there.
Your Honor, I'd like to have that stricken from the record.
Can you calculate, or could you calculate, or did you calculate the amount of force that would be required to strike a person just only on the outstretched portion of his arm in order to project him a number of feet, for instance, 30 feet in one direction or another?
Okay, I just want to make sure I objection.
Take a distance out of it. Break it down.
I'll ask you the same question, but without the 30 feet.
Okay.
Were you able to calculate, or could you calculate the force that would be required to strike a person on his outstretched arm hard enough to spin him around and project him a number of feet?
If you're talking about only an interaction between the arm and the back of the vehicle, no, there wouldn't be any projection. Again, if you think about this, the arm weighs about, again, with Mr. O'Keefe would be about 11 pounds. So you still have, another 200 plus pounds being held down by gravity, and the force is only acting on the arm. So essentially the arm would be accelerated, but the whole body, because the center of mass is not being struck, would not be projected.
Uh-oh.
Is the absence of the damage that you described, the absence of damage that you described between the dent and the rest of the vehicle, with the exception of the taillight, is that consistent or inconsistent with striking an outstretched arm of a human being?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
That would be inconsistent in my opinion.
They have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yeah, I think Lally needs a moment too, because what the doctor's saying makes total sense.
Oh, yeah.
As to the amount of damage that you would expect to see at 15 miles per hour or above on the taillight, if in fact that vehicle were moving in reverse and were to strike something on a human body, for instance, an elbow or an arm.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Probably not.
Sorry.
I'm trying. Physics, that's right. From your testing, what would you expect to see in terms of the damage to the right rear taillight, if in fact that taillight were to make contact with a part of a human body, for instance, an elbow or an arm, at 15 miles an hour or above? What would the level of damage be as compared to the damage that you actually saw?
Well, if we compare it to, again, looking at the drop test that we did with the hybrid head, which weighs about 10 pounds. So again, if we're talking about now a human arm that's comparable in that same weight, we certainly would expect to see a comparable level of force and damage. So as I mentioned, if the arm is outstretched across the right tail lamp and into the liftgate section, I would certainly expect to see deformation to that body paneling, even potentially the tail light on the liftgate itself and that chrome piece as well.
Based on the entirety of your investigation, your entire team's investigation, all the testing that you did, all the biomechanical testing and the
I foresee
engineering and
another
physics testing
objection.
that you did, in your expert opinion, was that taillight damaged by striking John O'Keefe on the head?
Objection.
Sustained.
Lally was already standing up.
Yeah.
In your opinion, was the taillight damaged by either striking Mr. O'Keefe on the head or the arm?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can we approach?
Yes.
You are muted.
Ooh,
This does not look good there, Lally.
throw in the towel. Jeez.
Yeah, it's just tough to watch, man. It's really tough to watch.
And I was just thinking, I wasn't going to interrupt, but this is going to make these, not that they already don't, but these Massachusetts state troopers, crime reconstruction people look like idiots.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, they already do.
That credibility is gone.
Oh, yeah. And I will say, what's going on, James? I will say Joe Lanou is not with us today. And in my opinion, we possibly need to get him a few more coffees. So if you're listening there and you're wondering where Joe Lanou is this morning, donate about 4 coffees. That should get him
You are
resurrected
unmuted.
and back on the show. So 4 coffees is what we're asking for.
May I go?
At about
Yes.
$5 each, about
Last
20
question,
bucks is what we're going to need to get him back today.
In your expert opinion, based on all your testing, is the damage to the taillight that you saw consistent
more coffee.
with striking a human head?
No.
In your expert opinion, is the damage to the taillight consistent with striking a human arm?
No.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, jurors, we will take our morning recess.
Ooh.
All rise for the court, please.
You are muted.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a recess where Lally's going to try to consult with someone and figure out what questions he needs to ask this guy, because if any, and if I could give a guess, my guess would be, sir, did you know that DNA testing was sent over here and it was inconclusive with a dog bite? Sir, did you know that, he's going to go through all these things so the jury can hear, but this is a flop. It's a flop. It's not good. What do you see so far here, James?
Prosecution
Big smile on James' face. He had a big smile today. Where are you saying?
I said prosecution's got absolutely nothing. They seem to be establishing reasonable doubt more than they're trying to establish their own story. It's crazy.
And Big Ron says, don't forget to like and leave a comment to publish the algorithm. That's right. Yeah, our buddy Joe Lanou, you can support the night crew and Night Court with Joe Lanou by sending a coffee. I think it's Buy Me a Coffee. I don't have all the details. I think it's Buy Me a Coffee. So definitely buy that man a coffee who spends day and night preparing shows. He's almost on every single night. The night crew also is on the shows every single day and night doing something. Lanou's not with us today, but I'm sure a coffee would cheer him up. And good morning, Untactical Texan. What's up, homeboy? You missed the video I showed earlier. But Untactical Texan.
Oh yeah, I was going to comment on that. That's a big establishment.
So that one is not actually where Untactical is. That one is, it's a local brewery called No Label Brewery in Katy, Texas.
Oh, okay.
But Untactical, that's on Thursday night. But on Saturday, we are going to be at the Cobble and Spoke. And that's going to be Saturday from 1 to 5 in Houston, Texas, where we will be with Untactical Texan and a few other friends of ours talking a little shop over some beers. And I went in there and met Untactical Texan. This was last week. And it's a really cool place, man. It's very cool. And I had a couple pictures. If you follow us on Facebook, there's some cool pictures in there. Yeah, the one with
so
the
how far is that
instructions.
away from you?
It's about I think it's about an hour drive from us.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean we're about an hour away from Houston, but yeah, it was a very nice place, and we'll be there on Saturday, July 20th. And that was the same day that the Mike Tyson fight was supposed to happen. And then all of a sudden, I don't know, with Mike and had some kind of a medical emergency on the plane and something else, they've actually rescheduled that fight to November 15th. Mike Tyson fight. Are you familiar with the Mike Tyson fight?
I am. I was actually going to watch that, and then I saw the headline where it had been rescheduled due to a medical.
Yeah.
situation.
So yeah, Mike Tyson and Jake Paul. Yeah,
What do you think
definitely.
about that? I don't know.
Well, I mean, Mike Tyson, everyone remembers Mike Tyson in his heyday when he was the heavyweight champ of the world, and he was knocking everyone's ass out in the first round, in the first, minute of the fight. And we paid big money to see this over and over and over. He did get, towards the end of his career, did get a few people that took him into the second round and inevitably beat him. We all remember the ear being bit off and some of the things that surrounded the way that he mismanaged his finances, but he's still doing good. And for a career of boxing and fighting, I'm glad that Mike Tyson can continue to cash out and continue to make money fighting this social media influencer, Jake Paul. But it's nice that to see that, Mike can continue making money versus a lot of other athletes that have kind of blown their millions. They've lost their ability to make money on that level. And it's nice to see that Mike Tyson is still able to do it at his age of 50 something, right?
Yeah.
But, is Mike Tyson going to kick that kid's ass? I don't know, man. It's a stretch. But here's a video from, as I was playing earlier, here's a video of coming in. Let's see here if I can figure out what the hell I'm doing. I'm trying to give it an old Joe Lanu rap. Here it is. Let's do it. Oh my gosh, it did it again. Come on, girl. I mean, with this kind of interaction outside the courtroom, and this is more than likely the last day that we're going to have witnesses, coming to the courtroom, with this kind of public support for the person who's accused of killing John O'Keefe, it's obvious that, everyone's traveling from all over the world to support Karen Read. And this verdict is going to be very interesting to see the reactions that you're going to see inside the courtroom, and then the either celebrating or, people that are very disappointed, outside. I don't think it's very similar to like an O.J. Simpson one where they had the two different people thinking one way and the other. It looks like it's just all Karen Read supporters, and you don't have the opposition there from the state police.
Yeah, that's pretty cool though. I mean, that's got to be reassuring as well.
Well, I mean, if for some reason you're, guilty, you would have a public outcry for sure.
Be like the election.
Yeah, well, I don't think there's going to be an insurrection or anything, but I think there'll be a lot of very disgruntled and upset people if there's a guilty verdict that's read.
Yeah.
So, John or James, how long do you think that the deliberation is going to take?
So actually, I threw a time out the other day, and Joe's like, "Whoa, are we betting on time, deliberation time?" I say the other day I said within I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. Less than 3 days. Now I'm going to say I would not be
Less than 3 days?
But now I'm going to say day and a half most.
Okay, let's this John. Let's table that.
I mean,
for
they
a
got to
second.
make it look good.
But we're going into hours. We're going into hours here. How many?
I mean,
hours?
I'm giving
less than 1.
Less than 1 hour. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, I mean,
I think the jury's had their mind made up since Jennifer McCabe.
And I said that too. And I told Joe that I think the jury made up their mind a long time ago. But I also have to wonder, as a juror, are you going to go in there and say, we need to make this look good and wait an hour or two? I don't know. But no, I agree. I mean, I would not be surprised if it's an hour. Not surprised at all.
Yeah, I would say it's probably one of the quickest verdicts ever read. In the history of verdicts, I think the fastest verdict in the history of verdicts was 6 minutes. And the longest one, I think, was, 200 days or something like that. It was almost a year, or it was 200 and some days, I think, was the longest verdict for deliberation. I think this one's going to be closer to the fastest versus the longest. This is definitely going to be within an hour. If I had to do an over-under and I was, putting the spread in Vegas, I would say an hour, 60 minutes. I would say 60 minutes would be the over-under, and I would say under an hour.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, not a day and a half. Especially think about this. So you're setting it up for the quick not guilty, because you got today, the last day of testimony, and then you're going to give Lally an opportunity to send a rebuttal witness, which, God, he probably will. Wednesday, let's say that Wednesday would be closing arguments, and they give it to the jury on Wednesday. I think they'll come back before they leave, depending on what time. If they give it to them in the morning, it'll be that day immediately. If they give it to them, say if it takes till Friday, they're not going to think about it over the weekend. They're going to tell you right there so they can go about their business and go on vacation or whatever, or go back to their job so they can start paying their bills. They've been there for 9 weeks. Listen to this shit.
Yeah.
9 weeks. They've been thinking about all these details, and I think it's going to be a very fast not guilty verdict. If not, the only thing that would probably delay the response of not guilty, if there's just one person or something that's hung on, they think Karen Reed is guilty, that would be the only, and they'll say, look, we can sit here as long as you want to. I'm not changing my opinion. She's not guilty. But if, then the court could say, let's take more time until it's unanimous. I mean, the court could probably do that. But I think as far as most of those jurors, or all of them, they're going to say not guilty very fast, which should be nice.
Yeah.
And then we're flying to Boston, right? No. I tell you, oh yeah, look at my shirt here. Let me bring it up for you. Can't see it. Let's see.
There you go. A lot can happen in 3 days.
A lot can happen in 3 days. You know what I mean? That's a little shirt. But yeah, a lot can happen in 3 days. But this ain't gonna take. This is gonna be just a couple hours. We got Untactical Texan. If he had to put his money on something, he's betting 2 hours. But definitely not past the day. And for those of you listening, that's going to be with us on Thursday, we are going to be having extended coverage of the Donald Trump, Joe Biden presidential debate. We will be covering that live here. So definitely tune in for that. That should be some shock and awe. There'll be some good fireworks going on there. What do you think about the debate?
Yeah, that's going to be, I hate to say this, but I think that's going to be comical.
I don't know. The pre-scripted, pre-stage, you're not allowed to cut me off. We're going to turn his mic off and his mic off. And you already pre-know what the questions are, and you've already rehearsed your answers over and over and over, and nothing the other person can say will even, the banter between candidates that are actually having a discussion, that won't even be in play, because you're just answering the pre-designed question. and then the other person's turn to answer their pre-designed question. So it's probably the easiest. It's the best circumstances for Joe Biden, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I thought about that too when they said CNN was going to be hosting it. I'm like, they're going to be so biased.
Well, let's not forget Trump made CNN look ridiculous on the town hall in New Hampshire with Caitlin Collins.
The other side of that, I mean, people can see through that. I mean, they can, whether you like them or not, they can see, what they're going to be doing.
True. What do you think, James? James is a big Joe Biden supporter, so let's hear James his opinion of this.
I don't support either candidate. Thank you very much.
Oh, you don't? Well, you're in California. Come on, dude.
I'm in Nevada. I grew up in California.
Oh, okay. So,
yeah, I think
you're in Nevada.
Said that the other day, and he corrected that note.
He takes great offense to being accused of being a Joe Biden supporter.
California.
Yeah, I've never supported him in my life. I voted for Trump twice. I'll vote for him a third time. So.
Yeah. Well, it's always interesting. We were in the state capitol over the weekend when we were in Austin, and it was cool seeing all the historical things there and how they put the statue that goes on top of how they put a helicopter to hoist it down, and seeing the construction, and they were talking about the border crisis and the different bills that were in the Congress and Senate, committees that were inside of the Texas State Capitol in Austin. But I tell you, it really wasn't a good representation of Texas at all, because it's a blue area right there where Austin is, Texas, University of Texas of Austin in there. And like when you say, hey, how you doing? Most people in Texas are very polite. Hey, how you doing? People have conversations and stuff. But right there in Austin, it was not like that. You say, hey, how you doing? They're just like, fuck you. And they just keep walking. Not a very good representation of Texas there in Austin. But we went to this place called Dripping Springs right outside of Austin. It's in the outskirts, Dripping Springs, Texas. And we went to a place called Treaty Oak, one of the places we went to, but Treaty Oak. And in the Texas Revolutionary War, do you remember anything about this, John?
Very little.
Yeah,
honest. It's
Mexico. Just wrap your head around this.
Yeah.
Mexico is invading Texas. And they're the Spaniards and all these people that they're coming across the border, and we're familiar with the Alamo, where they killed everyone, and then they got as far as almost in Austin, where we started kicking their asses. And this is the people from Texas, and then also the Hispanic people from Texas who lived there at the time. They fought back. And this resistance and this militia ended up winning, and they signed the treaty under this oak tree, which is known as Treaty Oak. This distillery, Treaty Oak, they actually have a sapling of that tree planted, and it's a tree now. And it's this distillery. It was badass. What are we talking about here on Tactical Says? I bet we hear a story about growing up with headhunters in South America.
He's talking about Biden.
Oh, yeah. Shit. Yeah, right now, actually.
That was funny.
And I think I have that Treaty Oak. But anyway, what do you have so far on this Karen Reed trial? Because this is good and good. The FBI, Mr. Wolf, Dr. Wolf is he's exploding the Commonwealth's case right before them.
I just, I think they're sealing the envelope and making sure it can't come open. It's just my take on it. I mean, it's like I said a while ago, and I told Joe this. I think the jurors have already made up their mind. I've made up my mind, but I think he's just driving it home. I mean, if she don't want to, like he asked the other day for him to call the trial because there's no evidence that's been presented, and I understand she's got to go on with it, but okay, well, we'll keep throwing rocks, and the rocks are landing. So,
yeah, and he kind of blew out these kind of like, oh, I have a great idea. Well, maybe he hit his head, but since it was frozen, maybe the ground was frozen, So let me ask this witness so he can say, maybe if the ground was frozen, maybe. And he's like, no, if the ground was frozen, that wouldn't have made it. It's like, oh, shit. There's like 2 or 3 of them. It's like, oh, my gosh. Here's this video from Treaty Oak, since I had it up there. Here it is right here.
You're listening to Kingdom Radio.
Impulse floating on a sapphire breeze, somewhere between heaven and the tall pine trees. Hard land, I'm missing you. Guitar playing through the night, it felt pretty good, I'm feeling alright. Good as warm for the price of 2. It's been a long time gone since the truth's been told, and I've seen my head cut slow. Come on, save my soul with a bar guitar and honky tonk crowd.
Welcome to Treaty Oak, Austin, Texas. You're listening to Kingdom Radio.
What do you think about that, Dave?
Cool.
Yeah, so that's what I do in my off time. I make videos about our experiences, and look at that. I think we're gonna bring on Untactical Texan.
You should look into doing commercials for these places.
Well, what do you think they are?
Well, I mean, like on the up and up type deal, like, hey, we'll do a commercial for you, and
well, that was one of the plans from our efforts with Kingdom Radio was to really it's just to advertise our own personal business, but to advertise other people's business, because that's what I love to do. And if I got paid to do it, it'd be like doing what you love to do. You never work another day in your life, kind of thing. But yeah, that's what's going on there. Untactical, I sent you an invite, brother. So we'll see if Untactical jumps on. Camo. And then here's a picture of let's see if we can share this guy. Here's a picture of me, Lara, and Untactical. I'm a little bit taller than Untactical, but there he is in real life.
Okay.
Yeah.
The real life.
Yeah, no, that's the real deal. It's like, yeah, we went over there and visited him, man. Cool place, man. Cool, nice, very nice guy. Very nice guy.
When I get things settled down, I want to go to Texas. I don't know why. I just want to go.
Just tell the truth, John. You want to go to Texas because you heard it's the coolest place to be.
Well, no, I mean, I know a lot of people that go to Texas. I know a lot. We had a couple of officer friends that worked for another agency. When they retired, they moved to Texas, different parts. Yeah. But they moved to Texas.
Heck yeah. All my exes live in Texas.
Oh, do they?
Yeah. Oh, George Strait.
Right. Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Let's see what Mr. Lally comes up with after a break and thinking about what he's going to say.
See, I mean, what can you say? What can you ask? We're about to find out.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Now,
notice how his demeanor is not going to change between the prosecution or the defense.
Dr. Rentschler, is that correct?
Dr. Rentschler, yes.
So you, in conjunction with Dr.
Keep your voice up, Mr. Lally.
Yes. You, in conjunction with Dr. Rentschler and Dr. Klein, wrote a report in regard to your analysis here, correct?
Correct.
And doctor, that report was issued on February 12th, 2024. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in the first paragraph of that report, the last two sentences, you or whoever the author of that particular portion, indicates this analysis is based on information currently available to ARCA and is only to be issued in its entirety. However, ARCA reserves the right to supplement or revise this report if additional information becomes available. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's pretty standard as far as your industry is concerned. You can only work with the information that you're provided. Is that correct?
Certainly.
Now, in this instance, you were provided 10 things, and then there were 4 additional things that either you or the other doctors had reviewed as far as literature or things of that nature. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And the 10 things that you were talking about were reports, an initial crime scene report, medical examiner dispatch removal report. Is that correct?
Correct.
Photographs of the incident location. Is that correct?
Correct.
And how many sets of photographs of the incident location were you provided with?
In terms of the number of photographs?
The number of photographs, or were there different sets of photographs?
Yes.
And how many sets?
I don't recall off the top of my head. I know that there was a series that were taken during the daytime, as well as ones taken what appeared to be in the early morning hours.
And you were also provided video from the early morning hours. Is that correct?
From what I recall, I think it was daytime, but yes.
Photographs of the vehicle, photographs of recovered evidence. Is that correct?
Correct.
CDR report from the 2021 Lexus LX570, correct?
Correct.
Autopsy report, autopsy photographs. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then some other things those would be the 10 things that you were provided with. And then there were 4 other things that you reviewed or part of your team reviewed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, in regard to there's a section in your report called Review of Materials, and it talks about photographs and glass fragments and plastic fragments and things of that nature, correct?
Correct.
You also talk about a black drinking straw that was recovered on scene. Is that correct?
Correct.
However, there's no mention in the report about Mr. O'Keefe's shoe or Mr. O'Keefe's hat. Are you aware of those items as well?
Yes.
And are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe's shoe was actually found dug out from the snow, sort of flush with the curbing in front of the area where his body was found?
Yes.
Now, over the course of your work as a crash reconstructionist, and again, I don't mean this in any way, shape, or form, but I'm just curious. Typically, you're reconstructing or you're looking at someone else's reconstruction in relation to something that occurred in the past, correct?
Not always, no.
Well, my question is, sir, how many times have you actually been on like a live scene where the vehicles are still in place at final rest, whether a body is in place at final rest? Have you ever been to a scene where those sort of conditions existed?
Certainly. We have a rapid response team that essentially we've been on site on the day of or the week of the incident. Yes.
Now, how often is that?
Not nearly as often as, like I said earlier, we primarily do litigation work. So again, by the time we're retained, obviously the scene has been is no longer present.
Scene's been cleared, items have been removed as far as evidence or other things. That's mostly what you deal with, correct?
Sure.
And as far as the hat that we were talking about before, are you aware that that was recovered as well, same day as the drinking straw on February 3rd in the area where the body of Mr. O'Keefe was discovered?
In the area of the front yard, yes.
Now, you have some familiarity through working as a crash reconstructionist with pedestrian collisions, correct?
Correct.
Is it common or uncommon for in the course of a pedestrian collision, for a shoe or glasses or a hat or something to fall off of that pedestrian in the collision sequence near where the area of impact occurs?
Well, I think that depends on the interaction between the two. If we're talking, if it's more of a side swipe type interaction, if we're just talking about an arm, for instance, contacting the vehicle, no, I would not expect the shoe to come off. If it's something where the entire body is interacting with the vehicle, then yes, there's a greater likelihood that something like a shoe will come off. Yes.
Here's Lally asking stupid questions again.
Pedestrian collision of the shoe coming off, correct?
Again, based on the interaction between the two. I wouldn't say it's a blanket statement that, again, in all pedestrian interactions, you will have a shoe come off.
And that's not the question I was asking. So what I'm asking is it generally consistent with pedestrian collisions that a shoe may come off during the collision sequence near the area of impact?
Shoes can come off in a pedestrian impact, yes.
Only if you're Charlie Brown.
Ruh-roh.
Now, again, you were testifying earlier about the damage to the Lexus being isolated in the area of the taillight, correct?
Correct.
And that was based on the information that you were providing, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to any of the materials that you were provided, was there anything in the materials that you were provided that indicated that just the arm or an outstretched arm of Mr. O'Keefe interacted with the vehicle?
No.
And based on your review of any of the materials that you were provided, was there any information stating that Mr. O'Keefe had been struck in the back of the head by the taillight assembly of the Lexus?
No.
And based on any of the materials let me ask you, based on any of the materials that you provided, were you aware that Mr. O'Keefe is on video exiting from a bar minutes before crash occurs at approximately 12:11 a.m. holding a cocktail glass in his right hand?
I'm not aware of that video.
Now, other than the materials that we just went over, as far as the 10 things that you were provided, you weren't provided anything else, is that correct?
That would be correct.
And so sort of the questions that you endeavored to answer, those were questions that you didn't know from any of the materials that you were provided, is that correct?
If I understand your question correctly, there was nothing in the material that indicated the questions we were to answer, if that's what your question was.
That is my question. So there was nothing in there, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. If I may have a moment, John?
Yes.
You're going to need more than a moment, dog. This dude is solid.
Yeah, he's not
Talked a bit
breaking.
about, you have some extensive background in human factors, correct?
Correct.
And as far as visibility, in particular, have you ever conducted a visibility analysis?
Absolutely, hundreds of times.
And you talked a little bit about conspicuity, is that correct?
Yes.
And part of conspicuity, at least one of the factors, would be a reasonable expectation of, in particular, when you're talking about a pedestrian collision. Part of the conspicuity factors would include sort of a reasonable expectation that a pedestrian would be in the path of the vehicle. Is that fair to say?
I don't understand your question.
Sure. When you're talking about
Nobody
conspicuity or visibility analysis, in particular, you're talking about something called PRT, or perception reaction time, correct?
Well, that occurs after recognition. So first, a driver has to recognize that there's a pedestrian there before they can actually respond to it. So once they've recognized the pedestrian, then you start the perception response time where, again, the driver has identified what the hazard is. They're making a decision about what to do. They might be moving their foot from the accelerator pedal to the brake pedal. So again, kind of that's the action or the time frame in which a driver is undergoing action to potentially mitigate the collision.
And perception reaction time, that's a pretty commonly used industry sort of standard as far as crash reconstruction goes, correct?
Well, I would say that it's used in the field of accident reconstruction, but as I mentioned earlier in my testimony, there isn't a blanket number in terms of perception response time. As I mentioned, it's based upon the hazard that the driver is presented with. Again, if you've got a pedestrian crossing the roadway, that's going to be one particular perception response time based upon studies and naturalistic data versus a driver suddenly stopping in front of you, right? It's not the same perception response time in every scenario.
No, understood. And there's different variables that may affect that as far as someone's age, as far as the lighting that's available, other things. Is that correct?
Sure.
And one of those things might be the reasonable expectation of a pedestrian being present in the roadway as you're driving along, correct?
Expectancy can play a role, yes.
In expectancy, what we're talking about is sort of the disparity or the difference between driving along a country road where there's no houses for miles and miles versus an urban area where there's crosswalks every 15 feet, correct?
Sure.
Now, in that expectation of privacy, how high would that be if we're talking about a pedestrian that actually exited from the vehicle that then strikes?
I don't understand your question.
Let me ask you this. If the operator of the vehicle has a passenger who then exits the vehicle and goes towards the back, would there be a high reasonable expectation that the pedestrian would be located in that area?
I don't know if I would classify it as high.
What would you classify it as?
I honestly don't know that I have a classification to it.
I would classify Lally as high.
You never looked at the defendant's vehicle in this case, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware that the defendant's vehicle is still in police custody and available for inspection?
I'm not aware of that.
Did you ever ask to look at the defendant's vehicle?
No.
I wonder if we put Lally in his
Now,
little potato shooter
typical
cannon, what would
pedestrian
happen?
Strike, for the most part, involves a pedestrian in front of a vehicle as it's coming down a street. Is that fair to say?
That can be one type of interaction, yes.
Is that more prominently seen as far as your field than a rear collision?
I would say that's fair.
And there are various types of sort of interactions that the pedestrian can have with the vehicle in order to cause and sort of sustain injuries. Is that fair to say?
What I would say is that there's certainly, in terms of how the pedestrian interacts with the vehicle, in terms of whether they're being wrapped onto the vehicle or projected forward, certainly there's different types of interactions, yes.
So there's like a wrap and forward projection type of collision sequence. Is that correct?
Those are two common, yes.
There's also something called a fender vault. Is that correct?
Correct.
And sort of how or where that pedestrian is positioned with relation to the vehicle is somehow or somewhat determinative of the injury sustained. Is that correct?
It can be, yes.
Obviously, you're going to see different injuries if someone fender vaults and goes over the top of the vehicle versus someone who is projected forward from the collision sequence with the front of the vehicle.
Just to clarify, again, in this matter, I was not assessing injuries. That was Dr. Rentschler. I don't have an opinion.
What I'm saying is based on your experience, though, that you understand that there's a difference in the injuries that you might expect based on the type of interaction that a pedestrian has with a vehicle.
Yes.
And then if someone is wrapping forward projected and then the vehicle overruns that person, there'd be a whole other host of injuries that you'd expect to see based on being overrun by the vehicle, correct?
There could be, yes.
Now, the testing that you did with respect, these are essentially experiments that you're doing, correct?
That's fair, yes.
And am I correct in saying that in scientific experiments or in the world of scientific experiments, there are certain things called variables that you're trying to account for? Is that correct?
I would say that's fair, yes.
And essentially what you're trying to do is control as many of those variables as you can in order to best replicate whatever the conditions were at the time that what you're testing to see actually occurred. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, what, if anything, did you do to control variables in relation to temperature?
So one of the things we did with all of the tail lamp assemblies that we tested is that we preconditioned them to approximately 28 degrees, that they had reached a steady state temperature before we subjected them to the impact testing.
And where in your report does it say that?
I don't believe that's explicitly stated.
Is it implicitly stated anywhere in your report?
Again, I'm telling you, that's part of what we did for the testing.
I understand that's what your testimony is.
No, Larry's getting a little aggressive here.
Right, I
like
don't
it.
know that I
Aggressive.
detailed every single part of the test. Again, we summarized it.
Understood. So what did you do to control any variable as far as wind?
Well, when you're talking about a projectile such as a glass, again, that's being projected at 37 miles per hour, again, there would be probably minimal effects in terms of the wind.
Even if there was a blizzard going on?
Again, what we're going after here is ultimately conducting a test such that the drinking glass arrived at the location of the taillight. So if you're trying to say that, okay, he threw it this way and the wind blew it towards the taillight, sure, that could be a possibility.
And sir, I'm not trying to say anything. I'm just asking, are you aware that there was a blizzard and that there were wind gusts up to 37 miles per hour during the time that this collision occurred, and that's not accounted for in your testing?
Objection.
Were you aware of that, sir?
I'm aware that there was inclement weather at the time, yes.
Now, with respect,
Lally, you're just embarrassing
to
yourself. Sit your ass down.
what type of glass did you use?
So we used a rocks drinking glass. So that's a glass that has a thicker base and a shallower sidewall.
And so what I'm asking, so was it a cocktail glass? Was it a pint glass? What kind of drinking glass are we talking?
It's
a rocks drinking glass.
And
Yeah,
how
it's a rocks
tall
glass.
is that rocks
That's a type
drinking
of glass.
that you used?
If I had to estimate, I think it was about 3 or 4 inches tall, probably.
And the thickness, did you measure that as far as the thickness of the bottom of the glass?
No.
Was the thickness of the bottom of the glass thicker or more thick or less thick than the top of the glass?
Are you talking about this in comparison to the sidewall of the glass?
Talking about in comparison to itself. So you have a glass, this rocks glass. Was the bottom thicker or the top thicker?
The sidewall would be taller, if you will, than the base.
And so when you're projecting this thing out of the device that you created, the whatever it was, are you facing sort of the top of the glass where you would be sipping out of, or the bottom of the glass at the tail?
So in the testing, the interaction between the taillight and the glasses was primarily between the base and the taillight.
Now, with reference to...
if you threw the glass at it,
I
it
asked a
wouldn't have
little bit about
landed
the
fucking
video,
30
and you
feet
weren't aware of
away
Mr.
on the
O'Keefe
lawn.
exiting from the waterfall bar at 12:11 in the morning, about 15, 20 minutes before he struck by a vehicle. You're not aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Now, with reference to that particular establishment, was there anything stopping you or the other doctors that you were working with from going to that establishment, finding out what kind of glasses they had, getting an actual cocktail glass from that establishment?
I had no idea that video existed.
Did you even know that Mr. O'Keefe was at a bar before he was struck by the vehicle?
I believe that in one of the incident reports we reviewed that there was, I think, a narrative about that they had been at a bar drinking, yes.
Yeah, that would have really changed the distance that he went. If he went to the bar, he could have flew a lot further.
How is it that you determined where on the taillight assembly to aim?
So we looked at the fracture pattern, and what it appeared to be that it was emanating from basically where the clear portion meets the red cover. We kind of saw that the fracture pattern emanated from that. So that's where we targeted it.
Now, when you did this testing as far as the sort of breakage or the pieces that came off the taillight, is it fair to say that they were of sort of different shapes and sizes, the broken pieces?
Sure.
Consistent with the broken pieces that were found on the scene near Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yes, I would say that's fair.
I don't think Lally really knows where he's going next with this.
Now, I know you may not
He's
be
clearly
the
not a
person
drinker
for this,
either.
But just as far as your reviewed some of the autopsy report, medical findings in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe were primarily on the right side of his body, correct?
Correct.
So there were injuries to his right arm and forearm, elbow area, correct?
Correct.
There was bruising to his right hand. Do you recall that?
Yes.
There was an abrasion to the outside or the posterior of his right leg near his knee. Do you recall that?
I don't know that I recall that off the top of my head.
And do you recall sort of the skull fracture or the laceration that immediately outside of the skull fracture was on sort of the right back of his head?
Yes.
Now, from the reports that you reviewed, were you aware that when Mr. O'Keefe's body was discovered by the defendant and two of Mr. O'Keefe's friends, that the defendant was the only one who could see him in the conditions?
Objection.
Sustained.
As far as the lighting was concerned in that area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, are you aware there was no overhead street ambient lighting or anything like that?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I'm not aware of that.
And you didn't do any visibility analysis or anything in relation to this case, correct?
That wasn't a part of my scope in this case.
Well, as far as part of your scope, did you define that you indicated earlier that there were questions that you didn't find in the materials that you actually conducted experiments to prove or disprove, correct?
Well, again, the entity that retained us in this asked us to evaluate whether or not the damage to the vehicle and the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe were consistent with the interaction or in interaction between the two.
So you were at least somewhat restricted in the scope of what you could do based on the parameters given to you by the agency that hired you. Is that fair to say?
Sure.
No further questions. Just sit down, dude.
Now, as far as any statements by the defendant to investigating troopers, either that afternoon or that morning when Mr. O'Keefe's body was discovered, were you familiar with any of those?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I'm not familiar with.
Sure.
We're going to need a sidebar. A sidebar. What's up on Tactical Texan? Check it out, John.
I think John stepped out for a minute.
Yeah, he, what did he say?
He's got to go get a double rocks glass and measure the base and top of it.
Oh, yeah. He's giving expert analysis. What's up on Tactical?
Oh, not much. Just chilling on my day off.
Oh, today's your day off. Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
It's Monday.
Yeah.
Yeah. People who work in your line of work or also hairdressers usually always have Mondays off.
Wow. I don't have a need for hairdressers.
Yeah. Shit. Looks like Lally could probably use some hairdressing.
You probably could. What's up, James?
Howdy, folks. Had to ditch off the stream for a little bit because I was with my boss.
Oh, yeah. Not allowed to be on a stream while you're at work.
Yeah, some pulling double duty or splitting my attention or some shit like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So I'm guessing Lally isn't a big drinker because rocks glass is a rocks glass. Like they may have different patterns on the outside, but they're all essentially the same.
That Lally, I don't know what the hell you could possibly ask this guy without just regurgitating other evidence that helps you out. I don't know what you could say here.
Here we go.
So, Doctor, with regard to the defendant's statements, at any point were you did you review materials, or were you made aware that the defendant said to multiple people on scene, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him"?
I'm not aware of that.
Because if she said it, then all the other physics stuff doesn't matter, right?
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Can I have a moment, John?
Yes.
He wants to go through some of this evidence that makes her look guilty. Like she pretty much
Now, within the
admitted to the
report,
crime is what he's saying.
that you and the other doctors submitted, there's an indication that if either Mr. O'Keefe's arm or head had interacted with the taillight, there'd be some expectation that either blood or DNA would be contained on that taillight. Is that correct?
I believe, yes, that was stated in the report.
And at any point were you made aware that Mr. O'Keefe's DNA actually was recovered from that taillight assembly from the defendant's vehicle?
No, I was not.
Now, as far as forensic reports, what, if anything, were you provided in reference to that, other than the initial crime scene report?
Are you talking about specific to the scene or forensic reports to the body?
Forensic reports specific to the evidence that was recovered from the scene and from the defendant's vehicle.
Only what would be listed in the report.
Now, you indicated as one of the materials that you were provided and you reviewed was the EDR, event data recorded data.
The crash data retrieval report, yes.
Now, were you shown anything as far as a crash reconstruction report from a trooper from the state police?
No.
And the EDR data that you observed, did that contain any sort of usable data?
There was no events recovered on the black box.
And with respect to there being no events recovered on the EDR or the black box in a pedestrian collision, is that unusual?
It is not.
And why not?
Well, because you're talking about, excuse me, a very large weight difference between the vehicle and the pedestrian. So ultimately, what the vehicle is constantly monitoring is acceleration, which gets back to a term called delta V. So when the vehicle doesn't experience a big delta V, typically the threshold for a non-deployment event where you're not firing airbags or any safety mechanisms, but the vehicle wakes up and says, hey, there was something that I potentially hit. It's usually at a threshold of about 5 miles per hour. So again, given the weight difference, we usually don't see delta Vs that high with pedestrians.
And is that in some respects because what the EDR and what the safety restraint systems are designed to protect is the occupants of the vehicle, correct?
That's fair, yes.
I mean, there are more innovations as far as vehicles that are more modern or released earlier that have certain pedestrian or protections for other vehicles, but primarily what they're focused on is the occupants of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Now, at any point in time, were you shown any tech stream data, Toyota tech stream data from the defendant's vehicle?
No.
So you weren't shown any data indicating that the defendant's vehicle was being operated in reverse.
The objection sustained. Next
Objection. Shut up, Lally. Next question.
So with regard to the defendant's statements, were you also not told that the defendant told several people that she had just gotten into a fight with Mr. O'Keefe right before she dropped him off at 34 Fairview Road?
So that's sustained.
Now, with regard to pedestrian collisions, you're familiar with sort of the physics term, I'm presuming, doctor, as far as like center of mass?
Yes.
And what kind of role does a center of mass for a pedestrian play in relation to the center of mass of a vehicle as far as how the two interact?
Well, it depends, again, on the vehicle structure. And again, when you're talking about where's the hood height, the bumper height, and the CG or the center of gravity of the pedestrian, that, again, will kind of dictate how they interact with between the vehicle and the pedestrian.
Now, typically, a typical pedestrian collision, again, that we were speaking about before, is in relation to a pedestrian struck by the front of a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And so in a typical pedestrian collision, that involves more of an assumption of the velocity of the striking vehicle than you would see occur in sort of a side swipe. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. In a typical pedestrian collision, that would involve more of an assumption of the velocity of the striking vehicle by the pedestrian than you would see in a typical side swipe collision. Is that correct?
If I understand your question correctly, yes. If the vehicle is striking the center of gravity of a pedestrian as opposed to just, for instance, a limb, yes, the center of gravity or the body will be accelerated up to that speed.
Now, with respect to the defendant's vehicle, again, you never actually looked at the defendant's vehicle. Is that correct?
It wasn't necessary.
And did you look at the actual taillight housing from the defendant's vehicle?
I had sufficient photographs of the taillight.
Did you ever look at the actual physical broken pieces of the taillight from the defendant's vehicle?
Again, I had sufficient photographs that documented the fragments and pieced them together.
And you're aware, at least, that the fragments that were recovered on scene were then sort of put back together and overlaid over the taillight housing that was taken from the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
And through any of the pictures of the photos that you observed, did you ever see a piece of metal protruding underneath the broken and shattered plastic pieces from the taillight?
I believe it was a plastic chrome piece.
And when you were doing the testing as far as shooting the drinking glass at the taillight assembly, that taillight assembly was sort of held there by vice grips or something like that. Is that correct? It wasn't actually physically attached to a vehicle, the one that you were shooting at?
That's correct.
Case closed. You got him. That's the case cracker. A picture with me in the shower. You got it. The case cracker.
Now, as far as that, you're familiar with, there was a piece of a broken drinking glass that was recovered from the same area of where Mr. O'Keefe was found. Is that correct?
Amongst the fragments of the taillight, yes.
And are you familiar with Mr. O'Keefe's DNA being present on those pieces of the exterior of a broken drinking glass located near his body?
I don't believe so.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, his fingernails, are you aware that there was DNA of Mr. O'Keefe and no one else recovered from both his fingernails and from a variety of areas of his clothing?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, from the crime scene reports that you reviewed, are you aware that there was human hair that was located on the right rear quarter panel near the dent that you were talking about?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yes.
Are you
Oh,
familiar,
the traveling
or are you
hair.
aware that subsequent mitochondrial DNA testing found that the mitochondrial DNA profile for that hair was consistent to a probability of 99.895% with the mitochondrial DNA profile of Mr. O'Keefe?
I'm not aware of that.
Now, were you also aware that the broken drinking glass with Mr. O'Keefe's DNA on it was found to be consistent?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Were you aware that the pieces from the exterior of the broken drinking glass found near Mr. O'Keefe's body with his DNA on it were then found to be consistent with pieces of broken drinking glass that were located in the street of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes.
But what does that have to do with anything?
Were you also aware that pieces of glass that you were
Trust
talking
the
about from the
science.
defendant's bumper were found to be consistent with pieces of glass recovered from the street in front of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes.
Were you aware that there were microscopic pieces of red and clear plastic, about a 1/16 of an inch by a 1/16 of an inch, that were recovered from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing that were then found to be consistent with the tail?
No, I don't believe so.
Is that even possible that microscopic pieces could have happened? Ask him that one, Lally, since you're asking stupid questions
now, as
anyway.
far as, again, you weren't provided with any sort of reconstruction report from a Trooper Paul from the state police?
No, I was not.
So you're not aware that he took measurements from the ground to where certain items were on the vehicle?
The objection sustained. He didn't see the report. Sure.
Yeah, can we approach? Because I think we just got the case cracker.
Holy shit! You got it, honey! You did it! The case cracker! Me in the shower! I love this! That's it!
God, my.
I mean, what are we talking about here, John? Say, welcome back, John.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I got a big lab.
No excuses. No excuses.
He likes to be outside, but I had to bring him in and let him cool off.
Yeah. A little trip around the pool.
No, the pool's like 5 minutes away. I'm not going to the pool today. Well, I've got to go this evening and put some maintenance chemicals in. But no pool today.
Yeah.
You are unmuted.
You are unmuted.
Yes.
So Lally's still going at it. Damn.
Oh man, they're bumping their heads right now, trying to find something to ask this dude. It's like, did you know that Michael Proctor crashed the taillight? It's like all these things he's asking him. This guy is an accident reconstruction, not a. Do you realize all the evidence we planted?
Yes.
But it's this guy and one more, Lally. This guy and one more, and then you're going to hear the not guilty. But I'd love to hear his closing arguments, what he says. It'd be
Now,
funny.
Doctor, in the course of your analysis or review of materials here, were you ever provided with a video of the defendant backing out of a garage and making contacts with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in his driveway at about 5:07 in the morning on January 29th?
No.
Now, as far as from your review and your testing and everything that you did in this case, if a collision occurred at a lower speed, say 1, 2, anywhere from 0 to 5 miles an hour, would that create the damage to the taillight that you observed in this particular case?
At that speed, no.
It could.
Not fully busted out.
No, that would require some extra work, but the initial damage before it got busted out, sure.
Yeah, not microscopic pieces in your shirt.
No.
It's your choice, Lally. What do you want to do here? Do you want to embarrass yourself a little bit more, or do you want to say no further questions?
So
Oh, he wants to keep going.
there were about 10 items that you were provided that you reviewed. Is that correct?
Correct.
And a number of different items that I just asked you about that you weren't provided with or you weren't aware of, correct?
Correct.
And again, in your report, in the very first paragraph, you indicate, however, ARCA reserves the right to supplement or revise this report if additional information becomes available, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Very briefly, Dr. Wolf, you were asked on cross-examination a couple of questions about hair, DNA on the outside of the taillight lens, I'm sorry, the taillight housing, and glass material. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Does any of that change your opinion about your opinions and conclusions in this case?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Absolutely not.
What is your conclusion as to whether or not the damage to the vehicle and the injuries to the human being are consistent or inconsistent with the vehicle interaction?
Objection.
Sustained. All right, Dr. Wolf, you are all set, sir.
Thank you.
Is it lunchtime?
No, I think we've already had our break, I believe. And we only have one more witness, and that's it for the case, ladies and gentlemen. That's it. One more. Una más. Una más.
We took the morning break.
Oh, was that the morning break?
Yeah. Because just now,
yes.
10 after 12 here.
Dr. Andrew Rentschler to join us, please.
Okay.
Mr. Rentschler. Now, I believe when they had the voir dire, they said they were going to limit to what Dr. Andrew Rentschler was going to be able to say, but I don't remember that they had
While
any kind
he's
of
coming
ruling.
in, just very quickly about scheduling.
You are muted.
But remember that they had certain things that he was allowed to say or not allowed to say or something like that, and they were going to reserve judgment to say it later. Now this is later. This is the very last person that's going to testify in the Karen Reed murder trial. Then after this is going to be the prosecution has a chance to send a rebuttal witness of the same shit they've been talking about for the last 9 weeks, and then you're going to have closing arguments. So this is the point we're finally at.
Yeah.
What do you got on tactical? Not guilty all the way, right?
I'm thinking not guilty.
It's the whole. I mean, there's just no evidence. I mean, there's plenty of potential evidence that you could say, "Man, I got a video from this Ring camera, seeing the whole thing," but there's nothing. And there would be something. There's nothing. Everything stinks. All the evidence.
I think Proctor's time on the stand killed this case.
Yeah. Well, if all the other little pieces of evidence, if the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit. If you disregard all of that,
Keep going with this if that's okay. Everybody's nodding. All right, thank you.
yeah, I mean, the Proctor, just that alone, or John, not securing the crime scene when they didn't find any taillight, and then coming back later and finding taillight, just that alone would be enough to
Solo cup.
I mean,
I fill you up.
Mm-hmm.
Why would they release the crime scene unless they thought they had everything? I mean, what's in their mind, what would be the purpose of going
Doctor,
back?
could you please state your first and last name, spelling your last name for the record?
I mean,
certainly. Andrew Rentschler, Rentschler.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a biomechanical engineer and accident reconstructionist.
And who do you work for?
I work for a company called ARCA LLC.
How long have you been in that position as working for ARCA, first of all?
I've been with ARCA for about 16 and a half years now.
And you indicated that you're the director of biomechanics and human factors. Is that right?
I am. I'm a vice president and the director of biomechanics for the Midwest division.
Can you tell us what education, training, and background qualifies you to perform your duties as the director for biomechanics and human factors?
Sure. Well, I've got my BS in mechanical engineering with a minor in biomedical engineering from Carnegie Mellon University in 1995. I then went on to get my master's in bioengineering and biomechanical engineering from the University of Pittsburgh in 2002. And then I went to get my doctorate or my PhD in bioengineering and biomechanics from the University of Pittsburgh in 2004.
Doctor, do you specialize in research and analysis to evaluate specifically the study of the relationships between crash injuries and crash forces?
I do, yes, sir.
And when I say crash injuries, we're talking about to human beings.
That's right. Injuries to human beings, whether it be, in a crash, motor vehicle accident, slip and fall, industrial, any type of setting where there's an injury to the human body, I evaluate basically that event and the mechanisms responsible for producing those types of injuries.
Doctor, does it also include the study of and understanding of human kinematics?
It does, yes.
As well as human tolerances?
Yes, sir.
We all know what tolerances mean. What does kinematics mean?
So kinematics is really just the motion of the human body, and it's the study of the human body, how the body moves under different circumstances, whether you're in a car that's struck from behind, what direction will your body move, slip and fall, how will your body rotate and move. It's really looking at the motion and the response of the body.
Are you certified by any professional associations?
I have again, a PhD. There's no professional licensure for biomechanical engineering. PhD is the highest basically certification you can get. And I'm also a member of SAE, Society of Automotive Engineers, as well as the American Society for Mechanical Engineers.
Have you received additional training and education in further beyond your PhD and the associations that we just talked about?
I have, yes, sir.
Can you describe, without going through all the detail, describe the kind of continuing education that you engage in?
Well, I attend seminars and professional classes with respect to biomechanics as well as action reconstruction, but looking at new technology and research with respect to injuries. For instance, motor vehicle accidents, if there's new safety measures such as airbags, seatbelt pretensioners, auto detection devices on vehicles. So really kind of staying up to date with the current research and literature that's out there.
So your specialty, your subfield, if you will, in terms of your engineering degree and education is literally in accident reconstruction and the effect that accidents and incidents can have on the human body. Is that right?
It is, yes. And biomechanics is really, it's looking at injury to the human body. So, we use traditional engineering principles and apply it to the body because an injury is just an engineering problem. Instead of looking at a piece of steel that if you know the dimensions and size and you apply a force, it'll bend and break. We look at the human body. How much force does it take and how does the force have to be applied to get a humerus fracture or an intervertebral disc injury or any type of injury? There's specific forces and mechanisms you need to produce those injuries. And that's what I do as a biomechanical engineer.
Is there a difference between a biomechanical engineer and a doctor?
There is, yes.
In terms of injuries?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So we really approach injuries from two different directions. Someone has an injury, you go to the doctor, you go to the hospital, the medical doctor will diagnose that injury, determine the best way to treat it, and determine what the prognosis is. As a biomechanical engineer, I look at that injury from a different direction. Here's the injury. Well, how did that injury occur? What type of loading did you need to actually produce that injury? How much force was required? What happened to your body to actually cause that injury to occur? So we approach it really kind of from two different areas. And certainly the doctors diagnose the injuries and determine what they are. And then the biomechanical engineer will come in and we'll look at that injury. And not only how's it produced, but ultimately our hope is to mitigate and prevent injuries from occurring, whether in motor vehicle accidents, sports settings, industrial settings, anywhere there's an interaction with the body and the environment, we want to try and make it safer for individuals.
So you're not diagnosing an injury as much as you are trying to figure out the mechanics and the forces behind the injury. Is that right?
That's right. I'm not a medical doctor. I wouldn't diagnose an injury, but given an injury, I understand the mechanics of how that injury is produced and what you need to actually cause that injury to happen.
Are you also published in the field of biomechanics and or engineering?
I am, yes, sir.
Can you describe that?
When I did my graduate work at the University of Pittsburgh, I worked at a place called the Human Engineering Research Lab. and it was associated with the VA in Pittsburgh as well as the University of Pittsburgh. And so we looked at people with disabilities. Well, one of the big things that we did, or one of the major points, was people in wheelchairs. So if you have to propel a manual wheelchair, you put a lot of stress and force on the arm, the shoulder, the elbow, the hands, carpal tunnel. So we look at the injuries that are produced during those types of events. How can we reduce the force acting on the body for someone like that? So it's looking at, again, how the body responds, how we can set up a chair differently to actually reduce the amount of force someone might experience doing that type of an activity.
Have you qualified as an expert in the past in the area of biomechanical engineering and human factors?
I have, yes.
In furtherance of, let me ask it this way, were you asked to engage in an analysis, ARCA, to be engaged in an analysis of the incident that is currently before the court?
I was, yes, sir.
Did you produce, or did your team produce a report about your opinions and conclusions, including the testing and the methodology that went behind those opinions and conclusions?
We did, yes.
You were not hired by the defense in this case, correct?
No, we were not.
You were not hired by the Commonwealth in this case.
That's correct, we were not.
When you started your analysis, you didn't know who we were. You did not know who the Commonwealth was.
That's correct.
You'd never heard of the Karen Reed case.
I had not, no, sir.
You were contacted by my office after you provided your report, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Were you ever contacted by the Commonwealth?
Not that I'm aware of, no, sir.
And you and I have never discussed the substance of your testimony, correct?
That's correct, we have not.
Would you consider that your analyses, your conclusions and opinions in this case are completely independent of any party in this room?
Check.
Sustained.
You've not been paid by the defense, is that right?
I have not, no, sir.
And you do not answer to us in any way?
I do not, that's correct.
You indicated that you and your team were asked to undertake a review of the circumstances. What exactly did you review in coming to your opinions and conclusions and performing the tests that you performed?
Well, we looked at, there was police reports with respect to the incident, medical records from Mr. O'Keefe, as well as the autopsy report, photographs of the evidence in this case involving the Lexus, the tail light, the incident scene where the evidence was found, as well as some other documentation.
And you also worked with Dr. Wolf, who just left the courtroom, correct?
I did, yes.
Did you two have sort of a distinct role in, although working as a team, a distinct role in making determinations and conclusions about the incident?
That we did. There was a distinction. Certainly some of our work overlap, but there was a distinction with what each of us actually did and performed with respect to this case.
Following your review and your investigation and analysis, did you make any determination as to whether any of the injuries suffered by Mr. O'Keefe in this case were consistent with producing the damage that was seen on the SUV?
I did, yes, sir.
And what did you base your opinion on?
My opinion was based on certainly the medical records, the description of what the injuries were, the damage that we have to the Lexus, primarily the right rear tail light cover, as well as we performed testing to evaluate the strength of that taillight cover and look at the damage associated with different types of impacts. And also to look at the overall evidence of where everything was found, where Mr. O'Keefe was found, what the injuries were, how they may or may not have occurred based on the damage we have to the vehicle.
So did you look specifically to find whether or not you could determine the forces required for Mr. O'Keefe to suffer the injuries that you saw in the records, medical records, et cetera?
I did, yes. I determined in my analysis whether there was sufficient force with that damaged taillight and interaction with that taillight to produce any of the injuries that were listed or diagnosed in the autopsy report and the medical records.
What, generally speaking, what injuries would you expect to see in a vehicle-pedestrian interaction at, say, 24 miles per hour?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Just generally, Doctor, if you would, please.
Yes, Your Honor. So 24 miles an hour, once you get up to that speed, you start to see fractures. You see significant ligament and tendon damage. I mean, usually about 15 miles an hour, 15-mile-an-hour impact is where you start to see damage to, for instance, the leg and the knee. At that speed, you're going to produce, if you impact the vehicle, you're going to produce upwards of 1,000 pounds of force on the body, depending on what part of your body impacts the vehicle. So certainly at 25 miles an hour, you start to see significant injuries occur.
Is that true for any part of the body that is struck, whether it's center mass or an extremity? 1,000 pounds of force because of the speed of the vehicle?
Well, so force is equal, Newton's second law of force is equal to mass times acceleration. So the acceleration is going to be the same. It depends on the mass of whatever body part's being hit. So from the testing that we did at 15 miles an hour, we used a head form, which weighs about 11 pounds. And that produced almost 1,000 pounds of force, a little under that for the head. So anything that weighs 11 pounds is going to produce almost 1,000 pounds of force. The heavier the object, if you get hit center mass, that's going to be even greater force because that's more mass than just 11 pounds. So the acceleration is the same for each body part. It just depends on the weight of the body part and how heavy it is to determine the force that's actually exerted on the body.
Did you review, in furtherance of your conclusions and opinions, did you review records that indicated injuries to both a head as well as an arm, right extremity, right arm?
I did, yes, sir.
Taking those one at a time, is the injury to the head that you saw consistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour?
It is not, no, sir.
Can you explain why that is?
There's a couple of reasons. First of all, and the main reason is that to get the injury, it was a fracture at the occipital region of the head, which is basically on the back bottom part of the head. So in order to have that part of the head contacted by the tail light, you would somehow have to have a configuration or be standing in a manner that the rest of your body doesn't get hit because there's no other significant injuries to the body. If there's enough force to cause a skull fracture, then there's going to be certainly enough force to cause injury to the rest of the body. So first of all, you have to determine how could you configure somebody could actually be standing to have only the head impacted, the back of the head. And even if that was the case, if somebody positioned themselves in such a manner to have that occur, you're still going to see other injuries related to that. For instance, with the cervical spine,
I say that
over
like 2
1,000
weeks
pounds
ago?
of force acting on the head, you're going to get significant cervical injuries, fractures, disc injuries, tendon and ligament
I think a little
injuries.
bit. I don't
So the
remember
fact
it
that
being
we
to this
only have
degree.
that head injury and only
Don't cut for
damage
James.
to
Don't
the
cut for
occipital
James.
portion of the skull is inconsistent in this case with being struck by that tail light. And then there's also the evidence that we saw when we did the testing at 15 miles an hour, where we dropped the head form. So that would be akin or like a vehicle backing up at 15 miles an hour hitting the head. We had more damage to the tail light in that test than what we saw with the subject tail light cover. So if you're going 24 or 25 miles an hour, even faster, you're going to see even greater damage, greater fracturing of that rear tail light. And we just don't have that in this case. So both the physical evidence as well as looking at the biomechanical aspects of it are inconsistent with that head injury occurring due to impact with the rear of the Lexus.
Shifting to the arm,
Ruh-roh.
are the same forces at
Case
play
closed.
if instead of the head making contact with the tail light, it's an outstretched arm, for instance, at the elbow area of a human being, the person 73 inches tall, weighing 215 pounds.
Objection.
The objection sustained. Ask it differently. Mr.
Sure.
Johnson.
Shifting to the arm, are the same forces at play if instead of making contact with a head, you make contact with an arm, an outstretched arm?
They are. I just explained the force is mass times acceleration. So if the arm weighs the same as the head, you're still going to get that same force, almost 1,000 pounds.
Does the arm weigh the same as the head?
It does actually, almost identical, because your arm, just one of your arms, including the hand, forearm, and upper arm, is about 5% of your total body weight. So for someone who weighs 216 pounds, that comes out to about 10.8 pounds. So your arm, basically your whole arm, is about the same, weighs the same as your head.
So is your analysis the same then if the arm, close to an 11-pound arm, made contact with the taillight traveling at 24 miles an hour, at 15 miles an hour, would you expect even more damage to the taillight at a higher speed?
Objection.
Allow it. Watch the leading.
Sure.
Yes, you would. If it's higher than 15 miles an hour and you have an arm actually striking that taillight, you're going to get even more significant fracturing, more damage to that taillight at a higher speed than what we saw.
So was the taillight damage consistent or inconsistent with striking an arm?
It was, our findings was it's inconsistent for a number of reasons, but it's inconsistent with striking the arm. Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to shift back to the head injury that you saw. Was the head injury that you saw consistent with falling backward from a standing position onto a rigid surface?
That's certainly one of the possible scenarios. That would create the injury mechanism. You fall backwards, strike your head on concrete. That can produce thousands of pounds of force on the head. And so that's certainly a scenario where you could produce that damage if someone was standing, they fell backwards and struck their head on the roadway or on the curb or a hard surface.
So I was going to ask, I think you may have just answered my question. Those kinds of force multipliers require a hard and rigid surface or not?
They do, yes, sir.
So grass and dirt would not produce the same sort of force?
Grass and dirt, no, that would not, certainly not produce the same amount of force as hitting your head on concrete.
And if it was grass and dirt with a little bit of snow on the top of it, what effect is that?
That's going to dampen and lessen the force even more so.
What injuries, I want to shift back to the arm. I know I'm going back and forth, but bear with me. Talking about the arm, if presuming a strike at, say, 24 miles an hour on just the arm, what kind of damage would you expect to see on the arm, irrespective of the vehicle?
You can see significant damage on the arm, especially if it hits at that taillight. Enough force to actually cause fracture of that taillight, that force is going to be concentrated at an initial point. And you're going to see at that point, you're going to see probably the most damage to the arm and to the skin there. So remember, at 15 miles an hour, that's about almost 1,000 pounds. So 24, 25, it's even greater. So that amount of force on the arm, certainly you're going to see extensive subcutaneous lacerations, bruising, contusions. You're going to see most likely fracture of the arm as well. You're going to see significant damage. Just imagine having your arm out and being struck by a car at 25 miles an hour. There's going to be significant damage, more so compared to simply the abrasions that were diagnosed and documented on the arm in this case.
You did look at multiple photographs of the arm in this case, of the John O'Keefe's arm in this case, correct?
I did, yes, sir.
All right. Were the injuries that you saw on John O'Keefe's right arm consistent with having been struck by a vehicle in the manner that you just described?
Objection.
That's sustained, Mr. Jackson.
You know that makes Lally look like a liar. Stop.
Specific to John O'Keefe, correct?
I did, yes.
Taking that as a hypothetical, would the injuries that you saw, generally speaking, hypothetically be consistent or inconsistent with having been struck by a car at 24 miles an hour?
Objection.
Sustained.
A reapproach?
Yes.
I know it's damning. I know it's damning, but come on, man. You got to let this guy, he is the one who's qualified to say it. You got to let him say it. Right?
Absolutely.
Where are we at on tactical? Let me hear it, dude.
Ask it differently.
Objection, Your Honor. Like, what is the objection? I don't know. Just ask it.
It breaks my case, Your Honor.
Yeah. Well, apparently there was a rear end collision of the Commonwealth's case in Dr. Wolf's testimony. He done rear end collisioned the truth up in that ass. And it's not looking good so far for the Commonwealth. And when I say so far, it's over, dude. It's over. He's going to say a few more words. Lally's going to come in there and embarrass himself a little bit more. And he's going to bring up some, well, did you know about the DNA? And did you know that the glass was found? Did you know that this and this? I mean, he's not saying that to the witness. He's saying that to the jury. But this case is over, man. Let's just get to the verdict.
I agree.
Yep. 100%.
Let's just get to
They
the
could
verdict.
totally call it today.
So after this, you have your closing arguments and stuff. I mean, so that'll be tomorrow, and then we should have a verdict by tomorrow afternoon. If we have the hours, and if we don't have the hours, then it could be as much as Wednesday. So either tomorrow afternoon or Wednesday, we're going to have a not guilty verdict.
Thank you. If you were to presume, for purposes of my question, that an arm was struck by a vehicle taillight traveling at 24 miles an hour or thereabouts, would you expect to see patterned abrasions with no bruising?
Objection.
Or just what would he expect to see?
What would you expect to see?
So again, I would expect to see significant trauma to the skin, to the bone, to the tendons. I wouldn't expect to see just abrasions, pattern abrasions. I mean, abrasion by very definition means that it's trauma to the skin, which is created through rubbing or grinding or friction. So it's basically something rubbing against the skin that basically wears away that top layer of skin. It's not blunt force trauma. If you have blunt force trauma, that produces a contusion or a bruising. It's not a laceration type injury where we have a cutting injury that actually produces a cut or a significant laceration. It's really just rubbing along the skin. So that would be inconsistent. If you have an arm that's actually struck at 25 miles an hour, you're going to have significantly greater damage, especially if there's a taillight that shatters. So you have the taillight coming in, it's hitting the arm, and it's moving forward into the arm. So if that actually caused fracturing of the taillight, then parts of that taillight are going to be pushed into the arm and likely embedded into the arm as the vehicle continues forward and pushes the arm out of the way. I didn't see any of that, basically just superficial abrasions, which all appear to have a similar amount of force. There's not a difference. That's the other thing. If you had a taillight shatter and explode on an arm, you would have some areas where you would have very deep contusions or lacerations, others lighter areas. But when you look at the abrasions that were noted in this case, they all appear to be of the same force, generally the same direction and the same severity, which would be inconsistent, in my opinion, with being struck at 25 miles an hour.
Generally speaking, do you look for consistency in size of an object striking a body and the injury that the body suffers from being struck by the object?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, size is a big part of it, certainly. Yes.
So did you do any measurements of
That's what she said.
the size of the taillight, the width of the taillight that was shattered?
Yes.
And what was that width, if you can recall?
I think the width we looked at was maybe 6 inches or so.
In review of your...
That's what she also said.
In coming to your opinions and conclusions, did you look at the arm of John O'Keefe just sort of laid out, straight out?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you see where the injury started and stopped, or began and ended, however you want to put it, in terms of size?
Yes, I mean it started from the upper arm and then extended down into the forearm, which was greater than 12 inches of length, where you see those injuries and those abrasions occur.
Did you come to any conclusions or opinions concerning the size differential between the taillight and the injuries that you see?
Objection.
Sustained.
Generally speaking, would you expect if there was an injuring event that the size of the injury would be consistent with the thing that produced the injury?
Yes, generally speaking, you would certainly expect that. And again, you would normally and usually be able to see an initial point of contact, because that's where the most force is going to occur, where it causes that taillight to break. So you would have an area of severe damage, and then it would extend out likely to the edges of where it would contact the rest of the taillight.
From a biomechanics and or a physics standpoint, an engineering standpoint, is it reasonable if someone is standing with their arm extended to be hit by a moving vehicle at, say, 25 miles an hour, and the body, the center mass of the body, to be projected?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Is it consistent in your view with engineering principles and physics principles that you know, if an arm is hit, extended, not the body, just the arm is struck, for the body then to be projected?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
It's not, no. So if we have contact, your arm's out, we have contact to the arm. I mean, first of all, it's a ball and socket joint. So the arm can move independently of the rest of the body. So with enough force, even if you're contracting your arm and trying to hold it out as tight as possible, it's going to overcome that muscular contraction and basically just move the arm. But secondly, it all depends on your center of mass. The center of mass is kind of the equilibrium point of your body of where your weight's distributed. And for most normal people, the center of mass occurs at your umbilicus or your belly button. So wherever your belly button goes, that's where your body's going to move. They teach this to football players, right? If you're a defensive back and a running back comes around the corner and it's you against him, they tell them or they teach them to watch the waist and watch the belly button. It doesn't matter what your head or your arms do or what their feet do. Wherever their belly button goes, that's where they're going to go. So that's what you want to tackle. So even if you had your arm straight out, again, we said it would move because of the joint. But let's assume you had a metal pole sticking out of your arm, out of your body instead of your arm, and that metal pole gets hit. What's going to happen to your body? It's just going to spin around, right? Because it's producing a moment arm, which produces a torque on the body. So your body's going to basically spin. In order to get that body, or the complete body, over, for instance, 10, 20, 30 feet into the yard, you need a force acting at the center of mass. You need an external force pushing the body that way. And that's not going to happen if you just hit the arm. It's not enough force. It's not the right mechanism to actually cause the body to somehow move that far over.
Assuming that a body was struck
Ruh-roh.
with enough force at center mass to project that body 20, 30 feet, what injuries would you expect to be produced on that body?
Objection.
Sustained.
If you did have a body that was projected a distance, what injuries from a car, what injuries would you expect to see on the body?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar.
Jesus, just allow it. Fuck.
Oh, poor Chloe's not even here to defend herself.
I mean, you know, if they would just drop this whole fucking arm bullshit and say he was projected into the yard and maybe a dog came by and bit his arm at some point or something while he was lying out all night long, maybe. But sticking to the broken glass is how the arm got there and just completely saying it wasn't a dog. They're just thinking that there's only one dog in the whole entire neighborhood, and that's the one inside of Brian Albert's house.
Yeah.
Any dog could have did it, but they know for a fact that's the dog. That's why they're so scared of talking about a dog. But there's no way he went 30 feet with hitting his arm. Come on, man. This is like elementary school kind of shit.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, do you have my question in mind? You need me to repeat it?
Maybe repeat it, yeah.
Easy for you to say. Assuming that a body was struck center mass with enough force from a vehicle traveling at whatever speed to project the body off the ground, would you expect to find injuries on that body?
You would, and you would actually see that there's specific injuries because let's say you're standing forward and you get hit on the right side with a vehicle. You're going to get injuries and damage to the right side of the vehicle as that vehicle impacts you. It depends on the profile of the vehicle, how high the hood comes up, whether you're going to wrap up onto the hood, or if it's a van or the back of an SUV, it will project or push your entire body to the left. So you're going to get initial contact and injuries to the right side of your body. And then if it propels you into the air, you're going to get airborne, and then you're going to contact the ground, usually with the left side of your body. So then we're going to see a correlation of injuries to the left side of your body as it slams down onto the ground as well. And at those speeds, normally you would also see more abrasions, greater abrasions or road rash along the entire part of the body as your body then would slide until it came to the point of rest.
And you did not see that in this case?
Objection.
Okay. May I have a moment, Your Honor? Yes.
You're objecting to a doctor who is completely not biased, not hired by either side. Come on. I like how Alan Jackson referred to Yannetti and say, we're done here, right? Anything else I'm missing?
Yeah, I mean,
even though he's a badass attorney, he's still consulting just to make sure he has it all right.
I like that.
Good afternoon.
Now,
If I ever get in trouble, I want AJ.
you in
Yeah,
conjunction
take out a loan, right?
the other doctors on the team that conducted
Or
the
several
analysis and
loans.
testing in this case. You wrote a report, is that right?
We did, yes, sir.
And that report, excuse me, was issued on February 12th, 2024. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And within the first paragraph of that report, the last two sentences state, this analysis is based on information currently available to ARCA and is only to be only to be issued in its entirety. However, ARCA reserves the right to supplement or revise this report if additional information becomes available. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct, yes, sir.
Now, the information that you received and that you reviewed either individually or as a team, that included some state police reports, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Some Canton Police Department reports, correct?
Yes,
Some scene photos, is that correct?
that's correct, yes.
Medical examiner dispatch removal report, is that right?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Some videos from the location of 34 Fairview Road, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Some photographs of the defendant's vehicle, the 2021 Lexus LX 570, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Photographs of evidence that was recovered from the scene, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
CDR report from the defendant's Lexus.
Yes, sir.
And then essentially there were some other materials, whether they be literature or other things that you and your team of other doctors reviewed over the course of formulating your opinions in this case, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Now, in regard to evidentiary materials that indicates within the report that were reviewed, you talk about the lens cap to the taillight assembly, the taillight assembly photographs of that nature, and then there's mention of a black straw that was found on scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
There's no mention in the report of either Mr. O'Keefe's shoe or his hat, correct?
Objection. May we approach?
Yes.
You are muted.
Lally's going to bring up all of the evidence that he didn't have access to, which the planted evidence I think we're talking about here. And Brother John had to step away for a second. Looks like Untactical is probably taking a bong hit, so he's out of the picture too. James.
Howdy. But yeah, I totally had this called a couple of weeks ago, man.
I think everyone had this called since the House Long to Die and Cold at 227 and the Brian Higgins and the Jennifer McCabe. As soon as all that information came out, everyone had an eyebrow kind of raised. And, you know, you can listen to journalists and stuff that are painting the picture that you haven't seen yet, but all of the evidence is lining up just like that. And every single testimony is lining up just like, oh, there he is. Untactical's back. But all the evidence is lining up just like that. There's no freaking way that the Lexus and Karen Reed driving it hit John O'Keefe, and that's the only reason we're here. All this other stuff is bullshit. You know, whether this happened and that, or don't you know about DNA, none of that matters. Did the Lexus hit John O'Keefe, and is that how those injuries got there? The answer is no. The case closed. All the other stuff is for a future trial or some other explanation, but the only one that really matters is, did she hit him? What happened to John O'Keefe? That's what the jury's there for. Tell me what happened to John O'Keefe. Did she hit him and kill him? The answer is no.
I stand by my 2 hours.
2? Less?
Yep.
Or less, more? Greater than? Less than?
I'm going right at 2 hours.
Ooh. So we're not doing win, place, or show. You're just going for the win.
I'm going straight for it.
2 hours on the dot.
On the dot.
My money's at 45 minutes.
45?
Oof.
Now, I would say Vegas odds, I would say an hour and 15 minutes. An hour and 15 minutes over under. You're going over. That would be my over under. You think over Untactical? Hour and 15 minutes. Put your money where your mouth is. Over hour and 15 minutes. Deliberation.
I'm going to go over. There's going to be one idiot in there.
What about questions? How many questions do you think they're going to ask for a question to review more evidence? You know, juries do that. Do you think we'll have a reading or additional questions?
What more could you ask for?
I
don't get it. I mean, it's yeah, no. I don't know what else you'd ask for. You've seen it all.
Ooh, Lanu. Lanew's got a week
week
plus.
plus. Oh.
9 weeks of testimony you have to go through and evidence you have to go through. A week is probably what it would take if it was a normal trial, I think. But a week, it seems like a long time. But yeah, a week plus. Especially if there's someone in there hung that thinks that Karen Reed did it. You know, you just don't want to have a quick, oh, we all said yes and they say no, we're not going to change our minds. I think you would say no. Why don't you go back there and figure it out? Go over everything again and see if y'all can come up with a unified decision here. Let's not just say hung in 10 seconds. But I don't know, man. I think hour and 15 minutes. I go under. So where are you at on tactical? Over?
I'm going to go just over, but not a week. Where do we put this money for
You
this
are
bet?
unmuted.
I don't know. Well, I think it's a proverbial bet here. John, where are you at,
Do you
John?
need a couple of minutes, Mr. Lally, or do you need a minute?
No, fine. No. Thank you.
Wonder what AJ's objection was about. He had a sidebar. Oh, look at that. Joe's going to be taking the bettings. He's going to put 10% juice on winning and losing. So, but an hour and 15 minutes, I would say that's the over under. And I got my money. I'll put a little Chris Benjamin on under. If anybody wants to take the bet.
With a term called compression abrasions.
Compression abrasions? Yes.
And am I correct when I say compression abrasions are essentially when direct pressure from a blunt object together with slight rubbing movements produce skin and epidermal crushing? Is that what your understanding of the term is?
Yes, sir.
And you're familiar with patterned abrasions?
I am, yes.
And pattern abrasions are injuries that show a distinct pattern that may reflect the shape of the impacting blunt objects that you may see with reference to injuries that are left by that blunt object. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Now, as far as in general terms, from what you reviewed, at any point in time, did you look at a state police reconstruction report?
I don't believe that I did, no, sir.
You weren't provided with that, is that correct?
That's correct. I don't believe so.
I would like to also
Provided
point
with
out.
any sort of forensic reports, DNA or anything like that, is that correct?
I don't believe so, no, sir.
I like to point out the demeanor. He's not changing from whoever's asking him questions. He's not getting hostile when the prosecution's asking
You
questions.
never actually looked at the
They're
physical
very
car, is that
calm,
correct?
both ways.
I did not. That's correct.
And you're aware that the physical car, being the defendant's car, is still in law enforcement custody and available for inspection if you had wanted to. Are you aware of that?
I think I'm aware of that, yes, sir.
But you never made that request, is that correct?
That was not necessary in this case to inspect the vehicle.
Whether it's necessary or not, you didn't make that request, correct?
I don't remember if we made that request or not. We obviously didn't look at the vehicle, but it wasn't necessary in this case.
Did you ever look at the actual taillight pieces or the taillight housing? Is that correct?
Not the actual. We looked at photographs of the evidence. Yes.
Now, the injuries that you observed or reviewed in materials in regard to Mr. O'Keefe were primarily on the right side of his body. Is that correct?
Well, sir, on the right arm and the posterior aspect of the right arm, yes. And then the skull fracture was a little bit to the right, the occipital fracture. I believe.
Also bruising on his right hand. Is that correct?
There was bruising on the back of his right hand,
On the
yes.
dorsal aspect.
Yes, correct.
And there was also bruising on sort of the posterior of his right knee. Is that correct?
There was a small bruise, I believe, yes, sir.
Now, with respect to within your report, you talk about the numerous linear abrasions on the posterior of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm and forearm, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in relation to those injuries, there is a sentence in which you or whoever authored this part of the report assuming it's you, indicate that furthermore, any such injuries would be highly improbable if Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a jacket, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe was not wearing a jacket other than a long sleeve sort of hooded shirt?
I believe that came to light afterwards. Again, it doesn't affect my actual opinions in this case, but it was a sentence added in there. Yes, sir.
And so also within your report, same paragraph, you indicate blood and DNA transfer would also be highly probable under such circumstances, none of which were reportedly found on the tail lamp assembly or any of the fractured pieces, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware that DNA consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe was actually found on the tail light housing from the defendant's vehicle?
I am aware after we wrote or issued the report that it became known to us that I believe DNA was tested and some DNA was found, I believe a small amount. I don't believe any blood evidence was located or found on any pieces, but there was indication of DNA on the taillight housing.
There was also DNA matching Mr. O'Keefe that was found on the exterior of a piece of drinking glass that was found right near his body.
I believe so, yes, sir.
And there was also pieces of approximately 1/16 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch of clear and red plastic that was subsequently found to be consistent with the defendant's taillight that was found embedded within Mr. O'Keefe's shirt.
Within the shirt, I believe, yes, sir. Not his actual body.
And so this is all things that you found out after you issued your report in February of 2024, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Now, when you were talking about the injuries to the back of the head of Mr. O'Keefe, consistent with coming in contact with a hard surface, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would that hard surface include if the ground was frozen?
Well, you'd have to perform an analysis actually, because you'd have to determine how hard that ground was. You'd have to look at the freeze and thaw cycle, probably leading up to weeks of that. You can't just look at ground and say, well, it's below freezing, so that ground must be frozen. I mean, is it a possibility? It may be, but you have to go through an actual analysis and procedure to determine how hard that ground is and whether it could have produced those injuries.
So it is something that's capable of being done by you, is that correct?
Performing that type of an analysis?
Yes.
You could go through and do it, sure, yeah.
And you didn't do it, correct?
No, I did not do it, no. Because, yeah, there's no need in this case. We don't know what happened in this case. There's no indication of, certainly, it's not consistent with getting hit by the car and ending up where he did, even if the ground is somehow hard enough to cause that type of an injury. Again, there's no movement and no force to get his body over there, and the damage with the car is inconsistent with him being struck by it. So whether the ground could cause it or not, the roadway could cause it, the curb could cause it, a bat could cause it. There's numerous different possibilities, and we don't really have enough evidence in this case to determine what one specific event actually caused that injury.
Yeah, keep asking questions, Lally. It's getting good.
Based on what you were provided, isn't that fair to say?
I didn't have enough evidence based on what I was provided, and even looking at the additional evidence that I became aware of after the fact, there's still no evidence. I mean, you can't deny the science and the physics as to what would have happened if he was struck by the vehicle. So anything past that, you have to somehow overcome that hurdle, which is very difficult to do.
When was it that you looked at this additional material and who provided it to you?
We were informed after a report was issued that DNA was found. And that was really the primary issue. I believe that some DNA was found on the housing, which, again, there's numerous explanations or ways that DNA can get on a light housing.
Well, let me ask you this, sir. With regard to the materials that you were provided with, was there anything in there that stated that Mr. O'Keefe's skull fracture on the back of his head was caused by contact with the taillight?
No, I don't believe there was anything in those materials that stated
Is there anything in those materials that indicated or that anyone stated at any point in time that Mr. O'Keefe's arm was outstretched at the time that he was struck by the vehicle?
No, sir, there wasn't.
Was there anything in there indicating that his arm was tucked in at the time that he was struck by the vehicle?
There's no indication in any of that evidence of what he may or may not have been doing, how he may or may not have been positioned. I mean, that's the whole issue. There's no evidence to indicate what may have allegedly occurred in this case.
There's no evidence he was hit by the vehicle at all.
Collision that you see through the course of your work involves a pedestrian being struck by the front of a vehicle. Is that fair to say?
No, I see all types of different people getting run over backwards, cars spinning, hitting sideways, frontal impacts certainly occur, yes, but we see pedestrians getting struck by all parts of the vehicle.
I'm sure you see all kinds. What I'm asking you is predominantly when you see a pedestrian collision, the typical pedestrian collision would be a pedestrian crossing a road in front of a vehicle as it's approaching. Is that correct?
That's certainly not uncommon, yes, sir.
Now, as far as, I believe you described a little bit on your direct testimony, as far as there's differences in the type of injuries that you would expect or anticipate depending on how the vehicle interacted with the pedestrian in a pedestrian collision, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as far as, you familiar with what's called the sideswipe collision?
Yes, sir, I am.
And am I correct when I say that in a typical pedestrian collision with pedestrian crossing in front of a vehicle, there are a number of different types of interactions as far as a wrap and a forward projection versus a fender vault versus a number of different ways that a pedestrian can interact with the front of a vehicle, correct?
It depends on the position of the pedestrian and certainly the profile of that vehicle and the speed of the vehicle. Yes, sir. There's many different factors involved in it.
And so in a typical pedestrian collision, when a pedestrian is struck by the front of the vehicle, that involves more of an assumption of the velocity of the striking motor vehicle by the pedestrian than you would expect to see in a sideswipe collision, correct?
Well, I mean, yes, generally speaking, a sideswipe means that the person or the pedestrian in the vehicle don't obtain a similar or common velocity. So if you're standing in front of a car and it hits you, it's going to speed you up to that same speed and then disengage. Sideswipe means that there's not this mass-to-mass impact. By its very nature, sideswipe has minimal forces. We see it even between vehicles that just rub against each other. So if there's a sideswipe impact with a pedestrian in a vehicle, there's going to be very little damage to the pedestrian. And similarly, there's going to be very little movement. There's really no force at all acting. For instance, if a car came and swiped by your arm, but didn't have enough force or enough contact to cause any damage, well, it wouldn't actually cause any movement of the person either. So a sideswipe by its very nature involves minimal impact, minimal forces, minimal velocities.
Also contained in the report that you at least co-authored, there's an indication that Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, at least to his skull, the fracture to his skull, are consistent with him having been pushed or possibly been impacted by the subject Lexus and fallen backwards, striking his head. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, so that's another possibility.
Sorry, sir, yes or no?
No, let him answer. Let him answer the question.
So if we're saying that there's enough force if you fall backwards to strike your head and cause that skull fracture, well, he could have slipped and struck his head. The car could have backed up and not known that he was there and nudged him and caused him to fall. I mean, any event that would cause him to fall backwards obviously would result in him striking his head. So there's numerous, almost infinite possibility of different scenarios that could result in that type of an event.
And he was hammered drunk.
Doesn't explain the arm, though.
Okay, Dr. Renchley, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Jurors, I want to see counsel for the last time at sidebar right now.
I'll believe it when I see it. This is the last time in sidebar. Well, the last time in sidebar, and this is the very last witness. We need to talk to the counsel and find out what their timeline is of doing closing arguments and what is next. Joe has another comment. Check out Joe. Lally is dense.
As Mercury, brother.
Yeah, dude. Those two FBI retained experts, and both of them were like, he didn't get hit by the car. None of those injuries, none of that stuff says that she hit him with the car. So just with those two people, there should have been no case. I mean, because the evidence, I know there has been more and more evidence as the case goes on where she said, did I hit him? Now it's I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And, there was no taillight. Then there became more taillight, and then more taillight and then more taillight. But, no matter how much evidence you have, Karen Reed did not hit John O'Keefe with the car. I don't think that's disputed here. There's no theory that says, oh, maybe this is what happened. He was inside that house.
He would have had to have sustained way more damage, and he just didn't.
I can't believe they didn't say that he hit his head on the fire hydrant. That would make more sense and puts him closer to, out there in the grass.
You are unmuted.
Thank you, Your Honor. With that, the defense rests.
The defense rests.
Jurors, that is the evidence in this case. After all these weeks, that's the evidence that you will hear in this case. The lawyers and I still have work to do for tomorrow. But tomorrow morning, we will have closing arguments of counsel. They'll get an hour apiece to be able to argue this case to you. I'll instruct you in the law, and then 12 of you will begin your deliberations sometime tomorrow. Okay, so with that, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. Let us know. See you tomorrow.
All right. My money's still on 45 minutes. We're going to get a verdict tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, I looked at Vegas to see if Vegas actually had some odds that you can look at, and there's no odds. There's no odds, no awareness from Las Vegas, which is
that's a crime in
What about
itself.
DraftKings? They say that you can bet on anything, anytime, anywhere. Does DraftKings have it?
Interesting. Let's see. I don't think so, bro. DraftKings, Karen Reed. So this case is come to its conclusion of the evidence that's being presented. Now we have the closing arguments. I did see some people have went all the way as far as doing a sample mock of their opinion of what closing arguments should be. And there's a lot of interesting ones in there. But if you were doing the closing arguments, what would it sound like? Big, long, drawn out thing, hours and hours, or just...
Well, the judge already said each lawyer only gets 1 hour, so they can't draw it out.
1 hour.
My guess is shorter than that.
Defense will probably be like, look, we've already heard from these experts where there's no possible way that he could have had this much damage and chucked this far. The state just, their story doesn't line up. Defense rests, and prosecution will be like, and we're done.
Yeah, I like the fire hydrant one because it could be off the, 2 banks, off the corner pocket, but then go in this other, I don't know. And we still have week plus with hung jury. That's the Joe Lanou prediction. You heard it here first. Week plus. I don't know. A week sounds like a long time. But then again, they've been hearing testimony for 9 weeks. 9 weeks.
Yeah, I haven't watched all this, but I haven't watched all this. I'm sorry, James. I didn't mean to cut you off. I haven't watched all this, but what I've seen, how do you... Yeah, I don't know about the hung jury thing. It's like you got the FBI experts, you got Proctor on the stand. I don't understand how it goes hung, but Joe's more of a legal expert than I am.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I don't know. I mean, I guess every trial is different, and as you see what's happening here in the Commonwealth and Massachusetts, a lot of things that you would think is typical that would happen in a court case are not happening here. And the way that this judge is handling the courtroom is not consistent with your average judge and your average small town. It's just everyone does things differently in different areas. But I think for human beings, American citizens that are judging, whether or not this person's guilty or innocent, I don't think it takes a lot of time to do that. But I will say this, and a lot of other shows really haven't kind of made this point. I think it's malpractice to even let a jury have the ability to possibly put Karen Reed in jail or for murder here. I think it's malpractice to even allow them to have the opportunity to make a judgment, because clearly there's not enough evidence for this trial to go forward. But it is anyway, and now it's going to be in the jury's hands, which is very scary, even though I'm confident they're going to, within an hour, they're going to come back not guilty. Here's a picture outside of C.F. McCarthy's last night. This is taken from the Turtle Boy incident, where he was assaulted by two McAlberts, and actually there was many of them. And then Jennifer Daniels also got a little piece of that. 2 assault charges. Let me see here.
I was at Good Samaritan, and I'm like, okay. He's thank you.
You're good. You're good. Sorry. Do you see Rita? Rita's over there. Yeah, she's talking to Meredith. See Meredith? She's right in front of Meredith. She's got our back.
So that was actually breaking news last night, and it didn't take long for the police officers to get there and kind of get the scene out there. You know, everyone's volleying back and forth, fighting with each other at C.F. McCarthy's. If you don't know the whole story, Turtle Boy was doing a reenactment to see if the phone would actually say it went up 2 flights of stairs or 3 flights of stairs as they went on the same pattern with the same exact phone, the same iOS operating system, to see if that would actually register going upstairs or if it was possible. And then they stopped by C.F. McCarthy's at the end, where he ran into Colin Albert, who they did a cell phone exchange, taking pictures of each other. And then Turtle Boy, Adrian Carney, he had his video out there. He went in with his girlfriend to have dinner. He came out. All of a sudden, the Colin boys were like not the Colin boys, the Alberts from Chris Albert's Pizza Shop that's right next door. They had a little verbal altercation, and someone's like touching Turtle Boy's girlfriend, called him a little bitch. He needs to get out of Canton. You don't like Canton, get your dumb ass out of here, blah, blah, blah. That escalated into some more videos, and then people slapping the phone out of his hand and then calling him all kinds of names. And then all of a sudden the police show up, and then ABC Boston 10 shows up. They have news cameras, huge ass crowd. This just happened last night. And it's just getting more and more and more. It doesn't seem to have any brake lights, no pun intended, no tail lights. I mean, it's just, pedal to the metal. It's just getting more and more all the time. And the Alberts, the McCabe's, and this whole Canton Police Department, it's just getting worse and worse.
Well, I don't care what
more
Bev
coverage
says.
is not helping.
I don't care what Bev says. The jury's going to see that. They're going to see that story and that altercation.
Oh yeah. 100%.
I was going to say filming in portrait mode instead of landscape mode should be a felony.
Yeah.
It is. Look who's here. Here she is.
You know what? I'm so sick of Oh,
It's just nonstop, dude. It's like just drama. And that Turtle Boy knew that if he goes to C.F. McCarthy's, there's going to be a little words exchange. You'd have to say that he did it on purpose, right? I'm not saying that you can't go out to a place, but if you go there and then the Chris Albert's place is right next door, Yeah,
he knew.
And Joe Lanu says, wow, that's assault on video. Yeah, it was a whole 18-minute video that was played last night, and it's also online. You can see it, but yeah, 18-minute video. She has a book deal ready to go. Yeah. So yeah, that was breaking news last night, and it was a record-breaking crowd for Aiden Carney. He had 15,000 people looking at it last night. But you could tell he was shooken, and the things that they were saying about him were, I don't know, they were treating him like a little bitch, in my opinion. But since he has this witness intimidation, he's not allowed to touch or say anything. But yeah, they were. The one dude was like, hey, telling his girl, like, hey, why are you with this little bitch? You want to get with a real man, touch her on the arm. He's like, hey, why are you touching my girl? The whole thing was pretty comical, especially that he had it on video. But I'll play a little bit of that for you. And also there was something cool about the guys that are clear Karen Reed supporters they did their sample closing arguments, and it was quite comical. You guys care to hear that one?
Yeah, let's hear it.
All right.
I got time.
Yeah, let's do it.
Gentlemen of the jury, it's been a long trial, and I want to thank you for all you've sacrificed to be here with us, and our work is almost done. We now need you to go over the pieces of the puzzle we've laid out. When you begin your deliberations, I'd like to invite you to start with a few items of data that, when put together, are bulletproof evidence that Karen Reed struck John O'Keefe with her SUV. The vehicle data compiled by Lexus Toyota shows that Karen Reed performed a 3-point maneuver after she missed the turn onto Fairview Road. 8 minutes later, she started the vehicle in drive, then suddenly puts it in reverse, punching it. The accelerator was depressed 75%. The SUV reached almost 25 miles an hour, traveling 62 feet in reverse. Within this reckless act of driving, the vehicle data compiled by Lexus shows the telltale signature of a pedestrian strike. The speed drops slightly and the steering wheel shifts. This vehicle data correlates perfectly with the data from John's phone. I want to emphasize this correlation because that's what makes this case not only beyond any reasonable doubt, but beyond any doubt at all. Let's tell the story. Around 12:18, Karen and John drive away from downtown Canton. They'd just been drinking at the waterfall and were invited to an after-hours get-together at Brian Albert's home on 34 Fairview Road. Neither of them has been there before, and neither knows the address. So on the way, John types 34 Fairview into his Waze app for directions. At that moment, it's 12:20. At this point, they're a mile away. Not only does the Waze app track the rest of what tragically happens, but so does John's GPS. Just before 12:24, they approach the intersection of Cedar Crest and Fairview. And in the darkness, they missed a turn. So Karen corrects this with a 3-point turn. They now arrive at the intersection at the same time as a pickup truck driven by Ricky D'Antonio. Ryan Nagel and his girlfriend are passengers in this pickup. The truck is also heading to 34 Fairview so Ryan can pick up his sister, Julie. Karen has the right of way, so D'Antonio lets her turn down Fairview first. It's now a little after 12:24. As the pickup is approaching the house, Ryan texts his sister to come out. Karen pulls up just past the driveway. The pickup is right behind. Julie Nagel comes out to invite her brother into the house. He declines. So she tells him she's staying at the party and will get a ride home. No one sees John. A good brother, Ryan watches his sister return to the house as they drive off. He notices the interior light in Karen's car is on, so perhaps this is around when John is exiting the vehicle. On the dark patch of street, Nagel doesn't notice a man getting out or standing beside the SUV. But around this time, John has exited the car holding a cocktail glass that he took from the Waterfall pub. John's movements are tracked by Waze. GPS shows he never moved more than a few feet from where he exited the vehicle. The vehicle data shows Karen put the car in drive, but 3 seconds into it, she suddenly stops, puts it in reverse, and floors it. Her working alarm systems probably blare because there's an object behind her. She doesn't heed the warning. Intoxicated and in a rage, perhaps she doesn't hear the alarms. But when she strikes the object being detected, it would make a loud noise. The 2-ton vehicle slams into John at 24 miles an hour. It only strikes him on the arm, but he is holding a heavy cocktail glass, which puts a significant dent in the back of the SUV. This sound would be explosive within the vehicle. Karen doesn't brake. She travels a total of 62 feet, then immediately drives home. We have to remember that the vehicle data comes from Lexus Toyota. The analysis is standard stuff. The key cycle is matched to these incidents in 2 ways. First is the odometer. The mileage from Karen's trip from the waterfall to 34 Fairview and then to One Meadows matches the mileage on that key cycle. The second reason is that the 2 events triggered on this key cycle match events known from other evidence. Data flows continuously into a vehicle's black box, but it only records when an event is detected. Then it takes a snapshot of the data 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after the event. What triggers cause an event to be detected? This is determined by the algorithms programmed into the system. A collision will trigger an event recording, of course, but also a range of unusual patterns in the data. Most key cycles record no events. A short cycle with no event might not even register in the system as a key cycle. Karen's 3-point turn after missing the turn onto Fairview when she was arriving with John triggered an event because of the sharpness of the actions on the accelerator so quickly after shifting into reverse. The accelerator she hit was more than 30%, and this triggers the algorithm that creates an event. It seems she was already angry. This 3-point turn triggered an event in the data because of the unusual nature of the maneuvers. 8 minutes later, another event was triggered, as I've indicated, when she traveled 62 feet in reverse. But there's something crucial we have to understand about this second event, and it comes from the data on John's phone. 8 minutes after Karen's 3-point turn, something else happened. John's phone moved for the very last time. That was at 12:32. The health app shows the phone stopped moving at that time and did not move again until it was picked up after 6 a.m. when it was found underneath John's body. When you deliberate, you'll find the vehicle evidence within the testimony of Trooper Joe Paul, and you'll find the data from John's phone within the evidence provided by Trooper Nick Garino. As you consider these things, you may also weigh the threats and intimidation that these witnesses have been subjected to over the last year. The defendant has tried to reassign blame for her actions onto innocent citizens, many of them friends of John, cruelly smearing them as murderers and accomplices to murder. We'll come back to that. I want to remind you of the testimony of Kerry Roberts, a very close friend, not only of John O'Keefe, but of the family. Indeed, it was Mrs. Roberts who drove to Braintree to pick up John's parents and bring them to the hospital that morning. Roberts was not part of the circle of friends John had made since moving to Canton, namely the Alberts and the McCabe's. At 5 a.m., the phone wakes Kerry and her husband up. It's Karen. She screams, "John's dead," then hangs up. Stunned, Kerry waits a minute. The phone rings again. This time, Karen tells her that John didn't come home and she's worried he was hit by a snowplow. When Kerry hangs up, she calls the police and then the local hospital to see if someone was hit by a plow. The defense team apparently accepts this testimony as true, for they did not question it. Now, consider just how strange it is that Karen might say these things. She drops her boyfriend off at 12:30 at an after-hours party.
I'm sorry, man. This is tough to listen to. But anyway, it goes on with this, and at the end of it, they play the phone message. They said, and the last words are from the defendant herself, and it goes through Karen Reed talking about the voicemails where she's like, "I hate you," and then the 3 or 4 voicemails where she's cussing out John for leaving her home with the kids and stuff. I mean, that was it. It was like a week, dude. That shit sucks.
Yeah, I agree with Joe on this. By the time that's over, the jury's going to be asleep. Yeah.
But anyway, back to the CF McCarthy's. I know that's probably more interesting than this fucking idiot from Yellow Cottage Tales. So welcome back, John. So this is what happened last night. So Turtle Boy shows up, and then as soon as he gets there, there's Colin Albert right there in the gray hoodie. This is in the summertime, of course. He has the gray hoodie on. He's like, "Hey, man, I can't even go to get something to eat without you coming over here." And he pulls out his phone, and then Turtle Boy pulls out his phone, and he takes a picture of him. So he's not tough to listen to. You Karen cult freaks are. Oh, well, there you go.
Well, there you have it.
Well, yeah, I stand corrected. Sorry about that, Grandpa Munster. Anyway, so that's what happened there. And then from that, you get the actual video right here, which I think this is worth a play.
How'd you pay your tax bill?
All right, so we're down here at CF McCarthy's. Who are you?
Listen.
Which one are you? Which one's that?
What? I think he's the older Albert. Chris
The mustache?
Albert Jr., I think, right?
Oh, Albert Jr.? Is that, oh, gotcha. I didn't. The mustache. You guys seem really intimidated. You guys seem really intimidated. You guys seem really intimidated. And do what? I don't want to scare him. I don't want to intimidate him.
So the first picture was when he was going into the restaurant and he's seeing Colin Albert, and he took the picture when they did the exchange. He goes into the restaurant, he has dinner. As soon as he comes out, they're over there kind of organized in this group. And then that's when the recording starts, is where we are right here.
I don't want to intimidate him. I don't want to scare you guys. I don't want to scare you guys. I know you guys are really scared of me. I don't want to scare anybody. We're doing this for our own protection. We don't want to be anyone. We don't want to scare you guys. Oh, not yet.
I mean,
But no. We're gonna call the police. So if you guys just got here, we got it all on film. I was just assaulted by Jim Farris. He assaulted me. We got it all on video. And now the McAlberts are down here telling me they're gonna kick my ass or something like that, harassing me, calling me a pussy. We'll see. There's Colin's talking. He's got a lot. I'm glad he's not intimidated at least. So yeah, we got there. I'm surprised to see Ryan down here like this. Yes, he was. And I didn't say shit. I'm not protesting. I'm just trying to eat a meal. We just went in here. We went in here to see if McCarthy's, and we ate dinner. Okay, we ate dinner, and then all of a sudden we got assaulted by these goons on video. These guys who claim to be so scared. We're just trying to eat. We're just trying to eat a meal of food. Again, this is wild shit, man. Can you believe this is happening, dude? What are they like? This is wild. These guys, they prove me right every single time. Every time, baby. Every time. I hope you're ready to hear the words not guilty, right? Get ready for the words not guilty. Not guilty. Not guilty. Not guilty. Get used to those words. You're going to hear it this week. Not guilty. 3 times you're going to hear that shit. Not guilty. Not guilty. Get ready. Get ready. It's coming. So anyway.
Where are the police now?
Yeah, did you call them? Yeah. So they called the cops.
They don't come.
Yeah, they called the cops, I guess. We got it all on video. I got assaulted by Jim Farris. He came up and assaulted me on video. He smelled like shit too. He smells exactly what you would imagine he smells like. So they're all over here. I don't know. We're just trying to eat dinner. We went in here to eat a nice meal of food.
Walk out on the sidewalk.
Come outside.
I think the fans wanting pictures triggered.
What's up? It's just the McAlberts being assholes again. That's what they do. We're just trying to eat food. I just wanted to eat a meal of food in peace. It was lovely. It was really good. I really liked the dinner here. And I heard the food was good at CF McCarthy, so I wanted to eat the food. I'm not bothering anyone. So I am filming this for my own protection right now. My own production. Own protection. That's what I'm doing right now. So that's it. So I don't want to scare them.
At this time, like the people in the restaurant, like everyone's like stopping eating their food and they're starting to stare out the windows. And then towards the end, you'll see that the whole entire restaurant from inside clears out and then everyone's outside with their cell phones and shit. But it's just getting like this is how it started, though.
Because these are the people that claim they're intimidated by me. We're out here harassing me, just assaulted me. These people claim they're so scared and they're so intimidated by little old me. Little old me. Nobody's afraid. That's not what they told the police. That's not what they told the police.
That's a good spot for
So, I mean, that's good. I'm glad you said that, though. I'm glad you said that no one's scared. My lawyer's going to love that one.
No,
my lawyer's going to love that one.
Assaulted, so why would we have
your goons just assaulted me. Yeah, assaulted. Yeah, when you hit. I know. I'm so little, bro. I'm so little. I'm so little. I know. I'm so little. I know. I get it. I know. Well, I feel like I'm something.
Yeah, so the guy standing up right there is the one that came up to him originally and and then swung at him and knocked the phone out of his hand. That was the first one that he's referring to as the assault that happened.
I feel like I'm something because you guys know who I am. I'm a pedophile. Okay. Sure thing. So they seem really scared. Yeah, I mean,
it's worth it to come and yell at us.
I mean, we were.
So the guy in the hat,
we're just minding.
The guy in the hat right there that has the blue shirt on, that's actually Chris Albert that owns the D&E Pizza and Subs next door. He's also the board of select. He's on the board of select, which helps kind of govern the town.
Matt, we just. So we were just trying to mind our own business. Take a picture of who? Oh, I took a picture. Yeah. Taking a picture is instigating?
No, Colin was leaving and then he decided
Taking
to
a
come
picture?
up to us.
So you're, so what?
He came up
So
to
what?
us.
What did I do? He came
We
up
were
to us.
walking on a sidewalk.
We
We're
were
allowed to
walking
walk
in.
on a sidewalk. No, we didn't. Oh, and then-
Justice for Peter Berger. You'll beat my face. You could. You're right. You seem really intimidated. You seem really intimidated. I'm glad you said that on film. I'm glad you said that on film. Oh, really? Guys, see? Just in case you were entitled to feel bad for these people at all. This is who they really are. Look at these animals. Look at these goons. Look at these goons. Goons. Goons.
I'm actually with somebody in the.
I don't know. I feel like she's somebody. I know. Under Armour, it's gay as shit. I know. It's gay. I'm so gay.
Actually,
I'm not the one.
I don't think I'm a bum.
For what kid? I don't know, Colin. I feel like of the two of us, I'd be a little more worried about jail if I was you, son.
Exactly.
I don't know. I'm just saying. I feel like I'm going to be good. Yeah. Are you scared? I thought you were intimidated. I'm just trying to eat dinner, bro. I'm just trying to eat dinner. I come out here. There's a goon. Well, you got assaulted by your goons.
How is the Canton Police now? This has been going on 11 minutes. 11 minutes.
Yeah. Well, the Canton Police tell them to come down here. They got a video of Jim Farris assaulting me on video. So.
Yeah, it's been 11 minutes.
Yeah.
They show up really fast when they call.
So, because.
I'm allowed to do whatever. I'm in America.
Yeah, we're just trying to. I just came out of. I just got dinner and I come outside and I got assaulted by Jim Farris. It was bizarre. It was bizarre.
I'm not pregnant, but unfortunately for your friend Lindsay, we would actually have a baby. We wouldn't get an abortion because she's trapped. We'd actually talked about it. Okay. Yeah.
These are the victims. Yeah. These are people who are. They're so intimidated, guys. They're so intimidated.
No, we did not come here.
We're not harassing
Nobody
shit.
wants to come to your place of business.
We're not harassing
Nobody
shit.
wants to come to your place of business.
Yeah, nobody
ever.
wants the
You went to
media.
Steve
Yeah,
McCarthy.
we're good. We
Let's
got
get it
real
straight.
food. We got real food. We're good. We got some real food.
Just like nobody else is coming to your business.
So we are down here, guys, and I don't know. We just went and again. If you're just getting here, I'll explain what I was doing later. But basically, we came to doing a little project in Canton. We're hungry. I go to see if McCarthy's for dinner, and then on my way in, Colin Albert's there, right? He says something to me. I took a picture on my way in, and he goes in excited. He goes, "Call the cops." I'm like, "No need." And we go right in. We eat our food. Everybody in there. We had a great time. How's Officer Wade? How's Officer Wade?
Why do you think the whole town
How's
is
Officer
the way
Wade?
that they are? You're
How's
supposed
Officer
to
Wade?
represent this town.
Ah. How's Officer Wade?
You are supposed to be a representative
This is
of
that's
this town.
that's the chairman of the Board of Selectmen right there.
He's not a chairman.
Whatever he is. He's on the
He's
Board
a
of
one.
Selectmen.
Canton, so they're not
It's an
allowed.
So now this time you got like people that's actually inside the freaking restaurant are coming out with their video cameras and they're all piling on with this exclusive coverage, you know.
Elected official.
I am a resident of Canton.
This guy, look.
He just said
Here-
we're not from Canton, so we're not allowed.
We're not allowed
You're
in
supposed
here.
to be representing.
So I guess this is what happens. I literally got assaulted. Yeah.
Okay, they're not coming to
plenty of
your
words that you would have here.
family.
Yeah. Did you get a chance to call, Kristen? Did you get a chance to call?
I did. They're on their way.
Oh, they are. Cool,
Yep,
cool,
they're
cool.
on their way.
All right. So I did. It was pretty fun. I didn't kill anyone, though. I didn't kill anyone, Chris. Justice for Peter Berger.
Why don't
Justice
you
for
do the
Peter
right thing
Berger.
and just walk the fuck away? Get off the damn board.
You see this?
No, I'm talking about get off the damn board.
Oh God, here we go.
So here come the police. Okay.
Step down.
So you too.
Step down. Step down. Put this stuff on a scale is what you need to do. Shut up. Who taught you how to talk? Myself. You're not a woman. You look like a Jew.
You shouldn't just go through looks and look like you like that.
No, because I want it all documented. Because when they try to put into I want to be fucking covered. You think I give a shit? What did I do? I fucking live in this town.
Well, we don't need to. Yeah, don't even get into it with them. Don't even get into it with them.
How has this been going on 15 minutes now and no police still with this?
We'll find out.
I can call them.
So we are filming for our own protection here.
Oh boy.
Oh, look who it is. Look who's here. Here she is.
You know what? I'm so sick of shit. Oh, she stole my phone. I'm sick of your shit. Okay? Enough is enough. You're a prick.
Can I have my phone?
How's the kid? How's the kid? They must be so proud of their dad.
That's assault, Joe.
That's not assault.
I'm gonna need my phone back.
Fuck up, bird. You're a fucking bird. You look 20 years older than me. You look fatter than me.
I'm gonna need my phone back.
Boom. Because fat fuck.
I need my phone back, Joe.
Where's your shirt? Where's your top lip?
I'm gonna need
Where's
my
your
phone back,
top
Joe.
lip? And oh, I'm sorry. Didn't you go loopy? Didn't you go crazy?
Bill, can I please
Shut
have
the
my
fuck up. No one else.
Can I have my phone back, please? Can I have my phone back, please, Joe?
Go ahead.
Give him his
I
phone.
need my phone back, Joe.
How's
Don't you worry. I need my phone back. I need my phone back. Okay, so that just happened. That just happened. That just happened.
Piece of shit. I have wrinkles. I don't care, but guess what? I have a good heart.
You have a great heart.
Prick. You're going to jail, and I cannot wait. And guess what? You're going to be without a boyfriend because this prick is going to jail.
I mean, I'll be with my boyfriend longer than you will. You're just gonna die.
Okay, don't even worry about it. She's not worried. This is a try. Just let her talk. Just let her talk. Just let her talk. Just let her talk.
You're the one yelling right
Just
now.
let her talk. Don't
Guess
even
what?
talk
She's
back.
on
Don't
you.
even talk back. Don't even talk back. Don't even talk back. Who are you yelling at?
Who are you? Like, look at you. How many times you got punched in the nose?
I don't know.
Your teeth. You make fun of my teeth. Yours and shit.
No, it's mostly your skin, but okay.
My skin, I
Yeah.
have wrinkles. I don't care. Guess
I mean-
what? I stick up for you. How many siblings do you have? Has anyone stuck up for you?
A bunch.
No, they don't like you.
They don't?
like you.
Okay, if you say so.
You guys can all tape me. Like, why are you taping me?
I can't imagine why. I can't imagine why anyone would want to tape you. Your behavior is normal. No one's harassing anyone. I'm just trying to eat dinner.
Why are you here?
Because I'm hungry. Because they serve food in here.
Why are you here to cause trouble?
Because I want food.
How is this going on?
Because when you're hungry, you eat food.
Why don't you just leave everyone alone?
I am. I'm just trying to eat food.
Out here.
Because I got assaulted by Jim Farris. We're walking out. Some people asked me to take pictures, and next thing you know, Jim Farris comes up to me and assaults me. You drove up here. Look at this shit. You're double parking. Because they killed John O'Keefe. Yes, they did. They obviously killed John O'Keefe. I was not there, but Colin was. I did not kill John O'Keefe.
Are you guys coming?
Like,
So
we'll see.
He got assaulted. He got assaulted again. And his phone was
I mean, that's why Ryan said that he didn't see John O'Keefe was not in the car or outside the car. Like, that's why he testified that. So we got that on video, right?
Yes, I
Okay. We got. So
You tape me all you want. I don't care.
no, we're not going to tape. I'm just going to tell the cops what happens.
I don't
Yeah,
want
keep going. Keep going.
Go
Keep going.
Go away. Why are you here?
She stole my camera out of. She drove up here, jumped out, and stole my camera. And we got it on video. We got it all on video. So, officer, we ate dinner here, but minding our own business, came outside afterwards, right? And these guys are all sitting right here waiting for us. And a guy by the name, them. So there's a guy named Jim Farris. He works it there. He came. So I start filming for my own protection because they're harassing. I got it all on video. And we're minding our own business. Jim Farris comes over, hits my hand, hits the camera out of my hand, knocks it into the street. He assaults me. We got it all on video. And you can stop filming because I'm filming now too, and show him the video. How are we gonna show him the video then?
You have a grade of Jill?
No, of me getting hit by Farris. I'm still filming. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Go on to your live.
Yes, he hit me, came over, hit me with his hand, goes boom.
I filmed the whole thing.
No, then he got in his car and delivered pizzas. He left. He's in a beat up Prius. Oh, he'll be back. Because they don't like me because you know who I am, right? Like, yeah. No, we didn't do shit.
And then he walked over and he just knocked. Sorry, let me Oh yeah, here you go. The two people who went inside can witness this.
You guys saw that, right? We had a lot of people watching. You guys saw. I got assaulted by Jim Ferris and by Jill Daniels. We saw it. I mean, I want charges on both of them. Jill and Jim. They're both getting charged. Yeah, we got a shitload of witnesses. A shitload of witnesses. My lawyer's gonna love this. Oh boy.
Well,
yeah, Jill did. And then threw it.
Anyway, that was the altercation that was on YouTube and X and everything last night. It was it a lot? No. Did it get hit? No. Was there some name calling? Yeah. Did someone say, hey, like it's pretty natural if I put my camera in your face and say untactical, hey, let me just be all up in your face. But I get that damn phone out of my face. I mean, I can kind of see the other side, but they were sitting there yelling and screaming and back and forth. And at the end, it was a big spectacle. There was the news showed up and there was like hundreds of people outside at the end of the, as the events happened. Then he finally left and he's signing autographs out in the parking lot and stuff. And it's just a shit show in Canton. But I thought the Canton police officers responded fairly well for as many disparaging things as Turtle Boy said towards them.
I agree. This is exactly why I grew up outside of a small town, and I've lived in a small town here in Texas, and this is why I don't. This right here is why I don't. I'm anonymous here.
Did they arrest on the scene? I don't have any confirmation. According to Turtle Boy, that there was 2 people charged with assault and battery, but that's not confirmed. When the NBC 10 did a live broadcast last night, they didn't mention anything about anyone getting any charges. So according to Turtle Boy, they did, but that's unconfirmed. But I mean, slapping the phone out of your hand, and it's like, that sucks. And and then over there, it didn't show it in this particular video. I watched his live update last night, where he showed multiple videos from when the phone was out of his hand, other people who had the camera, and he put it all together. I mean, it was pretty embarrassing for him, and you could tell he was kind of blinded, like, oh shit, because there was like 5 or 6 people, and they're like, step over here a little closer, take 5 more steps. And Chris Albert, the guy that owns the pizza shop, was like, man, I just take me 2 seconds, I could smash your face up on this curb. They were definitely playing that and other versions of him saying that went on Turtle Boy's phone. But the whole thing's a big shit show over there in Canton, and I don't think it's going to get any better. I think it's just the beginning of stuff you're going to hear about. What you got, James? Is that what happens in Nevada?
There's a lot of weird, crazy shit that happens out here. So, yes and no.
Yeah. This whole Karen Reed trial has been a roller coaster of things that are happening, and here's Joe Lanu has something here. It's assault, and he can sign a complaint for it. It's valid.
Yep,
it's valid.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he definitely was saying that he wanted to press charges. There's no doubt about that. And like I said, he said that 2 of them were getting assault and battery charges against him, and that might help him because he has a restraining order for witness intimidation for them. They said that they're scared of him and he can't be within a certain distance from them. So I can understand recording the whole situation as a defense for yourself to make sure no other stories, especially with the Canton Police Department, no other stories was no, he came up and hit me first. I can see why you want to record every interaction that you have with these guys with the witness intimidation thing.
What's the distance on that restraining order? Because he's at a restaurant next door.
You know what? I have no idea.
I bet it's not 20 feet.
I don't know what's going on with that one, but he still does have several felonies that are pending after this trial. He's hoping that some of this footage right here might help him get out of it, but he did kind of walk into that situation a little bit, but he didn't deserve them walking up to him, slapping the phone out of his hand. That's a sign of aggression for sure.
I agree, but I think he knew what he was doing when he went there.
It's certainly good that I wasn't the person there who got his phone slapped out, because I just don't go anywhere without this.
You would have,
and I probably would have caught a charge.
You would have shot him.
Assault is assault. I don't know how far you're going to take it, and I'm going to take you down if you try. So
if you have like a little mob of people like come over here and kick your ass, I mean, I think rule number one for me would be, as long as you're not in my face trying to swing on me, I'm going to start heading to a place that there is no competition, like my car, and leaving. But if I'm cornered where I can't do that, I think that would be the appropriate time to brandish a firearm, if that's what you have.
Indeed. And that's exactly what I would do too. You know, if you see the situation coming, try to exit if you can. But if you're caught in a corner and somebody assaults you, the way I figure it, every single fight is to the death. There's no just beating somebody up to prove a point or show a lesson or something like that. No. If you engage in a fight, it's to the death, period. If you're not willing to kill the other person, they're going to kill you. So if somebody assaults me, it's go time.
Yeah, especially when these people, it's alleged that they killed John O'Keefe and or covered it up. So there's definitely evidence, and plus all the things that he's been saying about their family, I'm sure there's some pent up aggression that could. I think you could justify that you would be fighting to the death for sure.
So what you're saying, Joe, is I need to move to Canton and open a bar and restaurant.
Yeah, there's only two places. Well, no, there's the other one too, the Waterfall Bar. Let's not forget about that one.
There's definitely a need, though. If they've only got 3, yeah, open.
Yeah. Equal force to stop that threat. Yeah. I mean, I think when he was it didn't show it in that little video here, but when he was he walked over in between Aiden and his girlfriend, and he was in between them, and Aiden's like, hey, get away from my girlfriend. And he was just like, whatever, fuck you. And then he started touching her like on the arm and stuff. And then he was like, hey, why did you touch her? She didn't ask for you to touch her. Why are you touching her? I think at that point, when, if I'm just trying to picture me and my wife, and then somebody who we're clearly having a confrontation gets between me and my wife and then starts touching her and stuff like that on the arm or something, I couldn't just sit there and just record it. I would have to take some action at that point.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not good.
I mean, he showed good restraint, but he also showed in my opinion, I would have had to act. I don't care. I would have say, hey, I would maybe grab his arm, get your fucking hand off my wife or something, and something along those lines. And then if that turned into a physical altercation, then it did. But I definitely wouldn't be letting someone touch my wife. No way. And that's his girlfriend, but still.
Agreed. Either way.
Touching is assault as well. Yeah. But yeah, I wouldn't be waiting for the police to show up. I'd handle that immediately.
Yep, I'd be explaining a body. Is always said by many people, is it's much better to be judged by 12 than carried by 6.
It's always a body with you. Everything, any mild altercation or infraction is just a body.
I mean, there's a reason why I call 811 instead of 911.
Yeah, that's a Texas thing. That's not Nevada thing, is it?
That's everywhere.
Oh, yeah, no. That part, I could not sit there and I could not sit there and record that and just sit as a bystander. No way. No way. And that would be, if I was her, which I'm not, but if I was her, that would be a little bit of, you should have defended me in that situation.
Yeah,
when that guy
100%.
was touching me and next to me like that, you should have had some action here, and I'm a little disappointed that you didn't, in my opinion. But yeah, that was breaking news last night. And Better Row, we had Better Row, and there's been a lot of shows. There's been a lot of shows that have been going on, but it's all coming down to the closing arguments and the jury finally getting it, and it's over with. It's finally over, and make sure you tune in tomorrow, and hopefully we'll have a verdict by Wednesday. And then Thursday, hopefully we'll have Joe Lanu feeling a little bit better, and we'll have the presidential debate between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. We haven't talked hardly any politics. whatsoever on any of these kind of shows. But we will be talking a little bit of politics on Thursday, so brace yourself. If you have a strong opinion, like the person who commented that comment about me personally, I'll take it. Grandpa Munster's multi-track lab about Yellow Cottage Tales, who was telling his closing arguments story that he's not tough to listen to. You Karen cult freaks are. There's going to be plenty of that stuff going on as we continue into tomorrow in the closing arguments, and then as we move towards the Judgment Day for Karen Reed and the reading of the verdict within an hour and 15 minutes.
Yes,
45.
2 hours.
45.
I'm actually putting my money on 42 minutes.
Oh, well, that if you got that one, that would have to be times like 200,000 or something to have exactly at 42 minutes.
Well, that's what my money's on. 42 minutes. Put $5 on it.
You put 5 on 42 minutes?
Yep.
Man, I might fade that. I mean, what's the chances of it being exact? I would say an hour and 15. Under, I think under. I think I'd go with the under. I got $100. I'll fade anybody's bets. $5, I'll take anybody's bets, but I'm thinking under. So if you think over, let's go ahead and set this up aside. I don't know if we have any actual real betting, and I know you're not allowed to be betting. And but as a gentleman's bet, for sure, I'm fading all bets up to $100 on under an hour and 15 minutes. That's my over under. So I know nobody here wants some of that, but Joe might. Joe might want a little of that action.
Bottle of whiskey.
Ooh, I got a good bottle too. I just picked it up from that Treaty Oaks. Their best one that they don't sell in the open market. Their very best bottle, the Grand Reserve, the best Treaty Oaks bottle. I'll show it to you in person. But if you want to bet a bottle, but you're thinking under 115 also. Hour and 15 minutes.
I said 2 hours.
Oh, you're over.
I'm over.
All right, what bottle are we talking about?
I'd have to pick something up, but I know a couple good ones.
Yeah, well, let's put it on the table if we're talking about a bottle here. James, what do you got, bud?
Well, I've got a bottle of Hibiki, Japanese imported. I'll be picking up a bottle, and if I lose, I'll send it to one of you guys. Figure out how at any rate.
How much is a bottle of Japanese Hibiki?
It's about $80.
He has an $80 bottle. Yeah,
I can get in that price range. I can pick something up for that. That's a good whiskey, by the way, James. I've had that before.
Yeah, I fucking love Hibiki. It's my favorite. My God, it's not great for a shooter. I mean, it's decent, sure. Every whiskey is decent for a shooter, but the way Hibiki really shines is as a sipping whiskey, because if you sit there with it, it oxidizes a little bit, and it goes from the first few sips going, yeah, this is a nice, decent whiskey. It becomes extremely woody to the point where you go, is that Home Depot? And as you keep drinking it, it's definitely the lumber section of Home Depot, to the point where you actually bought the lumber, and then at the very last bit, when the glass is empty and you go to sniff the glass as it's empty, you're at home sawing the damn thing. Like it smells like straight sawdust. I have no idea how they do it, but my God, it's good.
Well, you heard it here first. Not only will James drop your ass at the drop of a hat, but he also gets extreme woody when he drinks this Japanese liquor.
Ooh, you bet.
But yeah, so we'll talk more about this tomorrow. We'll make sure our bets are locked in, but looking forward to it tomorrow in the morning. I would imagine it's all going to start at 8 o'clock. So join us tomorrow for the closing arguments and the live verdict reading. Hopefully tomorrow, if not on Wednesday, but hour and 15 minutes. This will be good. So we can be crowned a winner for people like James who think it's under an hour and 15 minutes, or 2 hours. We also could be crowned a winner if it goes on into the afternoon by Untactical Texan. If you'd like to be a part of this gentleman's bet between a bottle of brew, definitely join in with us. And as for Kingdom Radio, Untactical Texan, James, do you have any final things before we end this?
Nah, I'm good, bro. Let's go.
Yep. I will try to hop on tomorrow for a little bit in the morning.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yep.
And that's it, man. Free Karen Reed.